On. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the September 5th meeting of the Charlotte City Council Transportation, Planning, and Development Committee. We'll start, as usual, with introductions.
Jerica Tate, General Public.
General, all right. Over here.
Department. Dave Fenton, Planning.
Allison Craig, Planning Director.
Committee Member James Mitchell.
Committee Chair Ed Driggs.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Liz Babson, Assistant City Manager.
Yolanda Jones, Planning Staff.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Brent Cagle, Interim CEO, CATS.
Alan Goodwin, Planning Staff.
Laura Harmon, Planning Staff.
Elizabeth for City CAT staff.
And that's it. So we have two items today, a CATS update and a planning update with several components. For the CATS update, why don't I kick right over to Mr. Cagle?
Mr. Hughes, you have some comments.
Oh, online, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dante Anderson, Vice Chair.
That's it, right?
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
There he is. Got it? All right. So, Mr. Cagle, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Driggs. So I will keep the update pretty brief this morning. The primary item to make you aware of is on August 29th, there was a derailment of a Blue Line light rail vehicle. It occurred in the yard. Again, derailment is the industry term, doesn't indicate the severity, just that the wheel left its natural position on the track. So again, it occurred in the yard. It occurred Tuesday morning at approximately 3 a.m. In yard, very low speeds. There were no injuries, and the investigation is not entirely complete. However, based on statements in the preliminary investigation, this derailment is attributable to human error or operator error. We are working with NCDOT, as is the norm, to provide reporting of the investigation, and the FTA is also reviewing documentation around this incident. So as we have more information, we will continue sharing that. But clearly, this was an operator error, occurred in the yard as they were moving a train. A yard movement is what we would call it. The other items on our...
So, Mr. Cagle, while you're on that one, what is our reference in terms of how common these events are? I mean, we had the one passenger service derailment that caused quite a stir, and then we've had some in the yard. We understand that derailments occur occasionally, but what is our measurement in terms of how often it's normal? And what is your takeaway from this latest incident?
Yeah, so we were looking at that. Clearly, the 2022 incident, when the vehicle was in revenue service and attributable to mechanical failure, is unique in the nature of that incident. They do occur, generally speaking, they occur in the yard, and they are attributable to some amount of operator error. That is the norm. I will say there isn't a standard per se. However, over the last 6 months, whether it was during a switching track operation or like this one where it occurred in the yard, we are looking into it. We have had several, or more than we would have expected, more than is the norm for even in the yard. So we are looking at approaches to doing that. We will be engaging in additional training and annual training for our operators. We are also looking at, when it comes to switching track, we are looking at other measures. Our rail general manager, Gary Lee, has identified a product that provides operators visual cues when they're switching tracks. It's literally a section of reflectors that when the track switch gear is properly engaged, the operator will see the reflectors reflect back at them green, versus if it's improperly engaged, it's not green, it's red or orange. So we're looking at that. We are also looking at other factors like lighting in the yard. When we brought on Craig Fox on a temporary basis to help us do a facilities assessment, one of his priorities is looking at lighting in the yard. We can't say that any of these incidences were caused by lack of lighting or but clearly better lighting, all of these things together could help. So we are looking at those kinds of things as well. And we are also working with NCDOT. The other thing I would say, and this is sort of the nature of where we're at, we've talked a lot about staffing vacancies and how we address those vacancies by filling them. Filling those vacancies inevitably means that we have a large number of less experienced operators, right? And so they are all properly trained, and they have gone through and successfully completed their training, but these are operators with 4, 6, 8 months of experience, and they're learning and operating in the yard. We think that all of these things together could be leading to a higher rate of yard incidences. So we are looking at all of these things as we develop strategies, not just a strategy, but strategies to reduce the number of yard incidents in general.
So I think our main point is we want to be able to assure riders on CATs that an incident like this at night in a yard doesn't give rise to any concern about ordinary passenger service, and that we are not fearful about recurrences of the event that occurred, recognizing, as you always point out, that any system has inherent risk, but this doesn't indicate anything as far as the operation of passenger service.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct.
Just wanna
Internally,
emphasize
we
that.
are concerned, but as a passenger, this is not cause for alarm.
Right. Okay.
These are very different incidences than something that would occur in
Right.
revenue service.
Right. Okay.
Going back to the progress report, bridge inspections. Again, last month we talked about we have about 6 bridges that need to be inspected. All of those bridges are in railroad right-of-ways. We now have permission to conduct the inspections. However, we are working with the railroads for them to schedule their flag crews. All of these inspections require a flag crew, the railroad to provide a flag crew, and we are working through that with all of them to schedule their flagging crew. Again, their flagging crews, like everyone, are busy. They have a list of items that they have to do daily. So we are on the schedule for the flagging crews, and as soon as those inspections can be completed, they will be completed in conjunction with the railroads. The last item that I will update on is Gold Line hours of service. I don't believe we mentioned this at the last TPD because it occurred after the last TPD. On August 19th, we amended the Gold Line headways or train intervals from 20 minutes to 30 minutes. We believe that is a relatively short-term change to the schedule. It is based on staffing shortages, and we believe that over the next 4 months, as our staffing position gets better, we will be able to then move back to the 20-minute headways. But with summer, with the vacancies, with special events, with all of those things, we were not able to consistently provide 20-minute headways along the Gold Line, so we've changed that to 30-minute headways so that we can be reliable. What was happening is we would have to amend the schedule daily as we had shortages of operators and make announcements. And while we always hate to change headways, go from 20 minutes to 30 minutes, we think it's better and more fair to our passengers to know what to expect, reliability. So that's why we made that change. It has helped, and we would expect as we get into fall over the next 3 to 4 months, as we have more operators trained and available, we will be able to move back to the 20-minute headway position.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead.
if I may, just as a follow-up, Brent, thank you for giving us update August 19. But do we have an app? Don't we have a light rail app or a transit app? And so do we push that out so our riders will know also that a change has been made to 30 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We did that. We pushed that out ahead of the 19th
Perfect.
and continue to. And I will say, CATS does have an app, the CATS Pass app. If you have a smartphone, depending on which brand of smartphone you use, their sort of in-house app also
Okay.
will give you train headways.
Okay.
If you look at it, I personally use an Apple product. So the Apple Maps, if you use that app, you can
Checks in the
also,
mail.
you can, that's not an endorsement, I'm just saying that's what I happen to use. You can also see headways, and they're reflective in their maps as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That is the totality of my report, sir.
Excellent. So as the chair of the working group, I'll just comment where we are. So we identified a number of issues some months ago, and I think I can say now that, thank you, Mr. Cagle, we have addressed them, and we are either finished or we're in the process of dealing with the issues that came to light. So there's a maintenance schedule for the trains. The bridge inspections are underway. We're working on staff issues and overtime issues. So I feel that we are right now in a good place in terms of CATS, and really appreciate you. Also appreciate our cooperation with the MTC in terms of addressing these issues, our partnership in the working group. The working group has gone over things like management partners' report to identify whether there were any issues that we hadn't yet picked up and weren't dealing with. No sign of that. They were satisfied that we were actually talking about and working on the things that they had seen in 2022 when they did their review, and they brought to light a number of issues. So where we are right now with the working group is we're kind of looking ahead, and we're talking about risk management, about identifying issues that maybe we hadn't seen yet and that we should think about and be ready for. So I think by the time we're done here in a couple of months' time, and then subject to the completion of the maintenance schedule on the trains, CATS is going to be in a much better place, new management. At some time, Mr. Manager, we will start thinking about an RFP for the new CEO. Any idea what that time frame is?
Well,
This is unrehearsed.
yeah, no, so we had a conversation early on about having a 6-month pause, and interim CEO Cagle and I have been discussing what's next. So we'd like to have a little bit of time to see what we've started and having all the momentum, and maybe it's a thought process that we may ask Mr. Cagle to stay on just a little bit longer.
So I just...
I'm sorry. Did I show my enthusiasm?
Thank you, sir.
I wouldn't want to punish Mr. Cagle for his good work by not allowing him to resume his prior rank. So, okay. And yes, go
Chair, if I
ahead.
may. Great work on your behalf, but maybe at the 5 o'clock, can we just have an update, a printed copy? Because I know other council members might want to know just where we're at on the outstanding issues. So if we can just get an update when you do the report out, I think that'd be great. Just keep everybody, the communication flowing, so our colleagues will know the great work, progress we're making.
Yes, sir.
We've got that we can print out the spreadsheet, right?
Yes.
So we'll have a document,
Thank you,
and I'll
Mr.
talk
Chair.
about it a little bit as well. My last question was, any update on the RFP for the new bus management company?
Yes, sir. So the RFP is complete. It has been out on the street. We received 2 proposals. We are working through the process to make final selections and then bring forward a recommendation to City Council. We would expect that recommendation to come forward in October related to the successful proposal and the subsequent contract.
And so I'll just note there, in transition, we will be able to address some issues that affected our bus service under the old contract. and give us a little more control over the drivers with incentives and penalties and things. So I think that will be another improved dimension.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, as a follow-up, so that's RTP Dev?
Yes, RATP Dev is the current contractor.
They're gone.
Good.
They did not
Sorry. Okay,
propose.
thank you for the update.
They did not
Yeah.
propose, so they
Okay.
will not be the next contractor.
So we have two other very credible contractors that are bidding on it, and we are talking about structuring the contract in such a way as not to allow certain things that, to happen that couldn't be avoided under the old arrangement.
I remember Councilman Graham, one of his initiatives was to have RT Dev come before this committee. Agreed. Okay.
Yeah. All right, then. Thank you. Planning update, Ms. Craig.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. I've got two planning items this morning. One is an update on the UDO text amendments, and the other is talking about how planning and CMS work together on looking at rezoning petitions. And I know Dennis is en route from another engagement, so I'm hopeful that he makes it here in time to give his update to you all. So starting first with the text amendment update. So I was here last month talking about some of the things that were under consideration. And the main purpose for coming back this month is I think there were some questions when you were doing the committee report outs that evening about public engagement. And I wanted to be very clear to council and to the public about what community engagement and public engagement looks like for any text amendments. So as you see on the screen here, we've had 3 text amendments approved so far. 2 were before the UDO went into effect. The third was last month, and that was just in we have a couple of isolated cases where we have non-conforming single-family and duplex that are existing and wanting to ensure that they remain conforming going forward. Next slide. One that we have that's been filed that will come to City Council for public hearing in September the 18th is really related to parcels that are zoned commercial that are located in a center place type. And so the way we are viewing commercial zoning districts in the UDO is that these are intended to be in very auto-oriented areas, not in pedestrian and urban form. And it just so happens that this is a translation that's not ideal for the future outcome of the center place type. When we go through an alignment rezoning process next year or thereafter, we would correct this, and this is ensuring that today, if City Council approves this, that we will allow residential in our centers. This is something that is generally supported by neighborhood associations, by the development community. I think we all agree that in an urban walkable environment, we want to have people be able to live there. Next slide. We've got a list of future amendments that will be coming before you down the road, and you can see the majority of those have an asterisk next to them, and we're considering those to be technical amendments. As you recall, I've talked before that we view text amendments to be in 2 different categories. One are technical revisions, corrections, things to make things more clear in the UDO, and then we also have policy-oriented text amendments that really require more broad community engagement. So these, for the most part, are technical amendments. There was a bill that just got approved last month. It was vetoed by the governor and then overridden, and it's mostly related to building code. But there are some things in that particular bill that relate to further restrictions on design requirements for triplexes and quads that will have to change the UDO to comply with the approved bill. There's some other cleanup items related to development standards, N1 and N2 development standards, code enforcement, parking structure. And a lot of these are really to make it easier to understand, but we also have new ordinance requirements. And we have some people trying to be creative and find some ways around them that aren't really what we intended. So our zoning administrator is making interpretations, but we think it's important to codify in the ordinance some of those interpretations just to make it very clear what we're wanting to allow or not allow. Campus districts, I mentioned this last month, we found that we need another campus zoning district, that we have some office uses that are not necessarily part of a campus and want to make sure that we account for that. Office is a struggling market right now, and wanting to ensure that we're not putting further challenges on creating needed office space in our community. So I would call that a policy-related text amendment just because it's not a correction, but I think it's something that will be generally favorable when we talk about it in front of the community. Next slide. We, of course, have the council referral, and I don't have an update on that today. We are still working through some different recommendations and alternatives, and hope to have something before you next month, but I don't have an update on that today. So next slide. So engagement, and this is really where I wanted to spend some time talking about and just make it very clear to you all how we involve the community in these conversations. So whether it's technical or policy related, we will always involve the public in a conversation to receive input, make sure they're aware. And so as an example, the one that I mentioned about the residential, we've got public engagement sessions scheduled for the 7th, so morning and evening. These are virtual. You can also go back and listen to them later. We've got information on our website. We'll post things on social media. If you're signed up for the UDO to get updates, you'll get an update on this. And then we will always have a public hearing. It'll go to committee and then go to ultimately to city council for a decision. Next slide. When we have text amendments that are more policy oriented, so if we end up proposing, as an example, a text amendment related to the referral, this will have much more extensive engagement, because the more complex the text amendment is, or the wider the impacts are, we will do more than what we just talked about on the previous slide. So a lot of it will depend on what the nature of the text amendment is, wanting to make sure that we are working and making sure that people that might be affected by this are notified. We will certainly involve our UDO advisory committee. So this is a group of individuals that have representation across all the council districts, different industry sectors, real estate, design, sustainability, a group of individuals that we can bounce ideas off before we go to the general public for input and feedback. And then we may do some other things like in-person workshops, surveys, go to neighborhood meetings, pop-ups. It'll really just depend on what the nature of the engagement is, but just wanted to be very clear that everyone has an opportunity to give feedback throughout this process. Next slide. I think that is it.
Mr. Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me go back to the very first slide. We can page 1, and just give kudos to staff, council, and to the community. As you recall, that initiative with the LCID started in December of 2022 at a very big town hall meeting Councilmember Mayfield and I attended for the residents. And so I just want to say thank you to staff, because we listened to the citizens that this was not appropriate. You cleaned up the language so no longer can land debris be in R3. And we did it, Mr. Chairman, in a short fashion. A lot of people think that we take a long time to get things done. So from December, and we voted on it May 15th. So thank you, staff. Let me go to engagement, because we are starting to get a lot of emails, and I just want to be fair to the previous council, because you all spent almost 2 years or more working through this document, and then now we're starting to get a lot of emails about we need to change, and to me, I like how you gave this slide, because that was a question I had. How are we engaging the community? And I want to focus on more, if we can. Go to the next slide, the one that it talks about really staff attendance at neighborhood meetings. And I do think staff, that's an olive branch for us to go where the citizens are. And so if we can put a lot of attention around that third bullet point. Yes, I like virtual. We got to be sensitive to COVID increases, but I tell you, I think that will really help us attend as many. I apologize. Attend as many neighborhood meetings as we can. to hear their concerns, but also give them an update, because a lot of the emails we have received is about updating where we're at in the process. And so I would just encourage, if you can, I know that makes it a long day for some of us, but I think that'd be goodwill for the community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So I have a couple of questions. When is the council vote on the text amendments? You said subject to council approval. When are you expecting to ask for that?
So if you could go, so the one that relates to residential, sorry, I should have talked about that on that particular slide, but that one would go to city council for decision on October the 16th.
Okay.
The other ones are not scheduled.
Oh,
for-
I see that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
I should have walked you through that. But the other ones, we have not set a specific date at this point yet.
So I'd like to pick up a bit on what Mr. Mitchell said, having been here during those 2 years. The 2040 plan and, to me, the UDO were created, I guess, what I would call in something of an abstract. It was a, you were just sort of rewriting all of these plans and everything, and you were creating this, and so then we're in a phase now where we're trying to align what we did with what we're seeing on the ground. And one of the questions is, as you look at text amendments and policy amendments, are we changing the positions that we took on any important issues in the UDO? Because that was a question that came up on 177, and we had the 2.1. We had a couple of things that were, so I think it's important to emphasize you can't really do that. So we established, if you will, a sort of philosophy about the plan, and we are still staying within that framework. But what we have identified is a need to act on certain situations that come to light, like the unintended consequence, or modify the language, and then maybe go to another level of detail, I guess I would call it, rather than revisit and re-legislate the things that were decided in the 2040 process. So, and I have advocated that way even on some issues where I was not in agreement with the 2040 plan, because just as a matter of good process, we can't go back and do it all again, and we can't reignite some of those discussions that were taking place. So the question, though, that I have already addressed to you, Ms. Craig, is our current situation is that many of the petitions that come up before us are not consistent with the policy map and yet are recommended by the staff. And it does raise some real questions about, well, you just adopted, the UDO just became effective and so on. How can it be that this doesn't, they don't align? It was one thing when you had 30-year-old area plans, but so what are we doing about that, or what would you say about that situation?
Sure. So the first thing I would want you all to recognize in the public as well is that we're in the middle of a major body of work. And so it began with the vision, the comprehensive plan, which then put the next step in implementing that and adopting the UDO. The next phase of this work is then community area planning, which involves refining the policy map, and then an alignment rezoning effort, which will then align the zoning districts with what is on the policy map. And so we're just in the middle of a huge transformative effort of making Charlotte a plan-making city and not a deal-making city. We're just not, we haven't completed the process. And so, I keep encouraging people to please get involved in the area planning process. That's an opportunity for you to start looking at a lot of this stuff at your community level. And so to get involved and engaged, and to your point, Councilmember Mitchell, we really try to meet people where they are and have engagement sessions for the area planning workshops in the communities, so that they, that they're in their neighborhoods and not coming, necessarily to the government center. So I'd say first, give us some grace as we work through all this. And so, as I mentioned, the area planning process is an opportunity to refine the policy map, which ultimately will then get adopted with those refinements once we complete that process. We're also looking at our zoning districts and thinking about our housing needs. And, so it was interesting, I've talked to the Raleigh planning director a couple weeks ago about this, just that I think there's a lot of need for townhomes right now, and just maybe we might need to make some adjustments in our zoning district or in the alignment rezoning process to ensure that we're allowing enough townhomes. Townhomes are a great opportunity for home ownership in an affordable way, and so there may be some refinements there that may reduce some of those inconsistencies, because we're getting a lot of requests for townhomes. So looking at that, we also have some map amendment criteria, and I'll ask Dave to kind of talk a little bit about that too, that we're using, that we'll bring before council and council committee to talk about how we're looking at some of these petitions and how we're evaluating them, particularly as it relates to requests to go from neighborhood 1 to neighborhood 2, so that we're transparent with you all, with the community, with the development industry as to how we're making the recommendations that we're making. So I'll let Dave talk about that a little bit more.
Yeah, just to piggyback quick on that, and we've got some parameters that I mentioned in place to review petitions.
You need a microphone?
Assistant, sorry, microphone. To review some petitions that are inconsistent. And so we do have criteria that she mentioned that we worked with Alicia's team to kind of put together. We've been working through that over the last, probably 6, 8, 12 months or so since we've put those in place, just to kind of test out, are these criteria, are they working well? Are they applicable? At what point do we need to refine or make some adjustments to them? And then I think as we've gotten more comfortable applying those kind of, in our internal reviews of them, as Allison mentioned, we'd like to put those in front of y'all just to get some additional feedback, make sure that, the things that we're considering are things that line up with what y'all would like to consider as well. And then, again, just to that level of transparency so everybody kind of knows what those expectations are when we get a petition that may be inconsistent with the policy map. So I think that's something that, as we put that out there, that will help to give everybody a good baseline understanding and a set of parameters and kind of guardrails to work with it.
So I think the issue is the policy map itself was a paintbrush that was kind of applied, and it didn't go into the sort of detail that you have on the ground in reality. And so there are cases where the policy map says one thing, but the circumstances at a particular location might indicate otherwise. So obviously the area planning process is the prospect that we have for dealing with that. But the issue right now is, for one, the developers come in with their own interpretation of what our rules mean, and in some cases will debate them with us, like we're being quoted our own UDO as a reason why something they want to do ought to work, when really it's not what we had in mind. But we're exposed to that because that's what it says. The other thing is, I had one case, for example, a very aggressive rezoning petition in my district. And the petitioner said, but that's what you said you wanted. You want housing? I'll give you housing. And what I think we've also seen is the concern about infrastructure and traffic. So I don't have a good answer for people who say to me, what are you doing about this congestion issue? And I've had a number of conversations about Providence Road, good ones, with Ed McKinney and some constituents. But I've got a number of big rezonings pending there. And the thing that we have right now, instead of the old traffic study, doesn't provide a basis for confidence that we will tap the brakes on certain proposals if they are in places where there's an existing problem about congestion. And we're hearing that from kind of all over, frankly. I mean, I've got a couple of those, but Steel Creek. So that's another one where I think we need to do more work just to kind of demonstrate that we are mindful as we accommodate the growth and create the housing that we need to keep up. And there's a whole different story in terms of where we are with our mobility plan and the outlook for improved transportation, which is part and parcel of this. That is something that we're working on. We do have a couple of planned documents for mobility, itemizing the projects and indicating on a district-by-district basis what can happen. But I think my issue, and Mr. Winston and I have had a couple of conversations, until we progress a little bit in terms of actually delivering those alternatives to cars, we can't be too aggressive about denying cars their drive-throughs and their parking. So all this, I guess, is in progress. The area planning is expected to take about 2 years. Is that right?
Wow.
Mr. Mitchell, what do you think?
Wow. First time I heard that. First time I heard 2 years to complete.
So
Yeah, we're
I'll
like-
tell you Ms. Craig's
right,
answer,
yeah.
okay?
Yeah,
I've heard the answer, so I'll tell you what it is. We have already done a lot with the
Right.
plan, and therefore, the area planning process is not like the old days where you were creating, it is simply applying what we've already done to
Okay.
locations. Is that
Okay, my
reasonable?
heart, my
All
heart
right,
dropped.
so you
Okay.
see, I listened.
Thank you.
Nonetheless, it's a huge undertaking.
It is.
And I've told you a number of times, if there is a staffing issue that I need to talk to the manager about, let me know.
I was gonna say that.
Because in my mind, you guys, you've got a very full plate. Your call, of course, you're in charge, but we are just concerned that we start to see some relief on a couple of these points.
Yeah.
I want to, can I go back
Okay.
really quick to
Sure.
your congestion and your transportation? I think it's still, we haven't really fully seen the effects of this yet, but adding the CTR, the Comprehensive Transportation Review, is part of a complement to the UDO and requiring a lot more investment by the developer in that process than we really ever have done before. And it's not just in rezonings, it's in by right projects. I don't think we've really fully seen how that plays out, but I think that's an important part of the infrastructure conversation that we're talking about. So, and I think we'll be able to see more of it down the road.
But I think we could do more to just acknowledge the challenge that we face, right? You hear it every month, traffic, traffic, traffic. And in part, I think some traffic that people don't like is inevitable because we're a growing city. You go to other cities, it's no different. You go to Europe, as I did this summer, it's no different. So, but what we have to do is be responsible about this, be answerable, and establish sort of tolerable norms. I mean, if people are upset because they have to wait through 2 light cycles during rush hour, I just tell them that that's where we're headed, And it's actually not efficient to build enough of a road system not to have congestion during rush hour, because the rest of the time it would be so underutilized and it's so expensive. So the question is, are we thoughtful about...
Saying this for you?
Notice I'm looking in this direction? Yes, you have. But I have too, okay? So I think we try to avoid situations where we agree, but, every once in a while, we're absolutely on the same page. Yes, go ahead.
So, well, I'm glad, when you said the 2-year area plan, my heart did drop. So, Staff, let me just make a comment. I think the overall comment, I think you got to help us change the narrative. For so long, this council and community has looked at planning as a transaction on zoning day.
Right.
And I think now you're telling us to look, the UDO is the plan the way Charlotte is moving, being built. So I think you got to help us so we can help the community kind of change the mindset. Brexit. And so, that would be my first. And planning director, I don't know if that's a big communication piece that we need to roll out. But I tell you, I would say before the new council come in place, if we can kind of have that in place as well, so the new council understand going forward 2024, get away from these transactions, but get away, this is the roadmap that's going to guide us. Secondly, I would say about the area plan, and I'm just taking one I'm very proud of, because I was a District 2 rep, we did a Norfolk Lake area plan. That was a heavy lift, but I give staff credit, all the workshops, all the buy-in, all the meetings. And I do think it's important because I can remember we almost had 3 or 4 iterations of that, even we had all those meetings. So I want to echo what the chairman said. If we need to add additional staff so you all can complete that work, complete it to your satisfaction, it's the best investment we can make because we're talking about planning our city for the future. So I just want to echo his thoughts.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the support, and the manager and the budget director have been very gracious in conversations and planning for staffing. So, but thank you for your support.
So we don't want to criticize the manager, but we'll lean on him if necessary.
There you go.
Yeah. Mr. Winston.
Thank you. Just wanted to I get to talk to colleagues for us to remember kind of what we're dealing with. The UDO is really the toolbox that is utilized for the staff and the community to execute on the vision that we set in the comprehensive plan. So I would encourage us on council, whether it's the time that I'm here or after, I think there gets some confusion in our debates, to be completely honest. Sometimes I think we focus on the toolbox as opposed to what I think some council members want to talk about, changing the vision of what they have in terms of what's on the ground in certain parts of town. Now, whether I agree with it or not, I think it is important, to your point, as we're engaging with community members, as we're trying to give guidance to staff, for us to be clear in what it is that we're actually talking about. So I think from some standpoints, like honestly, for instance, the referral that we have for the UDO about infill, I think that's less of a tool, should be less of a tool-based conversation, but what you're really talking about is what growth patterns do you want to see in certain parts of town or in certain parts of our community. Now, I think it's well within council's right to lead policy change conversations and change the vision if that's the prerogative of council. But I think we should be clear in these conversations that we're having around dioceses like this or upstairs amongst the 12 of us. Again, the comp plan is where we set our vision, and I think most of our conversations probably should be there as a council as opposed to the UDO, because you can't get to the right tool for the job if you haven't really kind of set that vision. Just wanted to put that out there.
So that was kind of my point, too, when I said that the framework we've established is the one, but there are a lot of situations where you get down to a practical question, like should so-and-so be allowed to do this at that location? And at that point, you know, the language of the UDO is meant to decide, and then we have to kind of look at the language and see how it lines up with what we intended with the plan. So there's going to... I also have Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wanted to underscore what the Mayor Pro Tem said and really jump in on what Allison mentioned earlier, because I do think we are creating confusion ourselves the way we even talk about the 2040 plan and the UDO. And I do agree that the vision rests in the 2040 plan, and the UDO is the the toolbox or a methodology of how we will get this done. But it's not a complete toolbox just yet, because we are going through the process of the CAP plan that will inform and modify the UDO. But we have these very discrete conversations in council meetings as if we are completely done, and we're not done, and our toolkit isn't fully complete yet. And I think that's important. And I don't know, Allison, if there's a way to visually communicate this, but we need to underscore it with the balance of council that, you know, we're having these conversations, midway or partway through a process that's not fully complete yet. And so we have to be patient with ourselves, and we have to be clear with our constituents around what we really are able to do right now and how that will change in the future.
So if anybody at this meeting has a good idea on how to get this council to sing from the same song sheet, I'd love to hear it. No, fair points, but it does get back to the concern I'm raising, which is while all of this is going on, we have to make decisions about development proposals. And we have to accommodate growth and facilitate the creation of housing. And so, yes, we can continue to kind of debate or talk about different points of view, but at our next zoning meeting, we're going to be asked a bunch of questions, and we have to have answers. So, thank you. Is that it? All right. So, yes, sir.
Just one, Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up. Alice, I thought you brought up an interesting point, talking to your colleague in Raleigh, because in the construction industry, we are saying there's less office, but you mentioned there's more townhomes in the future, so you do see that as a trend, less residential, more townhomes?
I just think it's a product that a lot of people are pursuing because it's more affordable than
Okay.
single-family homes. And
Okay.
so, it provides an opportunity for home ownership.
Home ownership,
Which is,
okay.
I think we all agree is a very important thing to have, so. yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, great. One important subject that comes up often during our land use decisions is the schools, the capacity of the schools, whether we're being sensitive to the impact on schools of petitions. Our process now includes sending petitions that we get to CMS for an evaluation, and they come back with things like the number of students they expect, the current situation of the school, where it is in terms of capacity utilization. I don't think we've ever fully resolved how council is supposed to process that information. What we don't want to do is involve ourselves in decisions about schools, even indirectly, by managing our land use and our growth in accordance with the schools. So I'm very pleased that we have on the call with us Dennis Lacaria, who is, Dennis, are you the facilities director for the, or what is your title?
I'm not really sure. Executive director, variety of things.
So, but Dennis is the top guy when it comes to the creation of new schools. He is involved in the bond offering that is proposed, $2.5 billion of bonds for creation of schools that will be on the ballot. So Dennis, how do you want to proceed? We have these slides here, but can you see?
Yes, I can see Councilmember Crooks. Thank you. And I apologize for not being there in person. It's been a hectic day, 6th day of school, so there's a lot going on.
So, well, why don't we then just start? Why don't you do your presentation from the slides?
Absolutely. And we'll go through this pretty quickly and leave some time for some conversation. So just so everybody's aware, we've got 184 schools in operation now. We opened 2 new elementary schools this year. We were delayed on 1 elementary school, and we have some projects in the 2017 bond that are still delivering. Next slide, please. And we are the 17th largest district out of about 13,000 in the United States, which I think is kind of mind-boggling. A lot of people don't understand that. We say we're the 17th largest, but when you say there's 13,000 school districts, that provides a little more context, I think.
Yeah, wow.
So when we plan for schools, I think one thing that's important for everybody to know, level setting wise, is that unlike City Council, unlike the County Commission Boards of Education in the state of North Carolina, have no taxing and funding authority. So it's not that we don't see things. It's not that we don't predict things. It's not that we don't project things. It's that we're not necessarily resourced in a way that allows us to address the needs as we see them. And I think one of the other things that people will always bring up is how come we just don't build 5,000 student high schools? Why not just keep adding on to Myers Park or keep adding on to South Meck? And part of the reason for that is the state of North Carolina allots 4 guidance counselors if you have 2,500 high school students. They also allot 4 guidance counselors if you have 5,000 high school students. There simply is not any sort of table for staff allotments that runs north of 2,500 students. And we also think it's an awful lot to ask any one person to deal with. So we look at 45 classroom elementary schools, 54 classroom middle school and K-8s, and 100 classroom high schools, because again, we think that that's about all we could look for one human being to be responsible for day in, day out, as well as the fact that it also starts to limit opportunities for students. There's only going to be 11 kids on the football field at any given time. The school play only has so many parts. The yearbook only needs so many people involved. The student newspaper only has so many editor positions. So from that standpoint, you start to disenfranchise students and take opportunities away when there's too many kids. So we would rather build more schools to address overcrowding than just continue to stockpile students on an already overcrowded campus. The next slide, please. So we look at a whole bunch of things when we're doing our capital planning and our student planning. We look at the things that we have to respond to, as well as the things that we do to ourselves. We do a thing called student-weighted staffing, which I believe personally is one of the reasons why we were the top performing district on the National Measure of Education Progress, the NAEP, since it started, in essence, because we provide additional human beings to schools with greater needs. But that also means that those class sizes are smaller. So all of that weighs into when we're responding to a petition, the way school is utilized, because what we're focused on is the utilization of a school. So if you have a 10 classroom school and you have 10 classroom teachers, the school is full, regardless of whether the student to teacher ratio is 10-1 or 20-1. So even though one of those 10 classroom schools may have 100 kids and the other one may have 200 kids, they're both fully utilized because there's a teacher in that classroom all day, every day. Next slide, please. And so that's just one example of sort of the difference between the way that Allison and her team go about their work and the way my team go about ours. So we have to look at different inputs. We have to look at different sort of projections, and then the outcomes are very different from, just a land use sort of standpoint to an actual school use output. Next slide, please. So we take into consideration all sorts of things like the number of building permits. We look at resident birth counts. We look at changes over time by area. So we're actually pretty granular on all of this. Next slide, please. And then we wind up doing sort of a high, medium, and low student enrollment projection method, and it's sort of a weighted regression, so that we believe that this year is going to look the most like last year and maybe a little less like the year before. Next slide. And then we actually take into consideration things like cohort survival. So the number of students who move from 5th grade to 6th grade, the number of kids who move from 8th grade to 9th grade, and all the other grades at each one of those transition points. So we'll make a projection, and then when we get to 20th day, which is what the state of North Carolina actually funds us on, we'll evaluate what our actual number was against our projections and look to see where we were high or low, and then renorm that and then use that as the basis for the next year's projections, which generally is pretty good. On a year-over-year basis. It's not great for anticipating a seismic shift like the impact of COVID and schools being shut down. So anytime there's sort of a different, there's a change in something at the macro level, like the year the state changed the kindergarten entry grade, and we saw, a couple thousand fewer kindergartners that year, but the following year, all of those kids showed up, plus the ones we were expecting. You're not going to necessarily forecast that. You're going to just sort of capture it, take that information in, and go on. But we do verify our assumptions, and then we adjust so that we're going ahead and making future projections based on what we know actually happened. An interesting factor, if you look at the grades 8 to 9, you'll see that we're north of 100% just about every year, and that's because we see a lot of students who come back to us in high school, recognizing that our high school offerings are pretty robust and they're free. So that's one of the reasons why you see a shift in student population year over year like that. Next slide, please. So as we're responding to petitions, next slide, please. We're taking into consideration what we have on the ground from a staff building utilization standpoint, as well as what we see the differential would be with this change subject to the rezoning. So it's kind of tough to explain this if you're not, to look at a chart and see, but basically at an elementary school, unless the kids are at lunch or recess or at art or music, one of the special classes, they're with their teacher all day long in their primary classroom. So in that standpoint, we look at a classroom teacher as occupying a single classroom all day long. And therefore, when we're at 100% utilization, that means we've got a classroom teacher in every classroom for the entire day. Now recognizing that they're going to the bathroom, they have a lunch break, those sorts of things, but we don't have the opportunity to use that classroom differently. When we start getting over 100%, unfortunately, the first thing we do is we generally put the art teacher on a cart, and the next thing we do is we put the music teacher on a cart so we can repurpose the art classroom and the music classroom for general education classrooms. And then beyond that, we start looking at mobiles. So 100% at an elementary school is full. At a middle school and a high school currently, we have a 4-period day, a 4-block day, and a teacher generally teaches 3 blocks of the 4 with a planning period. We provide planning rooms so that that teacher can leave the classroom to do planning somewhere else, and that allows another teacher to float into that classroom. So in that way, 4 teachers can share 3 classrooms. So we build float in. So we're not fully utilized at a middle school or a high school until we're at 130% utilization of that middle school and that high school. So 130% is actually full, as in there's a teacher in every classroom, every period, if you were to take the roof off the building and look down inside. But that again, it's 130 is basically 100 when you're talking 100%, when you're talking about a middle school or high school. And again, these things change school by school, year by year, based on socioeconomic status and allotments and other factors that may cause us to adjust, or the state telling us we have to reduce class size K2, which they did, which then increases the utilization, because if you have fewer kids in the classroom, you need more teachers, and you didn't add any classrooms. Next slide, please. So again, we comment on the rezonings that are put before us, both by the city, each one of the towns. Next slide, please. And, historically, we've provided some background detail. We've talked about what would be allowed under the present zoning, and we've talked about what the delta would be if the new zoning were to happen. We're totally open, and we've been working with Allison and Dave and her team to revise our approach. Next slide. We're totally open to revising this in a way that makes the data more useful and more meaningful to council, recognizing that, across the board, we're, generally pro-growth. We want everybody to live here, and we want everybody to send their kids to a CMS school. So there's not some sort of anti-growth sentiment whatsoever that's being expressed by CMS in any of this. We're just trying to provide you the best, most useful information to set the stage. And so taking a look at one of the petitions, this is sort of an option that we've been discussing about how to talk about whether or not the conditions are okay or not at a given school. Based on what you see here are 2 numbers. The first one is what's on the ground today, and the second number is what would happen as a result of the rezoning being approved. And so what you're seeing here is where, like at Chambers, there's enough students and they're spread, there are few enough students and they're spread enough over 4 grade levels that we can absorb them without hiring an additional staff members. So the utilization remains the same. Whereas at the middle school, you've got 3 grade levels. There's sort of a different impact. And again, in elementary school, looking at the smaller class sizes and how that school behaves, there would be the need potentially for another staff member based on that rezoning. If, again, it's not just approved, but actually built per plan, and then, folks show up based on what we're projecting. Next slide. And so just to also set the scene, just to give everybody some information, we are working on a 2023 bond referendum right now. We are still working off the 2017 bond referendum. We don't get the entire proceeds of a bond up front. We're paid month by month, project by project. And so the county does have some impact on how and when we are able to start and deliver work, just because they're trying to also pay for CP and library and greenways and all those other sorts of things that are in their purview to fund from a capital standpoint as well. The state of North Carolina hasn't done a bond since 1996 or 1997. The federal government gives us no money for school construction, and we get about $12 million a year from the lottery proceeds, which we give to the county to defer debt, because it costs us $45 million to build a new elementary school. Next slide, please. And so in the CMSbondconstruction.com is a great website if people want to see where we are on the 2017 projects, our MWSP spends to date. There's live cameras on active construction sites. So if somebody in your house likes to watch Tonka trucks drive around, you can pull up the camera and actually see what's going on an active construction site in real time. This is the largest bond referendum that's ever been put before any voters anywhere in the state of North Carolina. So we recognize that this is a big ask, but we also know that the same number of projects cost us $927 million when we went to the voters in 2017. So a large part of this is simply inflationary pressures. So we look first and foremost in this bond at those schools and those buildings and those classrooms that have conditions that are actually deleterious to teaching and learning. So classrooms that don't have windows, buildings that don't have fresh air, some buildings where the doors open from the classroom directly to the outside, not even into an interior hallway. All of those things got taken into consideration. The good news is when we're addressing those schools that have those sorts of issues, they also have other problems. They're older, failing systems, roof needs to be replaced, plumbing. So we can replace an older school that has these degraded conditions as well as these subpar, if you will, educational environments with a new building that's larger that allows us to solve for multiple problems. So Allenbrook Elementary School is 28 classrooms. We can replace that with a 45 classroom school, change the lives of the students and staff at Allenbrook, and then maybe adjust the boundary at Thomasboro and get some kids out of portable classrooms there. So that's how we're trying to look at things. We're also not buying any net new real estate. So we're not spending any of the dollars that we have for capital on dirt. We're spending it on schools, and we have our first regional athletic facility being programmed as well for a lot of different reasons. Next slide, please. So again, this is 30 projects, but it impacts 34 or 35 schools. The $2.5 billion included inflation as determined by the county's economist. It was going to cost us $2.9 billion to deliver 100% of these projects. So we worked with the county on a couple of different things. One was to get some early design money so we could get started on some projects and therefore avoid some escalation. And the other thing is, if you look at Ray Farms that opened in 2020, it was a 2013 bond project. Again, that was just because of the way the spend happened. We could have ostensibly designed and permitted that with 2013 bond funding, then actually built it with the 2017 bond and still delivered in 2020. So we actually did that here. The county agreed to work with us and allow us to get some money for design so we can start those late delivering schools. And then we're looking at an opportunity for new capital money in 2029 that would finish those out. Next slide, please. So here's a list of projects, and you can see they're all over the county. An awful lot of these are on-site replacements. So the opportunity to build a new building, move the kids to the new building, knock it down like we did at West Charlotte, Lansdowne, Briarwood. There are some off-site replacements. So Berry Hill is actually on well water and septic. And I think it's 2023. So we're looking for an opportunity to replace that where we can actually tie two services. Allenbrook, I mentioned, is an off-site replacement, so there's not enough land at Allenbrook to replace the school on site, even if the existing school wasn't there. So we'll move across Freedom Drive, the land that we own that used to be a driving range, and replace Allenbrook there, and then move across Freedom. It's still inside the attendance boundary, but this way we can actually permit and build the school. So see new Second Ward High School downtown. Very excited about that, with this being the 100th anniversary, and a variety of other on-site, off-site replacements, balance of campus replacements at South Mech and East Mech, where we've got some good investments that we want to hang on to. We would demolish the things that need to visit a landfill and be able to build those back and make them single building campuses, make them behave like single building campuses for safety and security as well. And this is where anybody who's interested can go to the CMS website and get information on the bond and the projects.
That's it.
That's it.
That's a lot. Thank you, Dennis. So questions?
Yeah. Dennis, first of all, as a byproduct of CMS and my two daughters, CMS, oh my gracious, I'm glad to see the growth of the system, and you're right, being the 17th largest in the state, excuse me, in the country, compared to 13,000 says a lot. As we continue to do our rezoning development, I always know there's some concern about the number. Can you educate us? Maybe should we be looking at the numbers differently when we talking about, the added growth, or is the formula working? And maybe get your perspective and then the staff perspective, because when I see the number, I don't question the number because I trust the experts, but I know there's been some concerns among council members about the number. So talk to us about the formula. Is it working, or you think we need to come up with a new calculation?
So everything that we do is pretty much predicated on that staff building utilization. So when we're projecting where we need to build schools, we're looking for, because of trying to be as efficient as we can with limited capital resources, I would like to build one relief school to solve for 2 or 3 overcapacity schools, much like we did this year with Esperanza over on the Albemarle Road corridor there at Farm Pond. We were able to relieve Winterfield. We were using a building at Windsor Park that had been replaced by the new Windsor Park, but we still needed the capacity, so we're using an old building there. So looking at the opportunity to relieve 2 or 3 or more schools if we can. So we start layering these. So if I have 2 or 3 or 4 schools that are at or above 100% utilization when they're an elementary school, for example, then that tells me, okay, I can absolutely open a new elementary school and fill it from day one and get some kids out of portables on 3 or 4 campuses. So the staff building utilization is really the thing that drives. It drives where we place EC programs. It drives where we place pre-K programs. It really is the fundamental unit to our planning. I guess the challenge is trying to make something that esoteric relevant and meaningful to others.
Thank you, sir. Staff, just if you don't mind, Mr. Chair.
Well, I just wanted to, if I may, first interject here. For one, I think some members of council, maybe including myself, thought that the capacity utilization thing was a function of the number of students and not what you described. So I think getting people smarter on city council about that process would be a good thing. The other thing that I think Mr. Mitchell was also alluding to is we send things out, we get back an estimate of the number of students that would reside in a given petition. Like it's residential, you've got the multifamily, you've got single family, whatever CMS sends back. And I've certainly often been in the position where people kind of came after me and said, that's ridiculous. You're creating 300 units and you only think you're getting 20. And I say, well, CMS does that. But what about that number, the estimates that we get back? How are they derived?
So we actually look at housing typology and area of town. So we know that a 1-bedroom apartment on the light rail in South End is going to behave very differently and yield a very different student count, as in none, than a 1-bedroom apartment in, say, University City or Ayersley. So we actually look at student yields by typography and by geography. And so that factor gets applied based on where the rezoning is happening. And again, now if something were to shift suddenly and we were to see a whole bunch of kids coming out of the light rail, again, that first time we're applying to a rezoning petition, we're not going to see that, but we'll capture that over time. But it is actually a function of seeing what things yield.
Did you have a comment? Okay. We don't actually have a mandate or a referral on this committee. I'll get to you right away. But I'm thinking about this and thinking if there should be one, or how we take this and use it to improve the cooperation between City Council and CMS. Because for years I've heard, hey, we should talk more. We never have meetings with school board members. And I think a lot of what we hear, what happens to us as council members in the context of these land use decisions, is based on a lack of understanding on the part of the public, and in some cases even on our part, of this. Dennis, I told you that my view is there are three bodies of government right now, one way or another, who control the schools, the legislature, the Board of County Commissioners, and the school board. What you don't need is another body of government trying to involve itself, which I think we would be doing if we said, no, we're not going to allow that construction of housing to occur because the capacity at the school is insufficient. That would be, to me, the wrong way around. Do you agree that we should sort of use land and allow growth as we see fit, and expect that CMS will then develop the capacity in response to that is to allow the kids to be educated?
I don't disagree that we have very different mandates. And again, we're not trying to stop, slow, arrest, or reverse growth. I think with any of our comments, I think that's what's important. I think we need all the help we can get with trying to address the conditions that get created, just like everybody else, in this sort of situation, especially when, we're not in control of our own sort of resources. So really, from us, it's sort of an awareness, and I'd say, support role, but not looking for, not necessarily looking for the city to solve anything.
Mr. Winston, did you have a comment?
Yes. Ms. Craig, did you want to say something?
I just want to say really quick that Dennis, in his new role, that we've been meeting regularly and talking with Dave and his team about just the rezoning process. This kind of feeds into the larger infrastructure conversations that we're having about how to communicate things more clearly to council and to the public. And so this is part of that, is to have Dennis come and talk about how he evaluates these. And I think that'll also play into how we can communicate this in a more informative manner for you in the rezoning analysis.
Thank you. So Dennis, real couple questions. So the data that we get back from CMS for each rezoning, it's pretty objective. Would that be correct?
It should be, yes, sir.
And while CMS is planning kind of far out, long-term planning is certainly affected by growth, it's not doesn't seem like it's necessarily informed by land use. Is that correct?
It is, and it isn't, Councilmember Winston. I guess the challenge is, a rezoning is just that, and a housing complex is something else entirely. And so the time between the period when a housing development might come online and factors that may have changed in between the time the rezoning was approved and when that housing development comes online, and what the uptake looks like and what the ultimate student yield is, can vary, right, from what was provided in the rezoning petition. And so we're commenting basically on the known knowns without having an idea about, what's actually going to happen and when. And then once the thing happens, then we have that to pull in and use that to inform the way that we're doing our projecting and our planning going forward.
So we're getting objective information, but the impact, the correlation between the two is pretty subjective. Kind of.
It can be, right? I mean, just because something gets rezoned doesn't mean it ever gets built. Or it could be 7 years before the first unit comes online, right? And then they bring on, if it's a multi-use development and the senior housing is the first thing that opens, we're not going to yield any kids. So we've commented on a rezoning petition and said we're going to get 300 kids. And then 50 age-restricted units come online first, 7 years later.
Cool. Well, it does seem like if council thinks that this is important information to have, then council needs a different type of delivery of this information, a different context, because you have two kind of different classes of information, and we're trying to translate two things that don't really make sense. So I think if this is important, staff and council need to work out what's the best way to communicate this. I will say for staff, you guys should bookmark this meeting, bookmark this presentation or something, put it on the notes of the bottom of every rezoning meeting, as you do for, CBI for every business meeting or something like that, because this is informative. I think it does, what was said in here does answer some of the questions that get brought up that staff can't necessarily answer from the paradigm that they have to answer from. But I do think as a reference sake, that this is important, that we don't need to say, well, we don't know how this gets done anymore. But last thing I will say, it seems like while land use might be related to growth and long-term plans for CMS, and kind of thinking about not wanting to create something where you have another kind of body that's overseeing how schools are developed, there does seem, at the same time, like there is shared responsibility, right? The growth of Charlotte or the growth of Mecklenburg County affects how CMS has funds allocated and how they use those funds, but the impact on our school system certainly affects the future growth of Charlotte and how our neighborhoods get developed. And it seems like there's some challenges there that to deal with future growth, if we approach this maybe not from a land use perspective, but there does seem to be like a comprehensive future policies that we might need to be working on and advocating for. I mean, what really stood out in Mr. Licaria's presentation was that hard ceiling, that cap on students. Now, again, I don't want to dive into school policy, but it does seem like for a city our size, we might need to have schools that are bigger, high schools per se, that are bigger than that are bigger than 2,500 kids. It just seems like a matter of the way our city is growing. And since that's not a reality, that you can't get more resources, it seems like CMS has just said, hey, we're going to deal with the rules on the ground the way they are. Now, nobody is asking, well, what if urban schools in Charlotte of a municipality that doesn't exist anywhere else in this state had policies that had higher kind of levels of resource? Would that make our growth, our economic development, for instance, more guaranteed long term? Is that something, for instance, that we can kind of think about? What is as we're putting together a legislative agenda per se, is this something that we can attack as a team from a school's perspective, a city perspective, and a county perspective to try to deal with growth and the impact on schools in a different kind of light? That might be more effective, for instance, than figuring out whether to rezone something TOD versus keeping it, I don't know, R8, something like that. So,
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also agree that, council as a body, although we don't directly impact schools, we are part of the ecosystem that all of our schools operate in. And it's good fiduciary responsibility to think about how the city is growing, how we attract a good employment pool, companies to come here, the tax base, et cetera, with the growth of schools. But Dennis, thank you for the information you provided. And I think that was very helpful and insightful. Can you also share with us how often these numbers get updated? And if you take into account, immediate growth that has occurred in the MSA, a year ago? I want to be clear because sometimes we work with data sets that don't get updated for 5 years or 6 years. And then sometimes we work with data sets that get updated more often. So can you just tell us about how often this data set gets updated?
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Yes, it gets updated annually. So the 20th day becomes sort of the fixed point that everything revolves around. And then after we're through that, we will go ahead and evaluate where we were on our projections versus our reality. And then we'll start doing the work to project the next year and take into account other things that we get, other information that we get, actual, meters, we get, meters and permit starts and all of those sorts of things as well that also get factored in. But it's an annual process, and then that student projection process gets turned into staff allotments, which then gets turned into a budget. So that's why I said all of this sort of turns on ultimately the number of staff members we have at a given school and in the districts. Everything gets turned into a teacher ultimately.
That's really good insight. I believe we need to bring that up this evening when we give our update, because this is a data set that gets updated on an annual basis that takes into account the growth in the city and ultimately lands on, how many teachers we need to sustain the growth. So thank you for this update, Dennis. I think it's very helpful, and I think our colleagues will appreciate it this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I guess I would say I agree with the last two speakers. My view of this is it is cooperation between CMS and the city at the time of the writing of the 2040 plan and the UDO that allows us to integrate education into our vision for the city. What I don't think makes a lot of sense is trying on the occasion of each rezoning to kind of work this stuff out. So, Dennis, for example, when you made your plans, did you look at the UDO and did you say to yourself, oh, I see they're going to have, there's a lot of residential here, so maybe we should look further into the future and anticipate a need for a school, River District, or there's a 200-acre property right around Waverly that has nothing on it right now. Is that part of the thinking?
It absolutely is part of the thinking. And again, it's part of the resource challenges and limitations as to being able to go snap up land. We work with our partners at Park and Rec quite a bit because they have funding earmarked for acquiring real estate. I think the River District is a great example of collaboration between us and a developer. I just talked to Crescent folks last week. We're continuing to shape sort of what the school offerings are there. We saw Tribune brought a rezoning in that had a dedicated free school site to help mitigate the impact of their growth. So I think we also have these sort of things that we can point to where, there are responsible members of the development community who recognize a whole lot of things, including the idea that a new school is actually a boon to them. So, I think those sorts of opportunities for collaboration are ones that we definitely don't want to miss as we move through, any sort of land use conversations. But I was involved in UDO stuff. I've been at the Saturday meetings. I've been engaged, and so is some of my staff. And we absolutely did look at long-range land use planning, and we are engaged in the area planning processes. So we are taking all of that into consideration. Again, the biggest challenge that I have is I can actually, see where the train is going to jump the track. I'm just not resourced to get out there necessarily and put a new switch in before it gets to that point.
So let's talk more and see if we can help you with that. I think tonight we're supposed to report out. I think this is an incredibly valuable conversation. Dennis, I really appreciate your time, and I would like for the full council to hear what we heard. I don't know if we could do that tonight. Any thought, Ms. Babson, on whether we should try to have Dennis join us tonight if he could, or should we just plan at a future council meeting to have a section about CMS?
I think we can plan at a future council meeting. I don't know
Right.
what Dennis's availability is, given this is now the second week of school.
That's true.
Yeah, all right. We won't do that to you, Dennis. I won't even ask. But we would really love for you to come to one of our working sessions or to a council meeting and tell us essentially what you just did, give my colleagues an opportunity to learn and to ask their questions. So,
And Councilmember Driggs, what might make sense is this is one of the components, as Allison mentioned, of the infrastructure work that we're doing.
Right.
So there is at some point a need to follow up with council and give you an update. So we could do that as part of a comprehensive conversation.
but this is a topic that
Yes,
we have
absolutely.
neglected, frankly, in my mind, that keeps coming up. And so let's move upstream a little bit and have a sort of policy conversation. Would look forward then, Dennis, to hearing your recommendations. Maybe we talk also to school board members or make sure that we're doing this the right way. But if we can take this occasion to, again, build out a little bit the cooperation between CMS and City Council, I think that would be very good. Anything else?
No, I really appreciate the time.
Thank you,
And look
Dennis.
forward to ongoing conversations.
Thank you, Dennis. Really appreciate you.
Thank you, likewise.
Yes.
I was just thinking kind of out loud, the future work, any future work there probably would come from the budget and the governmental committee. Just wondering if that's something, I don't know, to just think if there's like, sometimes we work well where we cross-reference things into different committees so that we keep the work going. Like at this point in time, I think this is a good informational task, but I think we're anticipating that there needs to be some type of work that needs to be done. Maybe that's a place where that can.
In my mind, it is still a planning topic. I mean, I'm not talking turf here, but I really think that the work we do here, the UDO, those are the context for a lot of the conversations we need to have about schools. But we can certainly talk about what other committees need to be involved because of the implications. So if I don't hear anything else, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Okay, everybody who agrees, hang up.
everyone. Hope you all had.
Sorry, they're on live now. Thank you.
Okay, can we go and get started now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Budget, Governance, and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. I'm Dimple Ajmera, Chair of this committee. Let's start with introduction here.
Dante Anderson, committee member.
Patrick Baker, City Attorney.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Ryan Bergman, Budget Director.
Marie Harris, Strategy and Budget.
Jalil, Strategy and Budget.
Tina Adams, City Internal Audit.
Cherry Smith, Strategy and Budget.
Renee Askew, Assistant City Manager.
Okay. Did we get everyone covered?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, everyone. Well, thank you for joining our committee meeting today. We do have a quorum, so that's great. We have two topics. First, we will have a report from our city's internal auditor, and I would say award-winning internal audit team that we have. So first, Tina Adams from the internal audit team will provide us a review of the 2023 audit report. And then we will hear from our budget office on the implementation of the recommendations from the Equitable Development Commission. So Ms. Adams, take it away.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all so much for allowing us the pleasure of presenting our annual audit plan to you. Next slide, please. So an overview of our presentation, I'll give you a brief description of our internal audit function, and then I will get right into our two-year audit plan, which includes the 2023 audits which have been completed and are in progress. Then our two-year planned audits and other commitments of internal audit. Next slide, please. So our internal audit department, currently there are 7 of us. We have 2 offers that have been accepted for 2 additional seniors, so we're excited to have them come on board. We believe that that will help us, get through our 2-year audit plan more efficiently and expeditiously. Our tenure ranges from 6 months to almost 26 years, and we're just really excited to be able to present this plan to you today. To talk a little bit more about what we do, we make sure that the city, or we try to provide reasonable assurance that the city has an effective system of internal controls, and we also assist management in reviewing and evaluating city operations. Our goal in doing that is to promote transparency and to build confidence not only among the city departments and management, but also with our residents. The primary way we do that is that we conduct performance audits. Performance audits are defined by the GAO Yellow Book. It is one of several types of audits that can be performed. In conducting those audits, we are required to consider internal controls, fraud, and equity in every aspect of the audit, from planning all the way through field work and reporting. We occasionally conduct agreed-upon procedures and investigations. Sometimes our department will request that we look at a specific item within their function, and we to develop with them a scope of work and conduct those in accordance with the agreed-upon procedures requirements in the Yellow Book. And then, on occasion, an investigation may come up where it may be as a result of the hotline, or just the department wants us to come and take a look at something. Next slide, please. So as of June 30th, from our fiscal year 2023-2024 plan, we issued 10 audit reports. At that date, we had 8 audits in progress, but we have since issued 4 additional reports in July and August of this year. The remaining audits from the fiscal year 2023 plan are in various stages of execution, but we expect to have those issued by the end of this calendar year or early next calendar year. Next slide. So this brings us to our 2-year plan that we just developed. Every year, we talk with departments, we meet with them early in the calendar year. We do a risk assessment. We talk with them about any changes that they've had in their operations, any risks or concerns that they may have. We also consult the annual budget document. We look at council's strategic priorities. And based on, rankings of risk, the likelihood of something happening, we develop a prioritized list of audits that we intend to do over the next 2 fiscal years. We call it a 2-year plan. It's really a rolling plan. We won't complete all of these audits in FY 2024, but they should be completed by the end of FY 2025. And then we will introduce some additional prioritized audits after that. Next slide. Annually, we conduct a review of the Vice Empress Fund. That's part of CMPD's Vice unit, and they maintain a fund that they use to facilitate their investigations. Prior to that fund being replenished, we go out, they request that we come out, we look at the expenditures, documentation related to those disbursements, and we have to sign off prior to that fund being replenished. And then annually, we summarize the results of those periodic reviews in an audit report. A question? Mm-hmm.
Madam Chair, Mayor Pro Tem has a question.
Mr. Winston, do you want to wait till the presentation is complete?
It's just it's a clarifying question about something that was just presented.
Sure, go ahead.
So the Vice Impress Fund reimbursement, am I hearing like that's cash or something that CMPD has that they utilize in stings or whatever to facilitate purchases or whatever it would be used for?
Correct.
In that capacity, and you guys are checking to see if it was used properly or if there's any, just that it's all being kind of square with
That it's all accounted for.
It's all accounted for.
It's all accounted for. They maintain documentation of what the disbursement is for, whether it was a confidence buy or a pay-in informant, or, they have various activities that they may need to utilize those funds for. If there is a physical piece of evidence involved, we select a sample from their list, and we actually go to the property room and verify that there is a piece of property that they obtained in exchange for those funds. And, we make sure that they've accounted for everything that they've spent before we replenish the fund back up to the balance, the maximum balance.
And is that a public document? Is that a public record?
The Vice report is, the annual report that we issue is on our website.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry.
Yeah, any other clarifying questions, committee members? If not, Ms. Adams, can you continue?
Certainly. We regularly follow up. I'm sorry, could you go back to the previous slide? Thank you. We follow up on previously issued audit reports regularly. We look at the status of recommendations that have been implemented, but sometimes those recommendations are substantial, and so we want to actually go back and conduct an audit to make sure that they've been implemented sufficiently and adequately. This year, we plan to follow up on a report issued related to Charlotte Water Design Build and CATS procurement. Some of our audits that we plan to perform will also result in follow-ups. And audits under consideration are just that. Those are audits that we maintain a list of topics that we think may eventually end up being an audit. If time permits, we will incorporate those into the 2-year plan. But if not, there's something on the horizon that we try to keep track of those kinds of topics and make sure that we're considering audits on those. Next slide. Other commitments of internal audit. So we do administer the employee hotline. It is an employee-only hotline. A third-party vendor receives reports from employees. They can either report via the web or via a phone call. All of those reports are routed to internal audit, and we determine the appropriate next steps. In FY23, we received 35 calls. The majority of those were human resources related, so we referred those over to human resources. They do utilize the same third-party vendor for their case management of their calls. And so that makes it really easy for us to work with them to make sure that they're resolved or addressed in an appropriate manner. And then the remaining of those calls could be related to safety. They could, sometimes we don't get enough information from the reporter to follow up on those. And so we can leave a message should they call back, because they do have the opportunity to be anonymous should they want to. If they leave a name and a contact information, we can contact them directly. But if they don't do that, they are given a confirmation number. And should they call back and give that confirmation number, they will be asked the questions that we need, to get some additional information. The ERP implementation, we are transitioning, as everyone knows, to Workday and Workiva. Internal Audit is actively working with FH Black, I believe, in addition with Internal Controls Division in Finance. The plan is for us to implement their audit module, and so we're working with them now, just really in the initial phases of setting that up. But that will require staff time, a learning curve for us to transition from our current audit management system to Workiva. So that will probably impact some of our staff time and audit delivery. Lastly, the recommendation status report. That is a dashboard that is maintained on our website. This should be the most recent, this should be the status of recommendations that departments agreed to implement. And so if you click on that dashboard, and you can drill down on each one of those and see which department, what the recommendation was, and what the current status is. Next slide. Lastly, our internal audit website. On our website, charlottenc.gov, you can go to our department page. You'll be able to see current and previous audit plans as well as issued audit reports. In your packet, you have our first annual report that we've issued, so that's posted there as well. And then the recommendation status dashboard, there's a link to access that as well. And so with that, I will entertain any questions.
And Madam Chair, Ms. Anderson has her hand up.
Thank you, Marie. Thank you, Ms. Adams. Great report. This reminds me of my days from public accounting. That was almost 10 years ago. I appreciate the work that you do. It's very important to build confidence and to ensure transparency in our system. So I appreciate you and your entire team. I have a couple of questions. I will come back. Let me recognize Ms. Anderson first.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Adams, for the update. If you go back to the slide where you had the additional audits under consideration, the last bullet point here for CAT's light rail maintenance, when was the last time you conducted an audit on the CAT's light rail maintenance? Your department?
Yeah, we've never conducted an audit of CAT's light rail maintenance. This is something that, when we spoke with Brent and Victoria during our risk assessment meetings, they mentioned it. Since that time, they've had the triennial audit has been conducted, and I do believe the FTA initiated a review of light rail maintenance. And so we're staying in touch with them just to make sure that whatever we end up doing isn't a duplication of effort. We may end up looking at the documentation related to their maintenance and asset inventory. But right now, it's still sort of a moving target, if you will. We definitely will keep in touch with them just to make sure that once that FTA review is completed, we develop a scope that's appropriate.
Thank you for that update. I think with all of the work that we're doing related to CATs and our transportation system holistically, it makes sense for us to have a set cadence of an audit of the light rail maintenance. And so I'm the vice chair of the Transportation Committee. I'm on the small working group, so I know the work that we're doing from a risk mitigation, but from a planning perspective, I think we probably need to have this at least, in the next 12 to 18 months after the existing work is complete, so we can have a good set cadence of getting under the hood and ensuring safety and alignment for the ridership of CATs.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Anderson, you must have seen my notes, or maybe you can read my mind. Actually, that was the question I had. I agree with Ms. Anderson. I think the work we are doing with the CATs and having that audit done, internal audit done, I would certainly help restore public trust on our maintenance. So I would support, I think we should consider the scope and see what we can do to restore public trust in our system, at least from the internal audit perspective. And I know, Ms. Adams, you mentioned that to Ms. Anderson's question that there was no audit done in the past when it came to CAT's maintenance. So if you go back to the slide where you talked about how you approach internal audit, there are performance audits that are being done, and then there are certain times audits are being requested. So was this something that was never requested, or did this never come up when you were talking with department heads?
To my recollection, it has not come up. The previous city auditor, when we were developing our audit plans previously, a lot of the issues that were coming up were around CAT's procurement. And so we did do an audit on CAT's procurement, and then there was a Grant Thornton follow-up of that. So that was sort of where our focus was at that point, but maintenance had not come up.
Yes, and I think that is certainly concerning. And as I said previously, I think if we can look at it from the internal audit perspective and after the FDA review has been completed, it certainly help us restore public trust. That's all I have on that.
All right. Thank you.
Ms. Mayfield has a question, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maria, if you can do me a favor and go back, well, we'll stay here and move forward. Ms. Adams, thank you for the detailed report. My questions are pretty much a follow-up of some of the questions that you've heard, but also asking, with Charlotte Water, new services, when we're doing our audits are only, and this is a question, not a statement, are our audits focused just on the allocation of funds that are approved by council and to ensure that the actual projects that we've approved the funding for, that's where the money is going.
So with the Charlotte Water New Services, those are actually connection services where residents call in and say, I need water connected, or businesses will call. And so I think they have about $40 million roughly in revenue annually related to that service. And so in talking with that, we just want to make sure that there are controls in place to make sure that they are billing and collecting properly.
So does our audit also trigger, and I'm asking this question because over the weekend, I ran into an elder that has been in a home for a long time, but her water bill has gone up to over $400, which is quite a difference from what her water bill normally is. So is our audit also tracking when we have a leak, a crack, something that's on the property that will trigger at least either on your end or on Charlotte Water's end to reach out? Because if we know that your water bill has normally been $80 to $110 and it jumps considerably, then there's obviously something that's going on, because you're not just leaving the water running all day.
Yeah.
So does our audit help with that, with capturing that, or is that really the responsibility of Charlotte Water to be checking their meters to see, hey, like a welfare check, something's going on here?
Yeah. I'm not sure what Charlotte Water has around that topic or that issue. The scope that or our preliminary objective right now is really just around revenue and billing. But once we start our planning process and we talk with Charlotte Water, if we see an instance where we think we can be beneficial and take a look at something, we will incorporate that into our audit scope, but that's not in our audit
But that's
scope
not something that would create a flag for you right
for
now?
us right now. No.
Yeah, and I'm speaking with limited knowledge, but it's something we can get some more info from Water. I know that in the next couple of agendas, Charlotte Water is going out for an RFP for a pretty big smart metering project, an overhaul to the water meters that are used. And one of the intentions of that is to have the capability to start detecting some of the things that you're talking about quicker.
Thank you for that follow-up. On to the next slide, please, Marie. So Mayor Pro Tem was getting some information regarding the Vice Empress Fund reimbursements. And Ms. Adams, you mentioned that it might be a case where an item needed to be purchased for investigation. Can you give an example of what that would be?
Drugs.
So we have to turn around and purchase the drugs?
We undercover police
Okay.
officers.
Clarification. Thank you very much. 'Cause I'm like, what are we doing?
Right.
Okay, that helps. 'Cause I'm like, what? Okay, that didn't make sense to me. And when we look at the follow-up audits for Charlotte Water Design Build, CAS procurement, you say those are for substantial funding requests. What would be considered a substantial?
So, and not funding requests,
Okay.
but where we had substantial recommendations and the actions planned require us to actually go out and look at documentation and do a more deeper dive to make sure that they've implemented the action or the recommendation as they intended.
So basically, overall, to ensure that the funding that is approved is actually being spent the way that we said those monies were going to be spent?
Depending on the audit, that could be part of the scope, but I wouldn't use that as a overarching
Okay.
answer.
Or it could be like process improvements. And
Right.
things like
And
that.
process approvals. The next slide, please, Marie. And other commitments. So you mentioned we're transitioning over to Workday and WorkViva, but we have a third-party vendor. We've had about 35 calls. Most of them have been HR related. But of course, I can't read what none of that says in that recommendation status report. So Marie, I don't know if you have the ability to blow that up. So it looks like the past due is in CDOT.
I would have to drill down on that one, but I can't
Because I tried to
recall.
pull it up online.
Yeah, I
and
can't
that ain't
recall if
working.
it's CDOT or General Services. Looks like it's in general, let me see.
Because that looked like
Oh, it's
CDOT.
CDOT, yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. I'm with you, I'm struggling to see it. Yes, that's in CDOT.
So-
And that one, I do
yeah.
recall the due date was June 30. And so sometimes they, for whatever reason, they haven't had an opportunity to fully implement or even get started on implementing.
So that's what this is the recommendations have been presented. This is either past due, due soon, not action, in progress, or action as far as moving forward with the recommendation.
Correct.
So for aviation,
Yes.
we have yellow.
Yes.
Why?
So-
Why are they not moving forward with the recommendation?
They've set a time that, by which they will, and it's not just the due date in this instance. This was related to the FBO audit report, and they're looking at whether or not they're going to bid out this service. Again, it's been a while since it's been competed. And so the recommendation that we have, they really can't even start doing that until they get to that RFP decision. So it's not action because they can't really take an action as of yet.
Oh, okay.
It's a timing issue.
Okay, so that is, okay.
Right. So it's not,
Now, if a constituent or anyone were to go to charlottenc.gov and they were to look at this, do we have over to the side somewhere what the definition of past due, due soon, not activated, what that means?
what we have the link to the rec status report, and then
Okay.
right below that, we have a guidebook, some guidance. And in that guidance, it'll tell you exactly what that means. Because we're going to Workiva, though, this right now, we extract information from our current audit management system and create this dashboard. The hope and desire is that with Workiva, we'll be able to present this in a different way, but we don't know what that is yet.
Thank you again for the detailed report and what everything that you and your team are doing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Mayfield. So from everyone's comments, I hear consensus on follow-up on CAT's maintenance audit. So does anyone want to make a motion here for Ms. Adams to bring us back the scope and timeline for us to review for CAT's, specifically CAT's maintenance internal audit report?
Madam Chair, this is Ms. Anderson. I would like to motion that we have Ms. Adams' team come back with a scope and timeline for a CAT's maintenance audit.
Second.
Okay, and I'm also in support, so it's unanimous for by those who are attending. So Ms. Adam, if you could provide us the scope and timeline at later in a follow-up report, that would be great. And certainly Ms. Anderson serves on the Transportation Committee as Vice Chair, and she also serves on this ad hoc committee along with Mr. Drakes. So if, from transportation perspective, they can provide valuable feedback. But I look forward to reviewing that. I think it's critical as we are trying to restore public's confidence and trust in our CAT system. I think it would be very important that we do this.
Okay.
Okay, that's all I have, Ms. Adams. Again, thank you so much. You certainly brought me back all the memories of my early days in audit world.
Well, thank you.
Yeah. And now we will hear from our budget committee, our budget staff on the recommendations from Charlotte Equitable Development Commission. I also want to recognize the commission members. I appreciate the work that you do. and we are looking forward to implementing those recommendations.
So good
Ms.
afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, committee members. My name is Cherry Smith, and I work in our budget office. I am also service staff support for the Charlotte Equitable Development Commission. Next slide. So today, I wanted to give you guys an update on what staff is doing with the recommendations that the commission brought forward to you guys. So just want to reiterate, this group is focused on infrastructure investments, and their charge specifically is advising in the assessment of infrastructure throughout the city and making recommendations around strategies to balance that investment so that it can be equitable in areas where it's most needed. Next slide. So in April of 2023, the commission came before this group, and they made 2 recommendations. The first being around the capital projects dashboard, which they wanted to spearhead an awareness campaign, and the second being around community engagement and developing a standard operating procedure. So for the CIP dashboard awareness project, that is a partnership with our corporate communications department, and really we're looking to make sure that we're communicating that this dashboard is available, as well as trying to get more people to interact and engage with the dashboard. For the engagement standard operating procedure, this is a partnership with our Housing and Neighborhood Services Department, specifically their Community Engagement Division. And really the aim is to make sure that we're providing consistent and effective engagement efforts, and we're being transparent during that process. So really the group saw from the very beginning when they were meeting that there is equity starts with engagement and how we interact with our community. So that is why you see 2 recommendations that are not specifically centered on infrastructure, but can really support how we're interacting with our community in an equitable way. Next slide. So for our capital projects dashboard, not sure if you guys are aware of the dashboard, but our commission members actually weren't all aware of our dashboard. So the City of Charlotte, we maintain a website. Staff are responsible for inputting the information to talk about the project specifically, where it's taking place, the cost of the project or how much will be invested, and a specific project manager that can be contacted. The really cool part also is you can see on that dashboard where the project is. Is it in the planning phase? Is it in the design phase? So because our commission members weren't actually aware of this website, they said, hey, if this is available, we need to make sure that people know that this is a tool that we have available in the city. So that is what they recommended, and that is what we as staff are working on. If you'll go to the next slide. So in partnership with CCNM, we have started a social media campaign, and that social media campaign will run through December of 2023. You'll see some of the posts for both Facebook and Twitter on the right-hand side of the screen. We'll also have an email blast going out via public input. On the city's public input website, we have over 3,000 subscribers, so this information will be shared with them. We're also anticipating to include information in our FY25 budget promotion. So during our budget listening sessions, as a part of our budget survey on our website, we would also point residents to this tool that is available. And last but not least, we also have a new fellow that started with our department today. She is from UNC Charlotte, Jennifer, and one of her focuses during her fellowship time with us will be the dashboard and the content on the dashboard. Next slide. So, you know about the CIP dashboard. The next one is development near me. So this wasn't necessarily included as a part of the recommendation from the committee, but this is a tool that our planning department has been working on in partnership with the IT department. The really fun part about the development near me tool is that it brings in those pieces that are related to residential development, as well as code enforcement data, which will give you your new building permit requests, all of those wonderful things, rezoning requests, and that is what our commission members were interested in too. When you walk out your door, when you see that yellow sign, what does it mean? And where can I go to find out more information? So wanted to let you guys know about this new tool that's available that's also being promoted, but separately and through CCNM with our planning department. Next slide. So the next recommendation that came before you guys was around community engagement and developing a standard operating procedure. And for those that may have known me in my work in the city, engagement is a passion of mine. So this was a really good one for me to be able to take part in with the group. So the city of Charlotte started in 2020 with work with Johns Hopkins University, GovX Academy to develop an engagement toolkit. As that work was taking place, the Community Engagement Division quickly figured out that they needed to establish some guiding principles. So those guiding principles would just serve as the city's commitment to how we will show up in communities when it comes to programs and things that our Housing and Neighborhood Services Department would be touching or citywide initiatives. So from that, we had our Community Engagement Division to come and present to the group, and they said, hey, we really need to know what will you guys do when it comes to engagement around programs and projects within the city. The community should be able to know what will take place and how will you interact with us. Are you asking for our input? Are you just coming to inform us? So all of those things are included in the recommendation, and thankfully our engagement division has figured out a way to develop this SOP. Next slide, please. So the group will be working with a certified facilitator from the International Association from Public Participation to develop this standard operating procedure. In August, that facilitator began benchmarking, so reaching out to other agencies to determine what do they do as far as engagement is concerned. And our engagement division has been working with our internal partners. So we have public information officers, we have an engagement team, and understanding their body of work and how they approach engagement so that we can ensure that this SOP is something that is not just a document that goes on the shelf, but something that we can truly implement and sustain across the city of Charlotte or within our organization. Starting in September, there will be further external stakeholder engagement, and we will specifically have a workshop with the Equitable Development Commission to work through how they anticipate this SOP showing up in the community, and they will be able to work with the facilitator on what those training options look like and how this SOP will be implemented. So next slide. So as staff, like I said, is working on those first two recommendations, the group is going full steam ahead on their next potential recommendation to the committee. And in partnership with the planning department, the group will be going through a focused exercise around area planning, right? So you may know that the planning department is doing community area planning. This is something different. This is very specific to this group where they will be able to identify areas within the city that are anticipated to see rapid growth. And within those areas, figure out where are the gaps in infrastructure and what programs or projects could be available to help address those gaps in infrastructure. Within this process, they would then come back and hopefully make some recommendations to council around what could be implemented in order to support the work that they're doing as a group. So this will be a facilitator-led workshop with the group, as well as staff being available for the group. They will be in a room, they will have lots of maps, they will have lots of data resources available to them as they work to identify these areas and then develop what could potentially be packages to address the infrastructure gaps. The real focus of this work will be how can they develop packages that can be replicated throughout the city. As we know, when you identify these areas of high growth, they're not the only areas of high growth. There are other areas that will experience similar growth, and is there a way to deploy our resources to those areas as well? So with that, I will stop talking and ask if you have any questions.
And Madam Chair, Ms. Mayfield and Ms. Anderson both have their hands raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, for this presentation. I know we have Mr. Winston in the room, and we talked about the engagement process and how civic engagement is a key to everything that we do. And I think Mr. Winston would be, I'm sure he's probably jumping up and down because this is something that he had brought at our, when our committee last year was discussing the civic engagement, and he was certainly a force behind this. So I'm glad to see this come through for implementation through this committee. But I will open, let me recognize Ms. Anderson, followed by Ms. Mayfield for follow-up questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mays, for this update. I think the community engagement SOP is definitely critical and much needed. I would also just underscore your marketing and visualization campaign around a lot of the tools you have. Please get that out. I feel as, just this is my first term on council, we have so many great tools that staff creates and we have access to, but there's very low knowledge around, those tools, and therefore the usability of those tools are low. So I would definitely support a robust marketing campaign around that to inform constituents and as well as other commission members as well. The last point I wanted to make is I love the work that's going to be done in these high growth areas around area planning. I would just caution us to not use the same phrase of community area planning. I know it said focused community area planning, but I think that is a way that we could potentially create confusion for constituents and for other citizens. So I think we need to name that process, rename that process, whether it's, high density or high growth strategy sessions, but we need to name it something else so we don't create confusion on the front end. But I think the work is definitely well needed and will be received in the community. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
That's all I had, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Ms. Mayfield?
Actually, I'm going to defer to Mayor Pro Tem, and I'll speak afterwards.
Sure. Mr. Winston?
Just real quick, oftentimes, we in government have a lot of the information that people are looking for. I think just building off of what Ms. Anderson was saying, but it's really difficult for us to maybe communicate that. That's not necessarily our strong suit, which is why we depend on partners like in the media to tell a story as well. So my suggestion would be, as we're looking at how to continue to use the assets we have, and as we're bringing new things on, like Near Me, as charlotte.nc.gov, it's really useful to just have data visualization tools. So if it's a graph, if it's a illustration that shows some of this important or relevant information, it's easy for council members to share. It's easy for the community to ingest. Sometimes we have these cool tools, but honestly, they become overwhelming for folks that just want to know, like you said, what's going on outside their door. So working with council, I think, to figure out which data visualization tools are going to be best to help us communicate could go a long way over the long term. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Winston. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Smith, great information. Of course, I have a couple of questions. So, Marie, if you could go back to the updates on implementation, the second slide. Yes. Nope. I'm going to go to that one next, but yes. So, I follow the city on Facebook and Instagram. Don't do X, fascism. So there are a number of people who don't follow X. Even when I go through on Facebook and on Instagram, I don't see where we've been promoting this. So it might be helpful for us to ramp that up. If we said that it's been promoted, I keep looking at you since you're a young person that knows how to work media, surrounded by us that are maybe not so young anymore, only in mind. So it would be helpful because like the first 6 pages on Instagram, of course, we got the CLT Plus app. Yay, took me 3 years to get it, but we finally got that being promoted. But I don't see this, so it might be helpful. Also, your council members have, all of us have anywhere from 1 to, depending on if we get a full term, up to 4 town halls. It will be helpful to utilize us. There needs to be an actual training on the near me, of which, Marie, if you could go to the next slide, please. Because when you just pull up near me, this is confusing as heck if you don't know what it's saying. There are a lot of red stars, yellow stars. You can put an address in, but if you don't really know what it is you're looking for, like I just did typical residential development. It says residential projects in review. I click on it. It review data. It gives me an application date from 2021 of a project for 4 units, but that's not really, we're in 2023. Are we saying that this is moving forward, is not moving forward? We have the total count of how many permitted projects are out there, but it would be helpful if we put some energy into actually, in our workshops, having a breakout session to actually walk you through going and utilizing this, because it's a great resource, but a resource is only as good as its accessibility. And if you are uncomfortable with trying to maneuver, that's going to cause a big challenge. Going back, and please forgive me for getting more and more congested as I sit in this cold room. There was the conversation as far as community awareness. Well, and that's the next slide, Marie, please. This community engagement piece. So one of the potential challenges is we create an amazing connector opportunity in this, but there's a disconnect again on how it's being implemented, because we have on here to inform, consult, involve, collaborate, and empower. And we have it broken down under empower to place the final decision-making in the hands of the public. We have a project right now that's going on in the city where we reached out to the community. We did surveys in the community. But yet, what we are considering as a council body is in direct opposition of the idea of having decisions in the hands of community. We need to make sure that we're being as transparent as possible when we're looking at community engagement, and this is something I spoke to years ago. We have the community give us their time and their talent, but then we go and what we, through staff recommendation and council support, submit is something that in some cases are in direct opposition to what it is the community is looking at. We also have to look at the impact of our current 2040 plan as well as the UDO. Have we left space in that new language for community to really be engaged? Because it is a great tool, again, only if that tool is accessible. When we look at the equity framework that previous council approved, part of that discussion is community impact, because we're making decisions and not necessarily really taking into account that neighborhood impact. We like the idea of a 10-minute neighborhood, but whether people look at screen back, big picture, you're resegregating. Because that 10-minute neighborhood is for those people that live there. And if you're outside and you want to drive in because you don't have public transportation to get over there, or you say, well, get a scooter, there's a level of access that you're assuming someone has to have a phone with a credit card or something attached to it for you to go on and use all these mobile things, whether it's getting a scooter, whatever it is. So when we're having these type of conversations of community engagement, I would like for us to really, to the best of our ability, think of when you're having a conversation with grandma, or you're having a conversation with auntie that's 75, still very active, but not as engaged. Is this going to make sense for them, and would they be able to utilize it and feel like their voice is being heard? But the information that you presented is absolutely amazing. I'm just thinking about how do we really get to the place of avoiding unintended consequences. Personally, I'm not a fan of the logic because you can pretty much pick out potential consequences if you really utilize the equity framework on the front end. So when we say unintended consequences, that means we didn't have enough diversity at that original table. Just like we look at AI today. AI is only as good as the programmer. We know now that if you are melanated, you are going to have a different experience with AI than someone who is not. It is only, any program is only as good as the diversity that's in that room, whether that is socioeconomic, whether that is ability and or disability, whether that is age. The more diverse that team is, the better chance of creating something that's going to be widely used. Yes, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of the committee members for your feedback. I do want to highlight one thing about this IAP2 spectrum of public participation. This is a graphic that is provided by the International Association of Public Participation. So really, every engagement opportunity will not hit every one of these, right? This is mostly saying that we as a city will commit to clearly articulating up front whether this is we're here to consult, we're here to inform, or are we here to really get feedback and have this to be a dynamic process between the city and residents, and being transparent on there's sometimes when we can, give agency to folks and we can have that conversation. And there's sometimes where it's like laws or policies and that type of thing say that we can't necessarily have that type of dialogue as it relates to this program. So just want to offer that as just a little bit more context to that graphic, but also how we are taking that and starting to embed it within our engagement process to make sure that we're being as transparent as possible.
And I appreciate that clarification, because that's really what it is. It is about how do we make sure, if it's 3, if it's 4, if it's 1 or 2, whichever one of these blocks, making sure on the front end the community knows this is what we're trying to do. We want to inform you that this is what's going to be happening. May or may not empower you, but you should be empowered by receiving the information and being educated to know how to utilize all these things like Near Me and be able to receive updates. And if we can, there was a time, and Mayor Pro Tem, you remember this, I would say, what was it, 2017, 2018, where council actually went to corporate communications and we did little videos. And we would engage the community about different things that were coming up. It was done by district as well as at-large members. That was another way that we were able to get the message out to the community that, hey, back then, I was pushing the COT Plus app that is going to be coming, but there's a way to engage us to say, hey, here's some updates that's coming. We partnered with this particular organization. We're going to be coming to your neighborhood soon. And how would you like us to come to your neighborhood? Because there's more of y'all than there are of us. So how can we stay connected? But I definitely appreciate any of the work. Ms. Marie, did Councilmember Anderson have any other questions? I know Madam Chair needed to step away.
No, Ms. Anderson, did you have anything else?
No, no, Marie, thank you, and thank you, Councilmember Mayfield. I'm okay right now.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, did you have anything else? So just for clarification, today is just information. You don't need a recommendation from committee?
No, ma'am, and we will take the feedback that you guys have given us and share it with the commission.
Thank you so very much for this wonderful presentation. And with that, unless staff has any additional update for us, then we can accept the motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Second, thank you, Councilmember Anderson, for joining in online.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Hi.
Oh, okay, y'all can hear me. Thank goodness. I think we're all ready to go. I think there's a quorum present. And I'm going to rely on you to help me facilitate the meeting today, if you don't mind. Thank you, sir. I'm not feeling too well, so wanted to stay away from everybody.
I'm happy to do that, Malcolm. You just tell me what you need. Shall I start the introductions?
Yeah, once you run the meeting today, and I'll be a passive participant from afar.
All right. So good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this September 5th meeting of the Charlotte City Council Jobs Economic Development Committee. We'll start as we usually do with introductions. Over in the far corner of the room there, please.
Hi, I'm Lindsay Bracciale. I'm here representing the Business Advisory Council. And I'm Anna London with Charlotte Works.
Anthony Mendez, the Emerging Executive.
Monica Holmes, Quarters of Opportunity.
Matt Dufour, Economic Development.
Daniel Frazier, Workforce Development.
Juan Garzon, Business Innovation.
Christy Floyd, Economic Development.
Anika Ellis, Economic Development. Holly Eskridge, Economic Development.
Tracy Dodson, City Manager's Office.
Ed Driggs, Committee Member.
Victoria Watlington, Committee Member.
Braxton Winston, Mayor Pro Tem.
Natasha Smith, Charlotte Business Inclusion.
Tawanda Brown, Economic Development.
Anna Schwannis, City Attorney's Office. Alexis Gordon, Economic Development.
Todd Long, Economic Development.
Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Aisha Sabor, Quarters of Opportunity.
Walter Blackman, Quarters of Opportunity.
Erin Gillespie, Corridors of Opportunity.
And on the phone, please.
This is Malcolm Graham, Committee Chairman.
Dimple Ashmara, Committee Member.
Wanted-
Committee Member.
All
May I
right.
ask you, City Manager's Office?
Good. I think we have everybody. So we have 3 items on the agenda today. I'm here in the room. The chair is on the phone. I guess I'll just hand right over to Holly Eskridge for a small business update.
All right, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. So thanks so much for having us today. I'm very, very excited to have the opportunity to have this amazing team of people. You can go to the next slide. Who work on our business innovation team, that work with small businesses every day, that really focus on equity and inclusion in the ecosystem. And we really wanted to give you an overview of obviously introduce ourselves, but then also give you an overview of who we are, what we do, and how we really work hard to support and lift up your priority of supporting small businesses in Charlotte. So I will turn it over to the team to introduce themselves. Again, my name is Anika Ellis. In my role, I manage the Amp Up Charlotte program and support additional minority business initiatives. I also support the Business Advisory Committee, so I just want to give Lindsay Bracciale another shout out for being here to represent the committee. Thank you, Lindsay.
Hey, hello again. I'm Christy Floyd, and I consider myself a dot connector. So I help connect our small businesses in the community to resources that can help them start and grow. One of the ways we do that is by convening our Small Business Ecosystem Partner Roundtable, and that group meets quarterly. These are academic organizations, government agencies, nonprofits, and chambers of commerce that serve small businesses in the city. So we like to get them together to help them to learn what each other does, to help them collaborate, to help them work together, and to help them to just be able to make soft referrals to each other. If a business comes in and they're not able to help them, we want them to know who can help them. So we work really hard on that. Charlotte Business Inclusion is a partner in that group, but more than quarterly, we meet with them monthly because we want to be able to serve our small businesses together collaboratively. Like an example of that is their new construction bonding program. We're talking about when that comes online, how we can connect to Amp Up Charlotte with that, and how when our businesses are ready to do that business, they can move into this program and then learn the skills that they need to be able to get that business, to keep the business, and to succeed.
Hello, everybody. My name is Juan Garzon. I guess the most recent addition to the business innovation team on the economic development side. My focus is on innovation-driven entrepreneurship. This is entrepreneurs that have the ability to scale and are based on innovation. These companies tend to have different needs. need different resources and sometimes even speak a different language than your traditional Main Street businesses and small businesses. And so I try to focus on finding resources and opportunities in this particular space, some of which we're going to talk a little bit about here today.
And you can go to the next slide, please. So this is just an overview of what we're going to cover for you today. We're going to talk about some of our minority small business support initiatives and programs, and then we're going to also talk about some general small business support programs. Some of these things you've probably heard a lot about. Some of these may be new to you. We just want to give you an overview of these so you have a good understanding of what our team works on. So next slide, please. So two of our most recent approved initiatives are listed here. First, our small business ecosystem strategy. This is an exciting new initiative that City Council approved in the spring, and we are working through the RFP process to begin selecting a vendor to conduct this study. The whole goal of this study is to be able to identify the gaps and maybe the challenges that small businesses face, especially our ethnic minority small businesses, and help to come up with programs or initiatives or resources that may support them and help them to have equitable access to resources. And I'm going to pass it over to Juan to talk about the Innovation-Led Startup Accelerator.
Similar to the Small Business Ecosystem Strategy Project, in the spring, we also brought before Council some of the needs and challenges that we had in the innovation space. And a lot of local founders really struggling with capital, accessing capital. So as a result, we proposed and got funding approved for an innovation-led startup accelerator, where we're able to bring a national partner in with access to a capital network and a track record on DEI-focused initiatives. And we're right now in the procurement process. This will be open as a RFP, but it'll be an accelerator focused on local companies that are innovation-driven and helping them get prepared for and tapped into national capital network. This pilot is going to run for 2 years. We'll focus again on local founders, an emphasis on diverse founders, underrepresented female, ethnic minority founders. And the goal is this project will support between 25 and 40 companies each year.
All right. Next slide, please.
Awesome. So here we wanted to take the opportunity to highlight this full programming pathway you see here for minority business owners. This does include the City of Charlotte's AMP Up program, but it also includes programming from other outside organizations that are specifically for minority business owners. And these are all programs that the city supports. This is, of course, not a full list of all of the programming that's out there for minority business owners, but we did want to start with just this kind of snapshot of what's out there. And you'll see the pathway starts from the very, very early stage entrepreneur and goes all the way up into program like Scale Up Charlotte that is there to assist business owners reach that $1 million mark. So to start from the beginning, the first one you see here is the Boost Pad. The Boost Pad is an organization that is focused on assisting entrepreneurs from ideation phase and beyond. So it's a great early stage program for entrepreneurs. The Boost Pad is focused on underrepresented founders. So their offerings are for women and ethnic minority-owned businesses, and they do include access to startup capital as one of their offerings. Next here, you'll see Aspire Community Capital. So Aspire is another one of those great resources for the earlier stage entrepreneur or small business. They now include access to capital in the form of microloans, up to $25,000 for small business owners, as well as 3 different programs for businesses as well. And Aspire is really focused on assisting entrepreneurs that are low to moderate income. So next you'll see AMP Up Charlotte. AMP Up Charlotte is the city's 7-month business growth program. This is a program that is for businesses that are already established, that are ready to scale. So on the eligibility, you'll see that we're looking specifically for ethnic minority business owners. We ask that the business has been in business at least 2 years. We ask that they have 1 additional employee, or majority owner of the business. So the eligibility requirements get a bit more rigorous as we get into AMP Up Charlotte. AMP Up Charlotte uses the Enterprise Streetwise MBA curriculum. And this is a nationally recognized curriculum, and Enterprise is an awesome partner that we have in AMP Up Charlotte. The curriculum goes through quite a bit in the 7 months we hold the program, and the main output is the 3-year strategic growth plan. We also include one-on-one coaching and other offerings as well. With each cohort of Amp Up Charlotte that we do, we partner with a large anchor institution or corporate partner, and their role is really to come in and help provide that access to contracting opportunities, to networking opportunities with their organization. So for instance, we're currently partnering in cohort 7 with the Charlotte Airport. In the upcoming cohort 8, we will be partnering with the Charlotte Regional Visitors Authority. So to date, we have graduated 85 business owners from Amp Up Charlotte. We graduated cohort 6 back in April. We're currently running cohort 7 that will graduate in November. We're also at the same time starting up cohort 8 of the program, which will run until April 2024. We've had lots of demand for the Amp Up Charlotte program, so we're excited to now be at the point where we can host them on a more continuous basis to better serve the small business community and kind of try to reach that demand that we've been receiving. Another important piece of Amp Up Charlotte is the reporting. So our curriculum provider, Enterprise, does an annual assessment as part of Amp Up Charlotte for up to 3 years. After the business owner graduate, they get an annual assessment. Through that data in 2022, there was a reported $1.4 million in total value of contracts secured. 67% of businesses reported an increased or maintained revenue. 108 jobs created or retained, and we had a reported 88% of staff hired from the local community. So again, super excited about all the excitement around Amp Up Charlotte, and we're looking forward to continuing that program. Next in the continuum, we have...
I've got to.
Oh, yeah.
You're not going to brag on herself, so I'm just going to do it really quick. So I want to say that Amp Up Charlotte, Enterprise, is the curriculum partner that we use. They use Amp Up Charlotte as the model program nationally. They ask other cities to model their structure, what they do, based on what the city of Charlotte does. So I really want to hit home on that. A real reason for that is because we brought in this whole anchor kind of corporate or larger scale procurement partner that works with the not just the current class, but actually those partners are open up to the alumni as well. So it's a continuous, really growth building opportunity. So I did want to say that. Thank you.
So next in the continuum, we have Next CLT. Next CLT is considered one of the next steps after Amp Up Charlotte. Their eligibility is similar. They're also a program for ethnic minority business owners. You'll see the revenue is a little bit higher. They're looking for business owners that have reached that $250,000 mark, and they ask that businesses have been in business at least 3 years. Next CLT does provide $15,000 in capital as part of their offerings, and they also have additional training, coaching, quarterly networking as well. And last in the continuum, we have Scale Up Charlotte. So Scale Up Charlotte is a partnership between the Charlotte Alliance Foundation, the Entrepreneurs Organization, and the City of Charlotte. So Scale Up Charlotte is essentially a scholarship, a partial scholarship into the EO's Accelerator Program, and that Accelerator Program is really focused on getting businesses to that $1 million mark within the next few years. As part of the Scale Up Charlotte scholarship, entrepreneurs also receive Alliance Ally Level benefits, which is access to their events, annual trips, and more. For eligibility for Scale Up, they are looking for business owners that have reached that $250,000 mark, and you can be anywhere from $250,000 up into that $999,000 range, right under the $1 million mark. And their program is for women and or ethnic minority owned businesses. So again, this is just a quick snapshot of lots of the offerings for minority-owned businesses, and we at the city continue to work with these organizations and more to, share these resources with all the entrepreneurs we can, and let them know about all the different types of programming that's out there, so we can better serve the business community. We can go to the next slide.
I feel like we use the word excited a lot because you can tell how excited we are about all the things that we do. But this is another one of those programs that is really inspiring. Back in the spring, the city announced its partnership with Operation Hope. And Operation Hope is a nonprofit that has started this 1 Million Black Businesses Initiative. Now, this is a national initiative that is working with cities across the nation to help start and grow Black-owned businesses. They want to start 1 million Black-owned businesses or grow 1 million Black-owned businesses by the year 2030. And the city has committed to signing up 1,000 businesses for this program. Back in April, we had our big announcement. A shout out to Councilmember Graham, who gave the opening remarks for that event. There were over 100 Black-owned businesses at this event. We held it at Do Greater Charlotte, which is in West Charlotte. And if you don't know about Do Greater Charlotte, that's a presentation for a whole nother day, but you should find out what they're doing over there. It's really spectacular. We were excited to introduce these new tools to the businesses. They're things like online education, seminars, other types of online resources like Shopify. They get a 1-year subscription to Shopify, and that helps businesses realize that they don't have to stick to marketing in Charlotte. They now have a national platform to market their business. In addition to that, they have in-person counseling. There are 3 business counselors here in Charlotte that work with Operation Hope to meet with businesses one-on-one in person. And back to the most exciting part, that all this is free to the business. So there is no cost to participate in this program. It's just another tool in our toolbox to help our Black-owned businesses succeed. Next slide, please. One other thing that we're also excited about, we're excited about all of these things, is our Financial Business Academy. So back during the Albemarle Road Corridor Playbook, it became apparent to us that Hispanic business owners had some barriers to accessing resources. So we put our heads together with the Corridor team to help come up with some solutions to that. And what floated to the top for us was Prospera. Prospera is a national nonprofit, and they have been located in Charlotte for about 10 years, but they serve Hispanic business owners in Spanish. And so we partnered with them to come up with this Financial Business Academy. It's conducted entirely in Spanish, and since the Corridor team already had a partnership with the Simmons YMCA, we're holding it at the Simmons YMCA. Now, this satisfies one of the priority recommendations of the playbook to help Hispanic business owners connect with this information. The Corridors of Opportunity funded 3 of these classes. The first cohort was held in July, and they had 25 business owners attend. We were excited about that because we were hoping for 15, but they blew it out of the water and had 25 attend. So we were happy that the business owners took advantage of this opportunity. The next class will be in September. It's on the 14th, and then the 3rd cohort will meet sometime later in the fall. Some of the topics that they cover are things like understanding financial statements, ratio analysis, budgeting, and forecasting. So the goal really is just to build trust with these Hispanic business owners, especially the ones located in our corridors of opportunity, to help them to learn more about the resources that the city has available to them. So next slide, please. Okay, this is my Christmas. This is my Christmas in May. Small Business Month is my most favorite thing to talk about, and the reason is because we spotlight small businesses for an entire month. I know there's a National Small Business Week. That's not good enough for me. I need a whole month, so we call May Small Business Month here in Charlotte. One of the things that we do every year is host a kickoff event in the beginning of May, and this year was our biggest event ever. We had over 170 business owners attend this. Everybody was so excited. They were happy to be there. They were networking, and we were able to spotlight our 31 Days of Biz. So 31 Days of Biz is a campaign that we host every year. We spotlight one business owner every day on YouTube the entire month of May. So we hire a local minority vendor, Rebrand Media, Eric Halili, to create these videos. He has to start in February. It takes a long time to make 30 videos. So we put these on our YouTube channel. You should check them out. They're really fantastic. All of our 31 Days of Biz this year were AMP Up alumni. So you can see in that picture, they were so excited to be there. There are lots of other events in May for Small Business Month. One is the Mayor's International Community Awards and things like Crowns of Enterprise. These are all things meant to celebrate small businesses. We want to shine a light on them. They're doing such great things in our city, and Small Business Month is just one way of doing that. Next slide.
Just another plug, but the team really works hard to, when we can, procure with our AMP Up graduates. And so the Rebrand Media, who makes the videos, actually is an AMP Up graduate. So just wanted to show that full circle.
Next up is Charlotte Innovation Week. So during 1 week of Small Business Month, we actually focus on the innovation-led entrepreneurial ecosystem. This week included, I think we had 18 events plus a couple other things like free co-working days and all of that. So in this 1 week, we had a talent jam, pitch events, different happy hours, investor education sessions, over 550 attendees. These were current entrepreneurs, prospective entrepreneurs, investors. And this really shows sort of a lot of energy energy around the innovation-led entrepreneurial community here. And it's events like these, like Small Business Month, that really allow us to take advantage of the city's role as a convener of sorts. We're not hosting all 18 of these events. These are some hosted by the city, some hosted by partner organizations, but it's really bringing all of that together to highlight and make these connections. If we could go to the next slide. Similar to Charlotte Innovation Week in May, we're also the local partner for Global Entrepreneurship Week, which, as it sounds, is a global celebration of entrepreneurship. There's 20,000 partners throughout the world that will all be celebrating November 13th through the 19th with a series of, again, events, different convenings. The city is going to be hosting a kickoff event at that one. And you might think, we've got Small Business Month and Charlotte Innovation Week in the spring, Global Entrepreneurship Week in the fall, but we constantly get told by entrepreneurs that they want more of these opportunities to engage with each other, to engage with resource partners, to engage with the city and other community partners. And so these really are, fantastic opportunities to get in front of those small businesses and to make sure that they know about the resources and opportunities that exist here. So we're excited here in just a couple months to be hosting the next, this will be the third time that we've participated in Global Entrepreneurship Week. We had 20 events last year, and we're expecting this one to be much, much bigger. And
So before we get into that, I just want to recognize this team. So really, it was an amazing thing that happened in May, Small Business Month. We had several partners, and I'll read them out. It's Charlotte-Mecklenburg Black Chamber, Latin American Chamber of Commerce, Carolina's Asian American Chamber of Commerce, Historic West End Partners, Plaza Midwood Merchants Association, Carolina's LGBT Chamber of Commerce, Black Business Owners Corporation, and the Women's Business Center of Charlotte all come together and acknowledge and celebrate and lift up the work of this team and the successes that they've had and day in and day out, every day they do for our small business community. So that was a very nice thing for them to do as part of Small Business Month.
So I know there's some questions. I just wanted to make sure you all had the opportunity to kind of see how, we talk a lot about corridors, and we'll talk about corridors next, and you all have been able to see and watch that evolve firsthand, really how horizontal it is in terms of collaborating internally and externally. And we think that we're getting there very much so with the way that we're interacting with small businesses internally, whether it be with CBI or externally and other partners out in the ecosystem to make sure that we're delivering the best that we can for our small businesses.
So I am bowled over by the energy and enthusiasm of this group. You guys could sell anything. Chairman Graham, I have 3 people with questions. Did you want to say something, or shall I just go ahead and take the questions?
I'm going to make a brief comment, then we'll flip it to Dimple. I think she has a question first. But I just want to thank the small business group for sure. I worked with them for the past year on a wide variety of issues related to small business in general, specifically minority-owned firms. And their work sometimes gets lost in all the other stuff that the committee does. But their work is very valuable, is appreciated, and is very necessary for our community. And so we talk about the big stuff, but this is really, really important for the long-term growth and development of our city and our community, the support that we give to small business owners, and what they do in terms of hiring. These folks hire more folks than many of the major banks in our city. And so the fact that we are providing resources to them and giving them a hand up is very necessary. And I just really appreciate all the work that the staff has done. Thank you.
Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Mr. Drakes, and I agree with the remarks that was made by Councilmember Graham. The small businesses contribute so much to our local economy, and they provide so many jobs. So I appreciate the work that our economic development team has been doing. And Holly, thank you so much for your leadership. I have sent some of our local businesses your way, and they all had great things to say about the connections you were able to help them with. So, and the strategy we had with, yes, this Financial Business Academy what are the plans to scale this to other ethnic business owners who have similar challenges, also that face language barrier? When I had talked to some of our business owners who are actually who are on Albemarle corridor, they had similar concerns. I mean, we're talking about Vietnamese-owned businesses, Chinese-owned businesses, I mean, that fall under this Asian American API umbrella, had shared similar concerns. I was wondering if there was a pathway to scale this to other ethnic businesses.
Yes, thank you so much for that question. This is definitely a pilot program. We were starting with this as a part of the Albemarle Road Corridor Playbook, but there is definitely the opportunity to expand to other ethnic minority groups. We first wanted to see how it worked and see how well it was received, and then we plan to come together to sort of dive into how we can continue to expand this program.
Thank you. I think I do see I do see an opportunity for us to expand this program now that we have seen early success with this program. If we can work with some of the organizations that you mentioned, Carolina's Chinese Chamber of Commerce, Asian American Chamber of Commerce, to really help with within this ethnic community to help us. Because what makes Albemarle Road Corridor so special is that we have many businesses that represent over 30 or 50 ethnic groups that all thrive and that make that corridor so special. And I'm sure Councilmember Molina can speak to it. But certainly I think we need to do everything that we can to support the small businesses. And other question I have is one of the first 2 or 3 slides where you had sort of a roadmap where it starts, where you had multiple programs, MPOP program, Next CLT, and so on. Could you bring that slide up here? Yes, so what I notice here, some of these programs that we have where eligibility requirements are specific to ethnic minority. But, you know, I hear from some of our veterans-owned businesses, LGBTQ-owned businesses, they also have similar challenges with access to capital. Have we considered expanding some of these eligibility requirements to those groups who are facing similar access to capital challenges?
Thank you for that, Councilmember Ajmira. So we absolutely, the reason why for the purposes of the city support, we do MWSBE is because that's what the CBI policies are around MWSBE, and I'm not going to go into why I'm not veteran or anything else. I can hear Thomas Powers right now. But anyway, I'm not going to go into why that is because that's not our area, but we were just trying to fall in line with what the city supports as far as when it sets goals and things like that. But as far as recognizing that underrepresented founders, those founders with challenges, DEI, I mean, that is very, very inclusive of populations like the LGBT plus community, veterans, et cetera. So yes, I mean, as far as we are concerned, we absolutely are very supportive and inclusive of those populations as well.
Yes, I think certainly this is a decision where a council will need to make. I would be open to my colleagues' input about potentially expanding this to other areas, and where we actually need to look at some of the challenges from our veteran-owned businesses, LGBTQ-owned businesses, and see how we could expand that. But I'd like to hear from Mr. Driggs and some of our other committee members who are present. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Watlington.
Thank you. I've got a few questions. Thank you. I've got a few questions. If you could go to slide 4. Well, it really isn't necessarily, doesn't have to be tied to a slide. The first question I have are, when we think about our small business industries, the conversation is I hear a lot that we focus heavy on construction. We do a lot of building in our community, and so that's understandable. But I'm wondering if someone could articulate to me who are kind of our natural small business owners. We think about like Silicon Valley. There's a lot of tech there, right? So you maybe high startup capital, but really and truly, when you think about having to purchase big equipment, you don't necessarily have to do that. It's really all about the software development, being able to hire your engineers and things like that. What here in Charlotte do we see are people naturally leaning to when it comes to starting businesses? And the reason I ask the question is because I'm wondering how we tailor our programs specific to what's thriving in our community.
So I'll start, and please, by all means, jump in, because I know maybe Juan has a different perspective than like Christy and Anika. So I would say for us, I'm going to use Amp Up, right, as an example. You know, Anika, tell me if I'm correct here, but when we're doing historically the recruitment for Amp Up, we actually thought, could we do something that's industry specific? And we've never been able to. It's just been agnostic. I think it's kind of been, which is I think a beautiful thing, to have small businesses coming in at, I would say, all types of points as far as industry, an industry perspective. And so we talked about, the potential partnership with CBI once they get their bonding program going, but I'm not even sure if we could fill a whole cohort. Do you know what I'm saying? We may just have to do like half of one that's construction and then other companies. But I've really not seen where there's a specific industry clusters. We really have that diverse of an ecosystem, and I feel like our partners would reiterate the same thing, because this is something to talk about. However, what will be very, very telling is what comes out of this ecosystem strategy, because it will actually, we do amazing work. The whole community does amazing work. I'm not going to take anything away from that. But no one's done it with a single strategy that has said, this is what works in the Charlotte community, not just for the city of Charlotte. This is what's going really well. This is what the ecosystem looks like. These are the areas that you need to address, as far as gaps in services, so that we're really collectively working towards the greater good to support our small businesses. So I'm really very, very excited about this strategy, because I think it will give, and when that's done, we will absolutely bring that back to you all. It's going to give us a really good, I think, a better feel for the data that's needed to be able to answer that question.
I gotcha. I don't know why I feel like that feels like it was done at some point. Okay. I don't know if that maybe it was part of the arts and culture conversation, and this is a broader piece. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the next question is just very specifically on the bottom right-hand corner here. It says RFP process will be used to select the firm which must support 25+ companies per year. Am I understanding that what we're looking for is someone to connect the companies to this national firm? Is that?
So what we're doing is bringing a national accelerator. So maybe you've heard of organizations like Techstars or Generator, some of these accelerators that set up programs in multiple cities. And the idea is to bring one of those here. So we're looking for an accelerator partner to bring here, set up shop here, work with local businesses, which is 25+ companies per year.
Gotcha. Okay. And then the next question I have is on slide 5. I see the continuum here, and I'm wanting to dig in a little bit more between what I think is the Boost Pad and Amp Up. First of all, I want to make sure I understand, what is the city's connection to the Boost Pad? Are we helping to fund it? What are we doing specifically there, or is that just a private organization that's operating?
So it's a separate organization. The city has in the past provided funding from our MWSBE budget for the Boost Pad.
Okay. And then how are entrepreneurs that are between this, I see that they're providing access to startup currency, then I see the microloans at access to capital, but then really kind of the next jump up is really Amp Up, and it doesn't appear to necessarily be about providing capital so much as providing opportunities for contracts, if you will, or relationship development. Where do entrepreneurs who are looking for startup capital go, that are looking specifically for like OpEx? Like, I don't need to buy another truck, but I need funding to hire my first employees. Where does that fit on this continuum?
So I think it would be, a lot of them do start with the boost pad, just because they do provide that currency. I think a lot of it, like you see Aspire, you see Amp Up, it's more learning based. So if they are wanting that capital and they're, before this 250 and they're more in the beginning stages, it would be the boost pad for them. And this isn't all of the, programming in the city per se, but that would be the one here.
Sure. I'd be very interested to see what role that we can play in that space, because I feel like a lot of,
I'm sorry, we're trying to figure out who was going to say this point. So both have the same one. So access to capital is always an issue. I mean, you've heard it. We've all heard it. The C3 fund that you guys just approved Monday, week ago Monday? Yeah. That I think will be a really good resource. And what we can do here is we can get the business in a place where they actually can secure the capital. I mean, that's part of the issue sometimes too, is just having the ability to go out. I mean, I remember when we did all of those grants for the small business, during COVID, and I was just, we made it as easy as possible, and I was amazed at the challenges in getting some of that documentation, which it really taught us a lot and our partners a lot about what we needed to do, even just building in things like this that provide structured like business acumen to get to the point where they can access something like the C3 fund.
Thank you. And then I was just curious, you spoke a little bit to it as far as the results from Amp Up, but I'd be curious, have we been able to quantify the revenue generation of the graduates?
So they don't report revenue. They do report, financing secured, loan secured as far as new capital, but they do not report to us, how much they're making total per year. That's not included in our annual report.
Gotcha. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions. Years ago, I worked with Packard Place. And does that exist anymore? I assume it doesn't?
No, that was he sold it, Dan sold it.
That was what?
They sold the building, so while the building is still there, it's under completely different ownership, so the programming that used to be there is not
Okay,
there.
but that gave me the opportunity to engage with would-be entrepreneurs, small businesses, so I got a little bit of a first-hand glance at this. What struck me was that a lot of people that had ideas for a business really didn't have any of the skills, right? So I said, okay, that's a great idea. You want to make those springs that go in ballpoint pens. And what's your business plan look like? No idea, right? And then I tried to describe, you need to have a concept of how you think this thing is going to grow financially. And even if you can't foresee the future, the point is you need to put something out there for which you are accountable. And then you need to describe the need that you think you're going to address. So it was pretty basic, though, and I had a feeling that for some people, getting them to where... so I guess my question, for one, is what is the screening process? Do we talk to people, would-be entrepreneurs, maybe who haven't started a business yet, and just discontinue any support or activity because we don't see anything there?
We get lots of calls like that of business owners. They call them tire kickers. That's what SCORE calls them, because they have this idea, but they're not sure what to do. So the City of Charlotte actually has lots of partners who serve that type of business. We refer them to Central Piedmont has a small business center. They have free business counseling there. The Small Business and Technology Development Center up at UNC Charlotte, Women's Business Center, and SCORE are just a few examples of organizations here in Charlotte that provide business counseling for that business who has no idea what to do. So they have lots of options.
So when we actually engage with somebody, a certain kind of underwriting has already taken place,
Sure.
right?
Yes.
Okay. There are 5 organizations up there. You mentioned the Boost Pad, I guess, is a nonprofit. Is that right? Is a separate organization. What about the other 4? Are those all entities, or are they programs of the city?
So Amp Up Charlotte is the only program that is housed within the city. These other organizations are outside programs. So Aspire Community Capital is its own, Next CLT is its own organization. The Scale Up Charlotte is the only one that is a partnership. So the city is involved in Scale Up Charlotte as a partner, along with the Charlotte Alliance Foundation and EO's organization. So the 3 pieces come together for that one.
And do they have funding sources other than the city?
Yes, they all do.
All right, so we're simply, do we deal with them through financial partners, or is it all through ED, a different channel?
Financial partners, isn't it? ED. Oh,
ED, okay. Do people pay, do any of the businesses pay for any of the services that we're talking about here?
No. All of these, so AMP Up Charlotte is free of charge. Scale Up Charlotte is a partial scholarship in 2 EOs, so that would be the only one that costs the business owner to cover the rest of the costs for the EO Accelerator program.
The other comment I would have as a former banker is normally capital is provided by the banking community. That funding is not available because the banks are not seeing the kind of things they expect to see in order to make a loan. I don't believe the banks are racially biased. I think that they simply look for certain things, and if they don't see them, they're not interested. So we have a gap between what we're trying to support and what they will support. Do we work at all with banks to see whether we can bridge that gap and maybe get the banks to create innovative programs? This is high-risk business, right? A lot of these companies fail. So it would have to be a kind of commercially sound thing. But it seems to me that there ought to be a way to leverage these activities by tapping into the immense resources of banks if we just found a way to kind of talk to them and respond to the concerns that they communicate to us. Does that make any sense?
Yes, and actually I had a meeting with the bank today. So what we really try to do is build those relationships so they know that we're here to help make the referrals. If a business walks through the door and they're not eligible for financing through that bank, we want those banks to know where to send them. So as part of our jobs, we just really try to educate the banks that we have relationships with on what those next steps should be for that business.
And who do we talk to at the banks? I mean, do they have specific people that would be, do we go to some of the top guys like Keith Cockrell?
I have talked to him. So there are business bankers out there. We try to connect with those. There are regional managers who manage a number of banks. So we just really try to drill down and find the correct person because there's turnover. And so we just want the knowledge to be there so they have it.
So I would personally be interested in maybe acting a little bit like a sounding board and seeing, based on my knowledge of bank underwriting practices, whether we can be creative. Because, as I say, the pool of assets is huge. I know we just committed $2 million, so we are committing $2 million to a fund. I have concerns about that only because I think the $2 million could lead to $2 million more dollars or whatever. I mean, years ago we committed $500,000 to, I forget what we called it at the time. It was also an entrepreneurship program. If there was a way that we could take what we're doing and join people up with some of that vast pool of private capital, that would be great. The last comment I'll make is there are a lot of people who don't belong to minority groups who also struggle. So I hope that these resources are, even though we're targeting kind of history and a lot of the legacy of a sordid past, I hope we recognize that there are also entrepreneurs who don't belong to minority groups and have a lot of the same challenges that they do. Okay, that's it from me.
Councilmember Molina had a question.
I think Ms. Molina has a question.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Molina.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Can you all hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. First of all, thank you, Tracy and team. Actually, I thought that the details were pretty great. It is exciting to see the work that's being done. And I echo many of the sentiment. When we start to touch diversity, that's a very comprehensive reach, right? When we start talking about, the different various races and ethnic groups, the many protected status that we try to reach when we reach our constituents. But I think the Vice Chairman brings up a good point. I've always been of the belief, as closely and dearly as I hold diversity in my own life, is that when we talk economics, we get race for free. And what I mean by that analogously is that, when we start talking about the people who are affected economically in our community, race is inevitably a byproduct, but what we end up doing is expanding the reach of that need. So then we actually encompass, the white members of the community that are struggling, in addition to, Black, Latino, Spanish-speaking, Asian Americans, Pacific Islander, et cetera, et cetera. So as we continue to, because I know we first have to, kind of kick it off and, attempt to mitigate any risks that we might come across. But then as we continue to kind of look at the scope of what this looks like, I think what I would challenge us to do is kind of look at, and I don't know if there's a way to do that from a quantitative standpoint, with who is actually attracted to the programs. But, economics is really the baseline, in my opinion, for reaching people in need. And sometimes, even in reaching for need, inevitably, we could actually, what we consider to be need, not necessarily be need, but it be a part of a protected class, if that makes sense. So you can have someone who's absolutely indefinitely from what would be considered to be a protected class, not specifically in need, but they are belonging to a protected class. And so technically they would have access to resources where someone who isn't of a protected class wouldn't. And I know that's a long statement to say, but, once we get to that place and, and as we start expanding, our reach, I'd like to, go in depth with that. And I'm happy to be a resource there. Secondly, I know, like right now we're in campaign season. And what I hear from some of the people who've been serving in council for some time is that we have deliverables that are often placed on the table, and then you get a new council and then they set new deliverables. So you have a policy that is, as exciting as this one, that somehow, it's not the focus for one reason or another. So you get all this traction, and then for some reason it's lost. And it's no fault of any incoming council, but then I wonder, how do we really take this and embed it into what we intend to be as a city? Like how we intend to focus on our growing community of small business owners in the city? Like, do we look at a policy that we can actually adopt that protects this work that we're starting that's so important, so that it can actually be an adoption of policy with deliverables that each council comes in and each mind that comes to bear adds more to it, or, continues the mission? Because at the end of the day, no matter who's leading the city, we're all part of a collective mission. And that mission is to keep the city being vibrant and moving forward and, continuing opportunities for the people that are a part of our city. So I'm wondering, is that something that's possible? Are we able to do something like that? I know that's fully loaded, but.
So, Councilmember Molina, I'll just say really quickly, I think, especially with our team, a lot of what we do is trying to think very horizontally. In the way I look at this is job growth, right? And small business is so much a part of our economic engine as it relates to employment. And so when we think about how do you support small businesses, and then how do you support the community's job growth, they're absolutely interconnected. The other thing I hope that you can see from this is it's not just the city, right? We have a lot of partners. So I think it's naturally embedded when we talk about jobs, the same way we talk about mobility and we talk about housing. I don't think it's something that goes away. To your point, it shifts from time to time with different political challenges. But it's naturally embedded in what we do and has always been a part of what we do. I think what this team's demonstrating today that's so unique and special is now it's been elevated to a level with the partners being also very strategic about how it connects all the way through for a small business of many different types. So the hope is we can just continue to build on that, and the team continue to build on that. But I think just because it's naturally a part of our job growth and how do we continue to create a resilient community, it's naturally embedded.
So, and I asked that question because, again, and not to doubt or anything else, but I just, I'm really interested in actually making it a part of the mission, if that makes sense, like a permanent part of the mission, so that inextricably, no matter what council, no matter what leadership, because as we continue, like we got a 2040 plan, right, for growth, right? I think kind of embedded within that ideology, we need to have the idea of how do we keep businesses, thriving? How do we look forward at jobs and what they're going to look like as a result of the effects of, artificial intelligence and some of the things that are going to automate our world? So, with that type of, mentality in mind, I'd hope that, and I'm willing to be open to my colleagues, especially the ones that have been here a bit longer than me, and seeing our deliverables be sort of malleable. I feel like this is absolutely important. And I feel like the ground that we're actually touching right now, no matter, like I said, who comes into these seats in the future, that this be like a mission that we drive forward, to make sure that, we can continue to, protect our residents and offer them opportunities, whether they be small business owners or whether, they be looking for work, like it just be something that is like not muted.
I think we're on the same
That's a
page.
lot to think about.
Yes.
Good point. Mr. Chair?
Yes, let's move on.
Okay, our second item, sorry, Ms. Molina, you done?
I think she is.
And we're like, Mr. Chair was like, let's move on.
Well, it's like-
I thought that was a comment more than a question.
I don't know that we have time in this meeting to do justice to those thoughts, but they are obviously very relevant to our shared ambition for the city. So we should keep working on those things and figure out what the connections are to other initiatives and plans of the city, is my takeaway. But we're not going to fix that entirely right now. Thank you, Ms. Molina. So our next topic is Corridors of Opportunity Update. Do you want to kick that one off, or shall I?
Please.
Okay, go ahead.
Just while everybody's coming up here. Again, just like small business, corridors, very horizontal. What are you waiting?
No, I was just saying, I don't know.
If the team wants to.
Come on up.
What we have now that's really unique is with corridors is we have people who are sitting in various departments working full-time on corridors. So again, it's gotten very horizontal in the way that it operates to really deliver something strategic for the community. I know you're going to hear about this a little bit more next week, correct, Monica? But we felt like just with the committee, we have a lot of things going on. I know there's one council member sitting here today who's very curious about the RFPs. So we just wanted to give you a quick update on all things corridors quickly.
Yes, and I am going to keep it moving fast. So do I need a mouse, or are y'all are gonna advance? Okay, great. So we're not going to split this up. I'm going to give the presentation today, but if we have specific questions, we will. So quickly today, we'll just do a general overview about where we are in the process, where we are with corridors. We'll kind of look back a little bit and just remind everybody of some of the big goals we had for 2023 and do just an early September check-in on them. That includes some of our larger projects, and then we'll showcase some of the upcoming events, and that includes I will be back in front of you next Monday for a more robust, thorough discussion that'll include some of the topics not in the presentation that you'll see today. So just a reminder, we're about 3 years into our journey with Corridors of Opportunity. We have allocated about a little over $72 million through several budget cycles. That includes a look forward into future bond years. So that includes transportation dollars, jobs, workforce development, placemaking, a whole assortment, housing. So a whole assortment of the different projects, programs, and partnerships that we are funding. So next slide. As a reminder, Corridors of Opportunity is how we support work in 6 underinvested areas of Charlotte. The goal of the program is to foster thriving communities for existing residents and business owners and to build legacy and opportunity equitably across those 6 corridors. So I say it in every presentation because I want to make sure everyone is very clear and understands that we are building legacy for existing homeowners, residents, business owners. Next slide. In 2023, we had some big goals. We wanted to keep building those really strategic partnerships. We shifted from doing engagement in Sugar Creek and Albemarle to focusing on implementation in those corridors, and I'll showcase a little bit of that today. We also wanted to get through the playbook process in North Graham, North Tryon, and Wilkinson Freedom, and we wanted to really communicate and build engagement in around those efforts so that people were very clear as to what we were doing and how we were doing it. Next slide. So All of this work is framed within the comprehensive Charlotte Future 2040 plan. I heard Councilman Molina just mentioned that. We focus on 6 of those, and we have 6 different work streams. Those work streams, I just want to be really clear, are led by people in 5 different city departments. So, and they have teams of 10 different staff, 10 to 12 different staff across multiple city departments. So Walta Blackman sitting over there runs our implementation team. You can get away. She does a great job of keeping everybody in check across planning, housing and neighborhood services, economic development, transportation, general services, CMPD, all keeping lockstep on how we move goals forward together. So next slide. So this is just a preview of some of the big things that we're working on in 2023, and I'll dive into some of these today, and I'll dive into the other ones next week. But obviously, we have a few strategic acquisitions that we are in the RFP process for just wrapping up, getting ready to go into the evaluation that really targets some housing goals. We have, you heard Christy mention that Spanish language small business support program that we have launched in Albemarle. We have opportunities to build some small businesses and commercial growth in West Boulevard. I'm going to talk a little bit today about the opportunity hubs, which we're in selection for also. We have Safe Biz piloted in Sugar Creek. We're looking to continue the expansion of that. I'm going to highlight Corridors Connect today. Next week, I'll talk a little bit about some of the all-star transportation projects we have in design and development. We're doing a lot of coordination amongst our city team, both in urban forestry and some outside partners with Tree Charlotte, and how we get more tree canopy in our corridors. And then we'll talk, again, we won't focus on this today, but next week you'll hear about some of those placemaking projects and how that ties in with some of the UDO work and other things happening across the city. So next slide. So I would be remiss to forget about North Tryon, North Graham. We finished up that playbook process in about January, February timeline, and we're really proud of being able to host a robust engagement process and prioritize how that community wants to connect to resources in about 6 months' time. So we started the playbook in fall of 2022, and we wrapped up in January, February. We have 2 major things happening in North Tryon and North Graham, which is an emerging employment hub. So you see things like Camp Northen, the stuff on North Tryon, new office really locating there, a lot of new development. And then you pair that with this desire to really maintain culture, identity, maintain the historic neighborhood, and build more opportunities for housing. And then the third piece of that is how you connect all those things to our existing Blue Line and the transit that we have already invested in. So this is just a preview, but again, you're going to see in the next year or so some really great work coming out of North Tryon, North Graham, based around how we connect people, how we connect those jobs to transportation, how we do work to preserve some of the character in neighborhoods like Druid Hills, how we partner with our digital equity team in providing high-speed internet access so that people can access some of the new jobs in that area. And then the last, which is really exciting, is really just how we work around some of the housing opportunities so that we have some mixed income, mixed use, new opportunities in the corridor. So next slide. We launched the Freedom Wilkinson playbook on August 24th, so just a little over a week ago. We are obviously connecting to things that have already happened in that corridor and are ongoing. So we have planning with the Silver Line occurring. We also have a lot of work happening at the airport. I will tell you, this is a very engaged community. So our kickoff for Freedom and Wilkinson for this corridor, we had over 65, probably close to 70 people attend the meeting. We have a close partnership with Freedom Communities. We have engagement being the creative engagement team led by QC Family Tree. We are aggressive with this timeline too. So we launched in August. We'll be doing some facilitated workshops in September, early October. We'll be identifying goals mid to late October, and then we will be prioritizing and releasing that draft right after the first of the year. So following that 6-month timeline, and then we'll be ready to start implementing. So again, we're very excited about that. We invite you all to participate in those upcoming workshops, and we'll be happy to share that schedule as it's further finalized. So next slide. So now let's talk about some of the exciting work that is happening that is really targeted towards this committee. So we, last Thursday, we had 3 RFPs close on some strategic acquisitions. So 3 parcels in 3 different corridors. You have the Double Oak site in the North Tryon, North Graham corridor. You have the Economy Inn site, former Economy Inn site, in the Sugar Creek corridor. And then you have these properties in West Boulevard, right adjacent to the West Boulevard remount site. So we're just in the very early stages of getting into what those RFPs look like. We'll be opening all of them this week. We had different goals that were in line with the playbooks for each of these. We were lucky to have 3 playbooks done, so we were able to measure, and we will continue to measure, the proposals that we received against those goals in the playbook and making sure that we are aligned. So we'll spend this fall reviewing those applications, and we'll be excited to bring those back to you. Just a note here, with the Economy Inn site, is that if you drive by there, you're getting ready to see a lot of demolition occur. We're very excited that we have relocated the tenants who live there. We just finished up the asbestos abatement, and now we're moving in to demolition. You guys just approved the rezoning, so we'll be moving very quickly with that project. Again, very exciting on that. So next slide. We also just closed at the beginning of August the Opportunity Hubs, which is a physical manifestation of all the wonderful resources that Christy and Holly's team that you guys just talked about. This will be an opportunity to put all those out into the community and really serve as a home base for them. So we asked for partner organizations to submit proposals and grant proposals for how they could provide a physical location that has to be open in 2024 and would remain open. We'll be providing 3 years of funding. And it's key to recognize that we want these to be community-based, organization-driven hubs where the city can provide resources that we have, and it can be a front door to access those resources. So something exciting about this is that as we start to negotiate details with the chosen organizations, we can really look to all the other resources we can partner on. So what else can we put inside those hubs? Is that housing resources? Is it county resources? Public health? Who are all the other partners to bring to the table so that we are really providing a robust opportunity for our communities to access these different resources? So we'll be coming back to y'all with those once we get through the review process. We have a really great team of non-city employees looking at these. So we'll be finding out the early results in the next few weeks, and we're very excited about that opportunity. Next slide. We also, you'll be seeing in the coming weeks, have been working closely on building an emerging developer training program. This program is targeted towards minority, women-owned businesses, developers who are just starting out. This is not for completely novice developers who have not done any projects. This is really a capacity building program to take people from kind of working on very one-by-one small projects and give them the ability to scale. So we have been working with LISC Charlotte in their office here. They have a successful program in 2 to 3 other cities, so the Twin Cities, New York City, just to name a couple. And they would bring in minority and women developers who are working at a larger scale to serve as both mentors and teachers to this program. It would also include the ability to link it to some of the other programs that the city is working on. So I know you we're working on some of that supportive housing transitional grants that you talked about a couple of weeks ago, and some of the people providing that service. This program can be another layer of capacity building for those grantees too. So we're really looking to work across how we can link people who are interested in getting into real estate development and building a larger real estate development portfolio that this ties to them. So excited about this. There is private dollars going towards this that would match city dollars to help fund this program. And there's also private raise occurring. So while we provide the training and LISC provides the training, there is access to capital on the backside for future development projects. Next slide. So we are also working in the month of October. It's going to be a very busy month. We have Corridors Connect, which is a partnership between the county and the city and the community. And it will be, if anybody remembers Open Street 704, the last one occurred pre-COVID. It was where you turned 3+ miles of city street into a place to walk and bike for the day with lots of activities. We are bringing it back, calling it Corridors Connect. There will be 6 of them, one in every corridor. It will be a day to celebrate the community and celebrate all the programs that both the city and the county have to offer, as well as our partners. So right now we are busy, and Aisha over there is helping us run community activation grants, where we're giving small grants to corridors-based organizations that want to program that day and provide, a bounce house for kids or food for the community. And so this is really going to be a community-driven event. And it's very exciting. It's a scale we have not done in the city before, to have 3 different weekends and 6 multiple occurring at each time. So it's an opportunity to really get out there, meet the community, meet the neighborhood, and just celebrate. So next slide. This shows you a little bit about the core team of that partnership. So we've been working closely with Public Health and their engagement team, Partners for Parks, which is the nonprofit organization for our community to support parks, then obviously Mecklenburg County Park and Recreation, and then our team. We are, if you go see the website right here, you can see where all those routes are. There will be a core programmed area on each route where people can have tables and talk about what services they offer, how they might be able to meet the community needs, and what opportunities there are. So next slide. And for those that might not remember Open Street 704, I just wanted to show a few photos as a reminder of what a great event it is, and all of the different things that one might be able to do, from dance lessons in the street to riding a bike with your family to spray painting a public art installation, playing chess, or even helping paint a crosswalk. So again, we're very excited about that, and we would love to have you all participate in it. Next slide. So wrapping up here, just a couple more slides. I just wanted to, again, remind you of where we were and where we are going. So we are really working hard to continue to build those partnerships. We have, I know we came to you a few months ago with the Neighborhood Investment Advisory Council and with United Way and Laura and her team. We're really continuing to grow that relationship. So we meet monthly with the United Way, with LISC, Knight Foundation, the Leading on Opportunity team, so that we can all work together to grow that private investment in corridors and really leverage our investment into more. We're focusing on implementation across all 6 corridors. We are really growing the capacity of our team, but also community organizations. We cannot do this alone, and we really have to create a framework where community-based organizations have the capacity to lead and implement the work on their own. So that is our focus towards the end of 2023 and 2024. Again, as I mentioned, we'll be prioritizing those projects in Wilkinson and Freedom over the next few months. And I'm excited to also announce that we are working heavily on the engagement and the communications effort. So we have a consultant we're working with. We're getting ready to rebuild the website. We're really getting a more succinct message together. We'll be having some new and improved branding come out, and we're really excited about what that will do to help get the word out about the great things happening. So. And I just wanted to end with two kind of slides to tell a little bit of the story of 2022 and 2023. And I'm really proud of the work, and I just want to showcase kind of what can happen when we all work together and really leverage those investments and layer them. So Sugar Creek wrapped up in summer 2022, the playbook, and we've spent about a year heavily investing and working with that community on specific programs, partnerships, and projects to have impact. So that includes the Staying in Place pilot in the Hidden Valley neighborhood. You have the Economy Inn redevelopment right there at the corner, community partnerships through CMPD. Business organization has really they filed their 501c3. They have been regularly meeting. They have really shifted from it being a city-led group to being a community-led group. They are taking ownership of that corridor and really saying, we can do this, bootstraps, we can pull it together and do it ourselves. We're looking forward to having an opportunity hub there. We have new street lights that have gone in. And all of that has leveraged for us to be able to, you can go to the next slide, to really take our dollars. So we've invested probably close to $10 million in the Sugar Creek corridor. And just from a quick napkin addition, we believe that there's over $22 million of private and federal dollars that have been invested and are currently being invested in that corridor. So we've been able to, our hotel purchase was 140 rooms. Of what we know of, there are approximately 310 additional rooms that are likely to come off of the hotel rolls and into either housing or into a supportive housing model. So that's about a 38% reduction, with over 2/3 not led by us, but led by others. And again, we have the RAISE grant, which was a $12 million investment, and we have these strong partnerships for forging and really working together. So I don't want to say we're there. There is more work to be done in Sugar Creek, and I think, we were, Councilwoman Mayfield and I were together last week out on the corridor, and I think we know that there is still work to be done. There's work in the safety aspect, there's work in redevelopment, there's work in investment, but I think, it is a good case study in saying, if we layer all these things and we all work together cross collaboratively, we can see quick impact and we can see things happen in a time span that I think if you said 2 years ago that we would be here today, people would not have believed it. So that wraps up my presentation today, and I'll be happy to answer questions. And again, I look forward to seeing y'all next week with a little bit more information on some of the pieces we didn't cover today.
I'll just really quick, before we go to questions, echo, there's a tremendous amount of staff that comes together to work on this, to get us where we have gotten to in these past 3 years. And I don't think there's a person in this room on the staff side that hasn't somehow touched corridors or thinks about corridors. So it really is something amazing to watch and to be able to see success in like Sugar Creek in that short amount of time. And Monica said it best, the work's not done yet.
Excellent. So I'd like to welcome Ms. Mayfield, who joined the meeting some time ago. Great to see you. Mr. Chair, do you have a comment?
No, again, this is great work. Again, whole of government approach for the corridors of opportunity. I know they'll be coming back to give a lot more deeper dive to answer some specific questions relating to the corridors at a council meeting within the next week. And so I'm just really pleased about where we're going. I have some specific questions as well, but I'll hold my questions until next week because I want to make sure that we have some time for Ms. Frazier to present as well today.
Thank you. I have Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. Real quick, great work overall, and I'm happy to see that we're very deep in the trenches of the implementation piece. I would offer something more to my colleagues than to staff as we think about corridors and how to really maximize our investment there. Just in conversation with some of our community partners, there's clearly an opportunity to raise to raise our engagement to a policy level when we think about how we partner with our county colleagues, how we partner with our state and federal level colleagues. We really want to make sure that the things that we're doing that are creating investment are not also then creating consequences such that we're accelerating gentrification in particular ways. And there are some things that are specific to the built environment and some things that are more programmatic when we think about the benefits cliff and various things of that nature. So what I've requested of Monica and the team is to come back with a couple of next steps in terms of how we can collaborate intergovernmentally and how we can engage in a different way with our community partners as part of this process to talk about what are some of those policy things that are true across corridors that perhaps aren't specific within a playbook but are true generally that we can address. If we can address it from a city level, obviously we would want to do that, but also from a legislative agenda and just an advocacy standpoint, I would love for us to be in a position to articulate those needs and to help drive those policy changes as needed across our city.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, but I'm going to deal with them offline because I want us to have enough time to hear. Oh, we did have Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs. I will hold my questions for later so we can make time for Mrs. Frazier's presentation. Thank you.
All right, I set a good example there. So, Mr. Chair, without objection, I'll move ahead to the third. We really want to. Do you mind?
Just have one comment.
Okay, quickly. Yeah, go ahead.
So I just wanted to point out, or it jumped in my head about the open streets. Like maybe we can ask ourselves, what are the economic development possibilities of different streetscapes in different physical spaces? I go back to the Black Lives Matter Plaza conversation a couple years ago, and there were concerns about the impacts to businesses of open streets. And I thought they're one of the real parts of the conversation was that there wasn't really a tangible vision of what an activated streetscape space could look like for businesses to be set up and how that could impact existing businesses, but also different types of kind of business opportunities, whether it's food, vending, or small spaces. So I wonder if open streets, perhaps not this one because it's so close to happening, if this is a place that we can kind of pilot or show some specific activation configurations of what a street could look like from an economic development kind of space. And of course, if there's a possibility to do it over multiple days, because in neighborhoods where physical spaces are, people interact with differently from Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So maybe we look at that moving forward as these pilot opportunities.
Okay, so now, Mr. Chair, without objection, I'll move on to the third agenda item and hand over to Ms. Dodson.
Great, thank you. I will, in the interest of time, make this quick. We're very excited to have Danielle here. If you go back to what Councilmember Molina was just talking about, and we've started to talk about jobs as we think about mobility and we think about housing, and there's a lot of different lanes in that space, and so it will absolutely be great to have Ms. Frazier here. So we think about workforce development, we think about connecting people to jobs and all the various aspects. It will cross over in a lot of the city work that's already existing, from My App to Hire and things like that. So we thought it was good for her today to give a little bit of what she's thinking as she's gotten into her first 30 days. 26, but who's counting, right? So with that, I'll hand it over to you, Danielle.
Thank you, Tracy. I appreciate it. Good afternoon to Council Committee and to other council members. Excited to be here. It is day 26. I am counting a little bit, not the hours, seconds, and minutes, though, but excited to be here, learning a lot. And so I really appreciate Tracy and city team in helping me to get acclimated, get my legs under me, and to understand all of the great things that are really, really happening across this organization. I'm looking forward to working across the departments and helping to support workforce development efforts internally as well as externally, and heard even some more great things with the 2 presentations that are happening, and looking forward to definitely connecting with the corridors of opportunity team and helping to bring more of the workforce development lens on that. And so with that said, I am here to share with you today the higher ARPA funding update. And before I go into that, I do have to recognize Tracy and the ED team for all of the hard work that has gone into this higher framework over the past couple of years. I've had the opportunity to be a part of this work from the very beginning with the steering committee, and it is not easy. I'm sure blood, sweat, and tears have probably been shed, but I'm really, really excited to be a part of this portion of it as we begin to put some legs to this and put it in action in our community, and I'm happy to execute on some of those workforce development components of the recommendations that we'll share with you. So with that said, next slide, please. Today, I'll share our ARPA funding objectives. Again, I will share with you the ARPA funding updates and the recommendations. This should not be unfamiliar to you all, as you all did. Council did approve the recommendations back on the April 24th meeting, pending implementation plan. And so I will walk you through that and share what next steps will be. Next slide, please. So as we looked across what we were trying to accomplish through these funding recommendations and what success and impact really looks like, these 4 things really stood out and rose to the top. And it was what we're trying to do again through the funding is to improve awareness and access of career paths and access to workforce development services, to build and strengthen our current and future talent pipelines, connect more talent to job opportunities, and to build capacity and alignment of our workforce development system. You'll probably hear some of this a little bit more as I begin to build out what this workforce development strategic framework will look like from the city's perspective, and where the city's role will be in continuing, again, to collaborate with all of the other work that is happening and where we can lean in even more. But you'll also see how these play out in the next slide as I walk through the budget recommendations. So again, here is the ARPA funding recommendations. You all saw this back in April, and I believe in committee a couple of months prior to that. So this is, nothing has changed with what you all have approved. What may look a little different here is how we have consolidated and bundled some of these line items for requests for proposal purposes. And so what this chart shows is the project and program that we're seeking to support, who our target audiences will be, the amount that's allocated, as well as what the project status is. So I'll walk you through each one of these. So for the workforce development services, if you all recall, there was a portion of funding that was set aside for career navigators and some funding that was set aside for multiple training, upskilling, reskilling services. And so we bundled this together so that we could put this out in one RFP, so that as our career navigators are assisting our job seekers, they actually have the services and the supports to be able to support our job seekers based on their individual journeys, whether that is some job readiness support, or whether that is technical skills training, tuition assistance, whether that is engaging in an apprenticeship, et cetera. We wanted to make sure we equipped our career navigators with the supports to be able to support our job seekers and our businesses as well. Our target audiences for this is, of course, our corridors residents, our underemployed, unemployed. Of course, a part of that is a focus on our untapped talent. Our hidden talent is what we call it, those that are justice involved, those that are veterans, that are individuals with disabilities, opportunity youth, and so on. So this is an inclusive project here. The amount allocated, you'll see that's a little over 4.9 million, which again, it consolidated those other the funding streams, line items that I spoke about, to package that in an RFP. So a part of that, our next project status is we're in the makes of finalizing our scope of work, and we'll be releasing that RFP. The next item, and Matt and James, you might be able to tag team this with me in the event I don't speak correctly on this, but this is work, this target industry training and this talent alignment study. This is actually work that was, that started in a previous tranche of ARPA dollars. And really, this is a part of the funding that is looking to be a little bit more proactive with our talent, right? So it's looking at the data that we have access to that says, hey, here are the jobs that are here. This is an opportunity for us to really look at that data and then to validate that real time with our business community. So to understand, is it still that job title that is relevant? Is it the skills that are still required? What are the credentials that are required with that role? And then what's coming in the future? And so this is our opportunity to be able to really be proactive, validate that data, and to know what's here and then what's coming in the future. Did I do it justice?
Yep,
Okay.
that's perfect.
All right. The Talent Connector, you all have heard about this prior to. This is a tool, a technology tool that will help support our job seekers in understanding what career pathways are available to development service providers in our community to help us access those opportunities, and then, of course, access to jobs. You all know that the CELC has a system that they are developing. The Workforce Providers Council, under the leadership of Charlotte Works, has developed a system as well. So this is, but we also know that there is still a gap and a need. So we're working very closely with the two entities to understand where that gap and that need is, so we don't duplicate efforts and that we're complementing what is still the need for our job seekers and businesses. The next line item is the essential skills curriculum, which you all are familiar with as well. This curriculum is to, really the idea of this is to be a community endorsed essential skills curriculum that our businesses will use with their incumbent workforce, as well as what our workforce development providers will use. This curriculum is not just the curriculum development in this line item. This is also for pre-assessment, post-assessment. This is for deploying train the trainers in our community, as well as an evaluation portion of this project over the next 2 years. The next line item is the Renew Skilled Trades and Energy Training. You all are very, very familiar, I think, with the Renew program. It has been extremely successful over the last few years and wanted to certainly continue to keep this program going. This program targets individuals that are interested in the skilled trades. I know it's a lot of it has been around HVAC with our partnerships with Goodwill and with Urban League, and I know we want to expand this in the energy area as well with clean energy, and so I've been working closely with Sarah Hazel to ask what her perspective is on the clean energy, and then with the other work too through the talent industry or target industry training. So looking to expand that in the future as well. Last up, we have of this $9.1 million is the BankWorks Financial Services Training. So this BankWorks, we're really excited to bring this to the community. This is a national program that is under CareerWorks. It's in 13 cities. I've actually had an opportunity to talk to some of our counterparts across the country and said that this has been a really successful program for them. It's an 8-week training program that focuses on entry-level financial industry roles, such as bank tellers or branch banking, as well as customer service representatives. So we're really excited to partner with Goodwill Industries, who is the certified facilitator of this particular curriculum in our community. And so looking forward to bringing this as well. I think I'll stop and pause right there. Are questions now, or usually questions at the end? Is that how we?
So I think you've got one more slide.
Sure. Okay.
Tell us about that, and then we'll do the questions.
Absolutely. So last slide is this is just a summary of our next steps. So based on your blessing today, we will again complete those scopes of work for these 3 RFPs that we will release into the community, which include the essential skills curriculum development, the talent connector, the workforce development services, and we will return to you all early, winter-ish in 2024 with who was awarded the projects and the programs. And you'll see the detailed timeline down at the bottom. And we'll keep you updated as we go along the way as well.
So, yes, Ms. Watlington.
Thank you. A few questions. So the first one's really centered around our target audience in terms of talent. I'd like to understand, just to be clear, these dollars or programs are focused on Charlotte or Charlotte-Mecklenburg, or what are the parameters around who's eligible for participation?
Right, good question. And please, you all chime in, but this is city ARPA dollars, which I believe have to be centered and focused on the city of Charlotte and really focused on the corridors that have been identified.
So as part of the eligibility, you have to live in a corridor?
An update to that. So it's centered on residents of Charlotte.
I like how you said that, an
We're
update.
supporting inclusivity across the city limits. So it's accessible to all residents.
Okay.
And there is particular things that will happen in partnership with Corridors of Opportunity, such as their talent hubs.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And and then from an age standpoint, I'm wondering if there is a focus at all on really looking at folks that are further along in the workforce, because we know that we're starting to see people transitioning out or being laid off, and they're needing help getting into their second careers. So just wanted to understand what has the focus been around the specific community?
So there are 3 focuses. So there are entry level, mid level, and senior careers.
Okay.
The point of entry level is it includes people for UNC Charlotte. We're proud to have them here. 3rd largest UNC school in our backyard. There we go. But it's not just people coming out of school when we think about entry level. It's people that you're talking about that are doing career transitions. And so you may be mid-career here, but you would be entry level if you were getting into financial services. So the partnerships such as BankWorks is inclusive of that cycle.
Awesome. And then from a recruitment standpoint, one of the things, so my next question is really focused around where we're spending our dollars. I've got 2 in this regard. One of the things that I know we've talked a lot about is how do we better connect people who need the resources to the resources? Can you tell me where in this spending or where the funding lies, where we are actually sending folks out to do guerrilla marketing, if you will, to reach people in a different way than we have before?
Danielle, if you want to go, and I'll tag team with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I can throw out my thoughts and ideas. One, I think definitely tag along with the corridors work, right, and what's happening there. One of the things that I think is important is, again, getting into the communities where those trust partnerships are. I think when we look at where our talent is and where we know our talent has been disconnected, we know we've got talent on the sidelines. We need to go into those communities, whether it's churches, recreation centers, or wherever the people are, and partner with those trust partners so that we can do that level of engagement and saying, hey, there's support here, there's access to opportunity, but I think it's across the board and working with all of those partners that we know are trusted in the communities.
And so is there a dollar associated with that? Because I would imagine there's some costs there. I just want to make sure that as we think about how we're laying this out, that is somewhere.
Very good question. And so these pools of money are general, high level. There are some administrative expenses that will be a part of that have not been carved out yet. Going back high level, there are 6 committees that support Hire Charlotte, and these are people from Central Piedmont, Goodwill, all across the spectrum of institutions, as Danielle talked about, trusted partners. So one committee focuses on special populations that have been overlooked. And so as a part of our kickoff in April, we did a visualizing exercise to really detail what are those populations and what transcending organizations that are here that work with those populations. And so that group of targeted individuals then goes to our marketing and communications committee, and they're devoted to tailoring the marketing for Hire Charlotte to speak to those communities. And so it's all working in concert.
Okay, I appreciate the marketing piece. I want to hear the activity, the feet on the ground.
Yes, and so that is, and Danielle, feel free to jump in here, that activity will happen once we know that the RFP is out. So we want people to apply. We want a diverse pool of candidates and organizations. And so once we have selected a vendor to do the work, we want to plan to make sure that this information is getting out there. So that is something that's important, but we haven't dug into the details yet until we selected a vendor, because we think it's fair for them to have insight into how they would like to reach out to and meet the two come together.
Okay, I will just offer that needs to be a part of the RFP. They need to understand very clearly that it's not just dispensing information through other channels, that part is expected, similar to our violence interrupters, if you will.
Absolutely.
And then just lastly, this other $1.5 million here that I see for talent alignment study, I know that we've got a good bit of feedback from some of our programs with some of our partners in terms of how graduates are being properly matched for the skills that are needed for their jobs. I would expect that that's part of their program evaluation, so I just want to make sure that we're not launching a separate effort that is separate and distinct from the work that we're already expecting our workforce development partners to be doing ongoing as they're improving their programs. Does that make sense?
I think I generally understand the feedback. And a part of that is a separate study has been done. It's not that full 1.5, it was just $50,000 to get feedback, to, as Danielle said, to understand where all of our talent is and how they can connect to the target industries that we support recruitment efforts in as a city.
Okay, so specific to the folks who are graduating out of these programs equipped to go in and work for a commercial HVAC contractor, for example?
Correct, and that is also supported by Renew.
Okay, all right, awesome. Thank you, I appreciate your work, and welcome, Danielle, glad to have you.
Thank you.
Good, well, I think we're winding down here. Do I have more
Yeah.
questions?
Dante.
Yes, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Driggs, and welcome, Danielle. Very excited to have you join the team. I just have two quick questions. For the RFP that will be developing the curriculum, will there be a journey mapping process, for these different career pathways, if you will, that will be developed as a part of this process, or does that collateral already exist?
I think we have that.
So yes, there will be a process of industry engagement. We just heard a wonderful presentation from our small business team. And so we're going to engage small business, and we're going to engage some of our mid-sized and larger firms to understand their unique needs. And based on that, we'll understand what needs they're trying to fill and what skills that are necessary. Kale has done similar work working with the financial services sector. And so we partnered with them to provide a model for us to do that important work.
Okay, great. I just want to make sure from a user perspective, right? So from a career seeker perspective, that we also get input through the RFP process for curriculum development to help them understand upfront, what this experience will be like, how long it would take, the different stage gates, et cetera. So I just want to think about the career seeker user experience point of view as we go through this.
Okay.
Okay, and then my second question is, and I know it's not completely squarely in our wheelhouse, but are we collaborating with CMS and thinking about, reskilling, upskilling, students who may want to go a non-traditional route and not pursue a 4-year, 2-year degree? Are we thinking how they will be able to plug into some of our workforce development framework that we're establishing at all?
Thank you for that question, and yes, absolutely. So partnering with CMS on quite a few things with career pathways, as well as these programs and funding will serve 18-plus individuals, adult individuals, and so we'll make sure that there is a connection with CMS. I know CMS has a vision of every individual that graduates has a diploma as well as some type of credential that they can use, and I think that that's the piece of this when we're building out this framework is ensuring that we're connecting the post-secondary or post-career world after graduation of CMS to ensure that they have a seamless transition into whether they're going into education or whether they're going straight to work. And so, yes, that will be a part of the workforce development framework that will be built out.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing the outputs of this process. Thank you, Mr. Driggs.
So, Mr. Chair, without objection, I will hand over to Ms. Dodson for a final word.
I think we're good.
And then, do you have a final word, sir?
Welcome, Danielle. That's my final word. And thank you, Mr. Driggs, for steering the ship today.
All right. And welcome, Danielle. Very excited to have you. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay. second, third, fourth. Okay, we're done. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, bye-bye.
We will begin. Hi, I'm Victoria Watlington. Welcome to the Housing, Safety, and Community Committee meeting. We've got a full agenda today, so we will get right started as soon as we finish introductions. I'll begin with my vice chair to the right, and then we will go around the dais and then the back wall, and then we'll hit online.
Luana Slight Mayfield, Committee Vice Chair.
Harold Thompson, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Gail Whitcomb, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Chair for the Nest Commission.
Justin Harlow, Co-Chair, Nest Commission.
Rebecca Hefner, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Sean Heath, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
I'm Willie Rancho with the Tower Mecklenburg Community Relations Committee.
Tara Bakari, Committee Member.
Allison Craig, Planning. Honor Shalinas, City Attorney's Office. Nicole Story, Housing and Neighborhood Services.
Oh, sorry. Chair Bradley with Community Relations Committee.
Martha Pataki, Nest Commission. Nadia Anderson, Nest Commission.
Tanya Jameson, Nest Commission.
Thank you, and I don't see anybody joining us online.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Oh, I hear Ms. Molina is online. Thank you for joining us today as a member of committee. We'll get right started.
Renee Askew, City Manager's Office.
Oh, hi, ACM Askew. I didn't realize you were there. I apologize. I cannot see the attendees. Thank you for
No
joining
worries.
us. Is there anyone else online? All right. I'll turn it over to Mr. Sean Heath to tee us up for the first item.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll do an exceptionally quick tee up and introduce our co-chairs. Well, they've already introduced themselves. So in June, we met and discussed the anti-displacement recommendations, and we promised that we'd be back in short order for the Nest Commission to share their first wave of recommendations, and that's exactly what they're here to do today. So without further ado, I'll turn it over to Justin and Kim.
Thank you, Sean. So good afternoon, Chair Watlington, Vice Chair Slack Mayfield. Got to get that right. I do want to just be brief because we want to jump into the recommendations and give you all a chance to ask questions if there are any, and I know you have a full agenda. Before we get started, I do want to acknowledge our Nest Commission members who are in the room. I know we had some that were going to be calling in, and I don't know if they were able to, but we do have 3 of our commission members here. So thank you guys for being here in person. We've been doing this work since January of 2022, so we're about 20 months into the work. We were fortunate enough to have the support of some exceptional city staff members, starting with Rebecca Hefner, Sean Heath, Gail, incomparable, right? And then planning. We had the planning department, Allison, Alicia, and other team members to really help us with this work. We've been divided up into 3 working groups, and so those 3 work streams are the genesis for the recommendations. The 3 kind of big buckets that we have in terms of our goal you see on the screen are supporting residents, strengthening communities, and fostering inclusivity. The 4th goal, empowering businesses, will be tackled under a different umbrella, but we wanted to make sure that we put that up there. Next slide, please. So in terms of advancing, our commission strategies, you're going to hear from Justin. He's going to kind of dive into the 8 or 9 recommendations that we have that really get at the heart of us achieving these goals. And there are 7 under supporting residents, 1 under each of the strengthening communities and fostering inclusivity goals, and you can read them yourselves. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair, Justin.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair, co-chair, committee members. Thank you all for having us here. Hope you had a good summer. Let's jump right into it. When we came in June, we gave a lot of background. Today is the day we want to just hit it straight. Programmatic investment unit costs. Next slide, please. Perfect. So we've been working over the past, 18-ish, 20 months to reach this point. You've received some recommendations from us before in the previous budget cycle around some tax relief things. These top 8 boxes, we'll discuss that anti-displacement funding at the bottom, but the 8 actually have true unit cost dollar amounts to them, 2 of which were previous pilot initiatives. The other 5 are kind of current pilot initiatives that are associated with your staying in place programs. and then some new programs and initiatives as well coming out of these Nest Commission conversations. I'll kind of briefly kind of hit on each of them. The back of the packet discusses kind of each individualized box. I don't plan on going individually through each of them, but if there are some dissecting questions, we can tackle each of those slides, but we'll kind of stay with this slide really. Many of you are probably familiar with the acquisition, rehab, and resale program, very successful program initially authorized by the council in 2021 with $1.5 million investment. That funding was used to acquire units, complete rehabs, and subsidize the cost to the buyer. This created some available affordable housing stock, those sale proceeds, and then recycled back into the program. And 20 units were purchased with that pilot with an average subsidy at the time of about $30,000. We're recommending kind of, a new investment into it. And most of all these dollars, you might say, well, where are these dollars coming from? So let me preface that there, because I imagine that's a question that's coming later. All of these are ARPA dollars, so these are kind of one-time cost, and then this council, future councils, whoever they may be, will have to then decide how to make some of these things ongoing if you see them as fruitful. So the initial recommendation for the ARR, 15 units for $1 million spend, so $67,000 each. As I mentioned, the original pilot program created an average subsidy of about $30,000. We know that time creates different value in dollar, and so that's where some of that increase is coming from. But we believe that program has been proven to be a kind of a proven success model through its previous pilot, and recommending $1 million for 15 units. House Charlotte Plus, very similar. Previous project, a previous pilot, an existing ongoing program that already exists within the city for home ownership. And I want to be very clear about that. We heard you loud and clear when you first gave us our charge. We do a lot with rental and multifamily type of things, and then often the council and other community supporters say, hey, well, what about, how do we move people out of the rental space into home ownership space? The House Charlotte program has proven time and time again to be a very beneficial program for down payment assistance for residents under 80% AMI. The pilot program funding of a little over $1.5 million supported home ownership for 27 households, and that program was fully exhausted and committed after about 3 months. So we imagine more investment there will just generate more demand. We can't meet all the demand, but certainly believe that that previous pilot initiative should be continued, and so 12 units there for $1 million as well. ADUs. So the ADU is kind of the ADU pilot is currently happening. This has come out of a lot of various discussions, comprehensive plan, let's increase density, the UDO, all of those things. And so the homeowner model generally is modeled by homeowners up to 80% AMI. We'll leave it to the committee or to the council to decide if they want to bump that up to 110, 120 AMI. But the homeowner model funds 100% of construction for the homeowner for an accessory dwelling unit. That funding, that 100% funding, locks them into a 15-year affordability restriction period, and the property management included for the homeowner model includes taxes and insurance and all of those things. The program can recover 50% of the cost over time, and that recycles back into the program as well. There's an investor-owner model as well, which doesn't fund 100%, but does kind of a 60-40 split. But same 15-year deed restriction also. It's a streamlined application and permit process, kind of pre-approved buildable plans. And then, of course, you've got all the city staff and outreach to tag along with it. So 10 ADUs, 15 units, another $1 million as well for that one. Let's go so down to the bottom middle there, middle to the left, the rehab, preserve small communities, NOAA communities. So and this ties in as well with the next one, the small landlord investment. We had a lot of conversation in our commission discussions as it relates to, well, the city does so many things for larger developers and large portfolio property owners. What about the folks who've got a dozen doors in their portfolio. How can they help participate in, city procurement and funding, but also, more importantly, help meet your goals for affordability and density? And so the rehab is a kind of a current pilot in addition to the small landlord program. Y'all did a tune-up, HCF tune-up recently, and NOAA eligibility that expanded the program to include communities of 10 to 49. Previously, it was 50 and above. So you're trying to include more, I guess, what we're calling small landlord and developers to be able to compete for city investment. In addition to not just, helping with, creating gap funding and things, it's also doing some gap training and education. Capacity building is included in this funding recommendation as well for rehabbing and or renting out other properties for small landlords, and then of course deed restricting that as well. Questions so far? I'll stop. We're kind of midway through it on the recommendation side. All right, keep going. Thank you. So that's speak quickly. So the last two have to do more with information sharing, reducing barriers, and then also trying to create a network of resources and referrals. Often we hear the term time and time again, right? Silos and individual buckets. Oh, this group does this group does this. One group didn't know what the other group was doing. And so how do we help bring some of that together through various partners that the city works with? And so the reducing barriers and programs, and also creating kind of more of a resource and referral hub, we think is needed. We're asking, you all to invest, these are millions of dollars of investments, but we have to think about, well, how do we disseminate that information to the community? How will the community not still, and often in times say, oh, well, this was happening and I never knew about it, or this is happening to me now and I can't participate, or by the time they find out about it, the deadlines have passed. So how do we help generate more of that information sharing space? And so in the packet here, I think it's slide 10, talks about neighborhood resiliency hubs, community organization and training, neighborhood info networks. These are things that some of which have been done through some of the staying in place investments and models, but this is asking for, recommending, more for, a few more years, 3 more years of time to put in and do some canvassing in neighborhoods, knock on some doors, inform some residents, go into neighborhood association meetings, feed them, do all that stuff, and then share this information if you so choose to accept this. Then the last one's a shared ownership pilot, which is, we heard some conversations in our own kind of polling and surveys in our community groups, and we did some community outreach as it relates to shared ownership models. This does not really exist at the moment, and even what we're recommending is really just to start off with some technical assistance. So $250,000, $250,000 to community and nonprofit partners. Those groups can include, residential cooperatives, community investment trust, land trust, things of that nature. We know some good news came out of the West Side Land Trust yesterday, in Mecklenburg County's investment in the Thomasboro community. But these are some ways that the city can participate in. How do you identify those groups? Support the acquisition possibly in the future of some residential property by providing funding, or identifying publicly owned land where there can then be some bid process for some shared ownership models, and test that out and see what that looks like. We've talked about that for many years, but maybe making that next step forward to say, okay, let's maybe buy into that. And some of our local groups have built capacity in that time too, and proven that, okay, maybe they are sustainable, and so maybe some investment for them can be helpful. So the top 8 are, came from a variety of community engagement sessions, a variety of information sessions to the Nest Commission members' own personal kind of ideas, some of the things we've heard from you all, And so that's how we kind of reach this top 8. Some new things, reactivating some old things, and reinvesting in some current programs. And then the last bucket is, again, I'll continue to call it our breadcrumbs. We're going to keep sprinkling that every time we see you. But this is really where, as we have about 15 months left of our 3-year term, really exploring the idea of what a permanent anti-displacement fund looks like. We have the trust fund that does wonders for new construction and more recently for NOAA acquisition. But what about some of these other things that wouldn't necessarily qualify under a housing trust fund kind of funding model? There's no tax credits associated with any of these things. This is really just about saying here are individual doors owned by individual owners or some large group owners, and how do we help them participate and help meet your affordability goals as a city, and also help, with some anti-displacement initiatives. So we'll be bringing more of that in a more robust fashion to the committee in advance of the 2025 budget cycle. So I imagine this winter you'll hear from us as we kind of use that as a capstone project for the next commission, and really and discuss more about some options. I imagine we'll bring the budget team in and say, here's what maybe this looks like if you decided to do this ongoing. So we're not just looking at ARPA dollars and one-time funds, but something that can be sustainable for future councils and going forward. So with that, these are the 8 and the 8 in the sprinkle, and we'll leave it at that. And you can we'll entertain any questions.
Thank you. First of all, appreciate all of the information, and you hit your 20-minute mark, so I'm impressed. I've got a number of questions, but before I jump into, I'll open it up to the floor if there are any committee members who have questions. Bakari?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Great work, Doctor. I'm just brainstorming through this as I'm looking at it. We've heard multiple iterations. I think this is the cleanest I've seen it presented to date. I guess just in an authentic question, as I look at these in buckets, the top 3 feel like they are programmatic subsidies or grants that go direct to consumer, direct to somebody in a place. The next 2 are programmatic grants that go to people that might own those places today. And then the remaining 4 are kind of a more generic grant set for almost like a B2B, where somebody else is doing things and we're maybe more exploring ultimately how we can enhance things. So if you can correct me, I see you nodding. So if generically looking at it like that, I guess where I'm struggling is what's the goal? And I'll give you an example, and then I want to hear your thoughts on it. Is the goal could be to create more stock of affordable housing. But then the problem is, if you calculate up the first 5 blocks, that's 80 units for $5 million on average. And I like the way you did lay that out at $1 million each to help us understand it. If the goal is upward mobility, right? Well, it doesn't really hit those marks for me. There's an important wraparound aspect of it, but you're not unlocking any. You're solving barriers that are one of multiple barriers that someone experiences, right? It's there, even if they have the up and retrofit, it's not a liquid asset that can help them on a day-to-day basis, and it's the affordability is locked in for 15 years. So, is it upward mobility? Is it more affordable housing stock? Is it preventing gentrification in areas where it would come? Because the big thing that's missing here for me, if it's upward mobility based, which I believe it's got to at its core at some level, is like connections with the Hire Charlotte program, like other things that are going to include an increase in their income that then ties to not renting but owning, right? A place that is invested. But it could be one of the other things, and then my question and issue might be the scale of 80 units for $5 million when we're talking 25, 30,000 units fluctuating any time and losing more than that each year. So I like the strategy it concerns me a little, it's not connected into multiple verticals all coming together. But let me stop. I mean, just give me your gut. You guys have been working on it. Give me your gut reaction.
Rebecca,
Anybody?
can you speak to the investment piece of it? Because we talked in depth about what that number truly is, and we knew that that was going to be a question before we answered the other question.
Sure.
Yep, sure. Thank you for the question. There are two components of this that I would lift up. One is that when the NEST co-chairs presented the overall anti-displacement strategy to this committee in June, that presentation really focused on how this strategy is connected in to council's breadth of priorities. So this is not intended to be a standalone strategy. There are connections within the strategy itself to workforce development and Hire Charlotte, to the comprehensive plan, to our overall affordable housing goals that you as council have set out. So at a strategic level, this is very closely tied together. So what NEST has done is bring forward first a strategic tie, and then these are a specific set of programmatic recommendations that are intended to advance that strategy. The place where you'll see economic mobility most addressed is in the resource and referral services component. Because through staying in place pilot, for example, that's where we've brought in resources related to financial navigators, digital navigators, the community quarterbacks and the resources of the United Way that have partnered with us there. And then in particular, the community health workers who are helping to connect individuals experiencing residential instability in some way with workforce development opportunities, childcare, transportation, or a variety of other expressed needs. And so I think, and I'll let Justin and Kim jump in here, but I think the focus has been on affordability and residential stability such that once that's locked in with those deed restrictions or support is provided in some other way, that gives households enough stability to take advantage of additional supports and other pieces of your overall strategy as City Council.
Go ahead. I can follow up on that later.
So I'm just going to give you a for example, because I think what we understand is that living wages are the way to stop people from losing their assets, right? But let's think about the 70-year-old that is probably past working age that has a little house on a lot of land that could potentially have that house be bigger, right? So under the ADU pilot, for instance, they could have that house turned into something that is also income generating. And I would say that their ancestors, when they pass, the people that passes on to are a lot less likely to try and sell an asset, one, that has a 15-year restriction on it, right? But two, is an income-producing property. It's just a different math for them than it is just a standalone house that they could sell for a quick buck. And so that ADU pilot definitely speaks to that person. And we know we have a lot of vulnerable neighborhoods that have senior citizens who own homes that are past working age, that are on fixed incomes, that having some additional residual income, whether it's a 20-80 split with the city or whatever that math looks like for them, is a little bit more than what they had before. We do know that the strategies are not going to solve for everything, right? It's multi-pronged. This is a multi-pronged issue. The housing crisis in Charlotte is multi-layered. At the beginning, we need more units. We need more units. We just don't have enough stock at all the price points. But we're trying to get at some of that in incremental ways.
Yeah, just to jump in real quick, I think that's the key. This is specifically about areas that are vulnerable to displacement. It's not necessarily trying to get at the whole swath of affordability gap. And I love the example that you just gave, because these investments are targeted to the people who are in the neighborhoods that are experiencing it. I'll have some questions specific to that, but that's a good question that you've asked. But I think that's the key with this, is that this is very specific to the neighborhoods that are vulnerable to displacement.
And I think that might be my biggest problem with it. Sure. And it's not that isn't a noble case to prioritize around. I'm more thinking, how can we get to the biggest measurable impacts at the end of what we're doing? And that's where I really do believe connecting, and I like the way you said some of the things you said, and I do this every day, where instead of, again, operating in a vertical saying, here's a bunch of tools and resources we have in the area of affordability and displacement, here are the parts of town that need that the most, let's deploy it. I would prefer almost a horizontal view to say, here are the top 5 personas that we see the most concentration in, that have an entire flow of need, of service, of wraparound. One is 70-year-old past working age renter with XYZ. Another might be near homeless with kids. Another might be, so that way you're breaking it, someone with mental health issues. And then what we do is basically say, where's the tip of the spear as it relates to, okay, for this person who could be retrained in technology, in manufacturing, in a trade or whatever it is, you've got Tracy and Hire, you've got Danielle, you've got them working with CELC. So all of a sudden, Hire becomes the beginning point, and then we stack up these resources, whether it's here with housing, maybe it's the county with child care and child support, food, clothing, all the instabilities, and we basically say, this funnel point, we're gonna, there's thousands of people with the need, but we're gonna focus each one of these horizontals on that funnel point. And I think if we did that, not only would it make the dollars last more, the sustainable outcomes I think would be more material. So I mean, to me, I think that could be something. It's to your point, it's not just strategy of like people are intertwined and strategically working. It's that each one of the personas is defined, and there's a tip of the spear designated to say, now we're working with Nest on this specific use case for this budget, and it can go from as many as low as 0, as many as 10,000, right?
Yeah, so we're working on something really exciting as part of Staying in Place, which is our program intake tool. So what we're trying to understand is when we hear from people or we talk to people in the community, what are their range of needs? And in what they're able to express their needs are, how can we direct them to the right places in a streamlined way? So I think that's going to get something that IT is working on, and I think that's going to get us to what you're talking about, because that's really the goal, right? How do we tailor our supports to each household and their individual needs, but also optimize our resources?
So just as in
Well,
closing.
real quick. Well, you said in closing. Go ahead.
In closing, I think what I see here as tools that can be utilized. What I'd like to see is, okay, rather than 1 million gets you this, I'd like to see where's the tip of that spear, who's managing it, is it 70+ year old people beyond working age that rent, right? Or that own and could do it at ADU. Then let me know what the universe is in Charlotte. But going back to, you have to enter into one of our programmatic points. And perhaps for that demographic, this is the entry, right? They may not need mental health. They may not need workforce development now. Maybe this opportunity is it. But if we think about it holistically, I think that's the key. So that's what I'll definitely be looking for in the next phase of this.
Yeah, I think to your point, and I'm going to go to the mayor.
End of statement.
Thank you. I just want to me, I see this very specific work stream, this neighborhood stabilization. This is the tailored down version of, these are the very specific people that live in these areas that are vulnerable to displacement that will be served by one of these programs. And maybe it's implicit in here because I know this work's been going on for a year and a half. But I think that we agree with you on that. I think right now we're inside of that one space. I think the ED meeting that happened before this really spoke to some of the things you're talking about from a workforce development standpoint. But I think you're right. They all work together. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yeah, I think we probably, like I said, all agree, kind of meta around here. But I think what Mr. Bakari is talking about, what I hear you saying, is a issue of scale. And I wonder if that scale, the work is something that gets handed off from the community-led committee, like Nest, and it gets handed off to council and staff to start larger kind of a policy exercise, right? Because we should be reminded of what NEST comes from, right? During the comprehensive plan discussions, people weren't really convinced that we were having the right policy discussions that would lead to anti-displacement policies in a growing city. So what we decided was that we needed some type of community-led group that don't take it from the politicians, don't take it from the experts, that allows the community to have some input to edify the policies that we have in place, that if scaled right, if approached right, if dealt with and concentrated on, the community is convinced they can have some anti-displacement strategy built along that. So what I see here is they've identified a matrix of 9 tools that say, hey, council and community, we think that this is a tool that can be used. It isn't the tool, but it's a tool that can be used strategically on a citywide perspective that is going to help us keep people from being involuntarily displaced. So I think what you're saying is right, but there has to be this handoff. I don't think we can rely on the NEST committee to do that. That has to be something that this body accepts and then goes on to the next step.
Just following that, the example would be, I totally agree with you if we actually can do it and do it, but it would be, we get all those tools and then we get the update on hire, on Access Charlotte, on all the other things, and then we ultimately say, our policy top priority tier is to invest and use this tool where another one of the investments is touching the same person that's coming after it and they've qualified for it. As an example of the kind of policy we would build for then execution by staff and community groups.
We should feel confident that there's an anti-displacement strategy that's part of this other strategy.
If I may, I think that we're saying some of the similar things, some of the same stuff. I do want to point out, while we've presented the anti-displacement strategy, call it a framework, call it a strategy, that document is actually, that has not been adopted, and as of yet, it's kind of just sitting in a weird committee purgatory right now. But I will say that to your point, Mr. Bakari, if we can go to number 10, Councilmember Bakari.
Wow.
Yeah, I get a quarter every time you, $1 every time you say verticals and horizontals. But this, when we talk about the resource and referral servicing, we think about, what is this central point, right? The council is the central point. And there's a variety of groups. We're not the only working community group out here. We're a piece of it, looking at anti-displacement kind of with an equity and a housing lens. There's, that's the other one out of the 2040 plan, the Equitable Development Commission. And so there's other, and I know they're reporting to a different committee and all that. And so the goal is for these things to come together and find that tip of spear. We know that, yes, however many units there are, that changes every day. And we know that, we can't be, having an anti-growth kind of, lens to say, oh, we got to stop doing everything. We know we have to kind of try to tackle it as it happens. So it does appear reactive in certain ways. I don't disagree there. But all of these different partners exist already. And there are plenty up here, some you mentioned, that aren't on the board. But tying that together, we're happy to help kind of try to tie that together. But, we've been charged with saying, hey, develop a strategy that can be used now or later to implement some policies and or initiatives. We've presented the strategy. We've chopped that up multiple times, got some objective. We've now put some policies, or I guess let me say recommendations, to support those goals and objectives. And so I think we're, to the chair's point, we're in the middle of it. We're right there in the middle of it. And then how to scale that, I think, is a future term kind of conversation.
Thank you for that. I do have some follow-up questions specific to what's been shared today, because the conversation obviously is around not just what we're trying to do now from these one-time funds, and you can go back to slide 4, but how does this become a broader strategy or a broader policy, right? So I just want to make sure that I understand what's being presented. So firstly here, okay, this acquisition, rehab, and resale, it's a revolving fund, if I'm understanding correctly. So are we purchasing units? Well, let me ask, what is in the fund right now from after the first round? Have we sold the first set of units yet, or?
Yes, so I think we have one unit remaining that hasn't been sold, that has been rehabbed, that we've been working on through staying in place. And then we have some funding through the staying in place pilot to do a couple of more acquisition, rehab, resales. And it is designed to be a revolving fund, but it needs to be topped off because some subsidy does stay in the property. So the way the program works is we partner, in the previous pilot, we partnered with 2 entities. If we move forward, we would put out a new RFP for partners. But we provide capital to the partners to purchase properties and rehab, and then they are sold to House Charlotte qualified home owners. And then the funding from the sale comes back to the fund, and it rotates through. But because the subsidy for the rehab and a little bit of down payment assistance stays in the property, it declines over time. So it would need to be topped off to be able to continue that work annually.
Gotcha, okay. So it sounds like that the first two kind of work in conjunction with each other, given that the House Charlotte plus there's a component of subsidizing other partners who are doing it. And then there's also,
They can all work in conjunction with one another, depending on what any given household situation is. But there is a component of ARR, the acquisition, rehab, resale, that's also a little bit like rehab and a little bit like home ownership, and it's just putting them together.
Gotcha, okay. Given that this really is focused on, in my mind, a specific set of neighborhoods, a specific set of parcels that are across the city at a given point in time. When we launched, we knew there were certain areas that because of the demographics there, and because of what was happening economically there, that these places were vulnerable to displacement. I'm curious then, given that we're using one-time funds, if we have a sense of what the size of the prize is and what we're actually impacting of that size of the prize. Like, I get that ongoing, these neighborhoods are going to change across the city, who's vulnerable to displacement, et cetera, et cetera. But if we said there are 50,000 lots that are within these areas, there are 20,000 homeowners here, do we believe that this level of funding with these number of units targeted are taking a big bite out of that specific finite area? Okay.
No, I think all three of us could resoundingly say no. I will say a couple of things. One is we will have to do some study on the value and benefit of all that is being deployed. The previous deployment, we've heard Councilwoman Mayfield talk about TLC by CLT, right? We need to truly measure the impact of these investments. Same with the ones that are being proposed. But I would venture a guess that based on what we know about the nature of some of these tools that we're proposing in this toolkit, that the assets that were more vulnerable and more likely to be lost in inventory and to the marketplace, to the open marketplace, and really upsetting the marketplace in some ways, is probably retained. That is conjecture. We need to do some study.
Yeah, I think that'll be the key piece, because the component we know here that is critical is time. And so we don't want to look up and we've got a great program and then there are no more units left to go get. So I'd love to understand a little bit more about, from a communication strategy, how do we get this awareness of the tools to the people who live in these houses, whether it's a mailer campaign, we're knocking on doors, or whatever it is. because time is obviously of the essence. I do think from a policy standpoint, I think that was a great discussion earlier. One thing that I would like to offer up is, two things. As we think about this anti-displacement funding piece, I think it's got to be tied to public investment. When we think about transit investment, we know that that is catalytic when we look at how that impacts neighborhoods that are surrounding it and the value of land. So from a policy standpoint, there's got to be some kind of, every time we're investing in transit, we've got to be earmarking something for displacement, or thinking about how development is impacting affordability in those areas. So I think that that's one that, from a policy standpoint, we would want to dig into how our other communities approaching that from a revenue standpoint when they go to get their revenue for transit. Is that a component of it? I know we've heard plenty of our residents talk about, if you want us to support bonds for transportation, then it has to have a component of anti-displacement with it. And then finally, just as we think about the shared ownership pilot, you mentioned the Westside Community Land Trust, and I'm sure they're not the only ones, but given that we already know that there are successful models in our community, are you offering that this would be additional exploration to create new entities, or why wouldn't that just go straight to what's existing?
When you say, so the 250,000, the technical assistance is really to, it's exploratory in a little bit of a sense, right? I don't know of, and I don't think the staff brought us any information that said, hey, the city has invested heavily in shared ownership models in the past. I mentioned the Mecklenburg County thing just because I read the article yesterday. But we believe, the group, the Nest Commission believes that there's a space there for that. We don't want to, not to put a cart to ahead of a horse or anything, but we don't want to say, hey, do these amount of units at this many stuff. Some of those top line items we've seen already. We know it works. You piloted it. It's been associated with various initiatives in the past and current. And I think the shared ownership pilot, land trust, things of that nature are things that have been kind of talked about on the periphery, but not necessarily saying, hey, we've done this, or we've put a little money where our mouth is on it. And so this is us recommending, hey, make that next step. See where it goes.
To that end, it looks like you've got a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the end of this, we have that the action the committee desires with us moving forward. I would like for us to take into consideration, even with looking at slide 5, how we have that really great example in 2020 when that was able to sell for $239,000. We do not have that today as a reality. That same house, if you look on Realtor.com or Zillow, is valued at $320 something, so an additional $100,000 more today. But I do think from our committee, we need to move forward. I would not encourage the idea of pushing for the fiscal 24 budget. I would encourage some of these asks now, because while we still have some funding, and when we know outside of ARPA, we still have some capacity. But this aligns with other conversations that we're having throughout the city and in other committees and in other departments. While we have some funding, there may be an opportunity for 1 to 3 of these to be moved forward now, with the additional asks coming, but I do not want to encourage the Nest Committee to wait until we get to the fiscal year 24.
These 8 are current asks.
Right.
They're current.
But what was mentioned earlier was for it to, we're slow walking it. I think we're at the place where we're ready to pull the trigger, because we're either going to move forward with it, because as you mentioned earlier, the other is a conversation that we've been having, but we as a committee and as council have not actually adopted any specific language. I think we're at the place where we are able to adopt some language. So, Madam Chair, if you do feel comfortable for a motion, I don't know what the motion is right now. What is the look?
What's your pleasure?
Okay, we're just going to go ahead and go for it as I'm.
Just one quick second.
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
this
What-
might
what do you
be
have?
relevant to that. But is there an amount of money that's being asked for?
Well, nothing's been asked for.
No.
Well, it says action if council desires, committee desires. Ms. Mayfield saying we want to move something forward.
What I'm proposing at this point, Councilmember Bakari, is for our committee to move forward to full council, the discussion of us moving forward with goals 1, 2, and 3, based on the recommendation that came from our next commission. Since we said goal 4 is more of the aspirational, but and correct me if I'm wrong, to our two co-chairs, goal 1 of supporting the residents, goal 2 of strengthening communities, goal 3 of fostering inclusivity, and that way we get to the fuller conversation of what actual dollars, because this was just an overview of what the dollars could look like. But if we move forward from committee to full council, then we can start working towards these goals, 1, 2, and 3. So that would be my recommendation.
I will second that as long as just to clarify what you say, those 3 goals line up to those 8 strategy kind of recommendations, but we're saying it's time for a full council discussion on what does it connect to? Exactly where, so we're saying these tools we all believe have value and merit. We need a plan and then some policy discussion amongst the whole council on what kind of budget we would put behind it and how it would be utilized. If that's the case?
And for clarification for staff, Mr. Heath, I believe, and I want to make sure what you heard is what I am attempting to express, is by us moving forward from committee today to full council, goals 1, 2, and 3, that gets us to the room to start having the additional conversations, because we've already done the work of the 5 to 7, 8, with 9 being aspirational. So I want to make sure staff is under the same understanding. Madam Chair, that would be my recommendation.
All right, it's been moved and properly seconded. There's already been discussion. Is there anybody online that's got a comment? All righty. All those in favor?
Aye. That's
All
unanimous.
those opposed? I just want to make sure that there's no committee members online. I thought Melina was going to call in, but she's not.
Oh, I'm here. I'm listening. I hear it all.
All right, are you supportive of moving this?
Yes, absolutely.
Awesome.
Let's get the show on the road.
Awesome. It's unanimous. Then we'll move this forward to council for discussion. Thank you so much.
Just one point to staff, Madam Chair, if I could make it. Thank you. It would be really helpful, Sean, if, as you're going to bring this to council, it isn't just a replay of this. I think other council members need to be brought up to speed on some of this, but I think now there's offline work to take a bunch of tools that are bucketed in the form of goals and bring forth us something enhanced with the policy framework of how it would work in some of the ways we've discussed. The reason for that is if we come in this exact same way, everyone's going to have the exact same questions I think we just arrived at, which, okay, well, how much, what's the impact, what's the outcome, like that. I think that's what we need staff to take the baton.
On behalf of my co-chair and the commission members, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your leadership. All right, we will move to item number 2 then.
Yes, item number 2. So a number of months ago, there was a discussion in all the committees around boards and commissions that were aligned with each committee. The CRC was one that this committee lifted up and said we want to have a deeper dive conversation. So that's what today is intended to be. Willie, with that, and Terry, I'll hand it over to you. Yes, you get one. Yeah.
Here, take this.
Oh, thanks.
Chairperson Wallington and members of the committee, I want to thank you all for allowing the Community Relations Committee to have an additional time to come before you all to present information on the Community Relations Committee based on a list of questions that you've asked over the past several months as we have gone through this process. What I'm going to do today is take an opportunity to talk about, and I'm going to be brief. I realize that you all like to be timely, so I'm going to respect your time. But I want to talk generally about what the Community Relations Committee is all about, then share what the administrative and functional powers of the Community Relation are, We'll talk about some of the CRC subcommittees' alignment with council priorities, and we'll also share with you how that has changed since the last time that we met, but I'll explain that as we get into the report.
Can I ask you, as you're mentioning, not to cut you off, just for the second time, I'm super interested, and I think this committee is super interested in what has changed over the time since we last met. So if you make that the bulk of your presentation, that would be great.
Okay, and I will. We'll talk about these newly proposed subcommittee structure because we do have a new chair, and he is very interested in this happening. We'll briefly mention some of the subcommittee accomplishments under the previous structure. Quickly talk about CRC staff work. This work can't be done in a vacuum, and so we have lots of external and internal partners with the City of Charlotte, and we'll quickly mention who those internal partners are. And then we'll talk about our connections to build the community, and then I'll be happy to respond to any questions that you all might have. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So as most of you all are already aware, the Community Relations Committee serves as a part of the human relations structure here in Charlotte, Mecklenburg, or Mecklenburg County. And there are multiple organizations that are involved in this work. The Community Relations Committee itself is a statutory organization of the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County. The city has a human relations ordinance that calls for the creation of community relations, and the county is joined in on that process through a memorandum of understanding that was signed off on with the city and the county back in 1969. With regards to how members of the community relations are appointed, most of the members are appointed by city council members, members of the county commission, and the chair and vice chair are actually appointed by the mayor and the county commission chair. The core service of the Community Relations Committee work is to ameliorate the current effects of past discrimination and racism, because what happened 200 years ago, 300 years ago, 50 years ago, 10 years ago, still impacts how we interact with one another, especially as it relates to race. And unfortunately, that stuff still goes on. We're also responsible for promoting community harmony. Now, there was a time when this promotion of community harmony was built around civil rights work, but we've come to realize over the years that civil rights work is not the only thing that disrupts the harmony of the community. There are many other things that we have been involved in, and you'll see some of those when we talk about some of the accomplishments of the committee. Next slide, please. This slide, and this information you see on this slide actually comes directly from the city's human relations ordinance, and it talks about the administrative and functional powers of the Community Relations Committee. Those administrative powers, this is essentially the work of staff of the Community Relations Committee, and then those functional powers, that is the work of the community, the 45-member board as they carry out their work. Next slide. From the last time we met, you all had asked about actual information on the subcommittees of the Community Relations Committee, and at that time we had 7 subcommittees, and we were asked to talk about or to at least share how that subcommittee work tied into council priorities. And on this slide, we have tried to capture how we feel those subcommittees actually tie into that work. So for instance, in great neighborhoods, our sense is that housing and economic crisis subcommittees, that work ties in there, as well as race and cultural relations. Community equity and special event ties into safe communities. And then CRC Pride, arts and environment, and public relations ties into well-managed government. And to your earlier point, Madam Chair, these subcommittees are no longer in existence. The Community Relations Committee, as of the 1st of August, has a brand new chair. It is Sam Smith, Jr., and he has started work with the committee because he wants a reset. And his reset starts with putting these subcommittees on hold and then coming up with just 3 subcommittees. His sense was that 7 might be too many. And so he has actually proposed to the committee that they consider having just 3 committees, and the committee actually voted on that recommendation from him at its meeting back in August, and I'll share with you in a minute what those subcommittees are. And so the proposed, and I'm going to come to those accomplishments a little later, but I want to talk about the newly proposed committee structure, which is not in the slide presentation. But he talks about.
The new ones are not in this presentation?
No, they're still cooking, is the best way to put it. But we're looking at what he's called CRC representative. And this would include works around community affairs, fair housing, ADA, and dispute settlement.
Can we, repeat that, community affairs?
Yeah, community affairs, fair housing, ADA, and dispute settlement. And the overall moniker is CRC representative. Then he talks about community engagement and cultural events. And this would include works like Police Community Relations Awards Program, the Martin Luther King Parade, Pride initiatives, and initiatives with the international community. And then the third subcommittee would be the Public Relations / Newsletter Subcommittee. And this work would encompass a quarterly newsletter, speaking engagements in the community, a speaker series, both internally and externally, and then the various partnerships that we might engage in as we go about getting the work of the Community Relations Committee done in the city. He got a very positive reaction to these recommendations, and I think that it is going to happen. We just need some time to sort of put it in place. As I said earlier, it is still cooking. Now, this next slide, which has a list of accomplishments, these are some things that happened under the previous 7 subcommittees. And those subcommittees had only been in place about 7 or 8 months and really did not have a whole lot of time to get a whole lot of work done, but they got some things done. Under special events, they actually raised over $100,000 from the private sector, which was used to underwrite costs associated with the Martin Luther King birthday celebration, as well as the annual Police Community Relations Awards program, and a Community Relations Committee open house in September of 2022. Then we had Race and Cultural Relations, who had worked with the international community at its festival and cultural events, because as you deal with the work of the Community Relations Committee, it's just not a black and white issue. It includes everybody who chooses to call Charlotte-Mecklenburg home. CRC Pride, which was a new subcommittee, planned the annual participation in the Charlotte Pride Festival, and we have quarterly participation in a major LGBTQIA+ events, and that seems to be really important work for the committee at this time. Then, of course, public relations, which is the newsletter, which we use to share with the community the work of the Community Relations Committee, and as well as the various events that we may sponsor or co-sponsor with other organizations, both internally and externally. Next slide, please. This slide captures the work of the staff of the Community Relations Committee. We have 4 divisions in the department. We have the Americans with Disabilities Act program. Terry Bradley, in addition to being the deputy director, also serves as the city's ADA coordinator. And so all of the ADA work that's being accomplished, especially over the next 15 years, is going to flow through the Community Relations Committee. We have a community affairs division which works to strengthen police community relations. It's also, we might call it the engagement committee, because we're looking at engaging the community in the work of the community relations in a major way. You all had talked about the possibility of us working more with council around engagement, and we're looking forward to those possibilities. We have a dispute settlement program, which is a program that takes about 1,500 to 2,000 cases out of the local criminal justice system each year, and we resolve those through mediation. This work has gone well enough that the Charlotte-Mecklenburg court system has actually given us a courtroom over at the courthouse. And as court cases are going on during the day, there may be cases that literally have no business being in the courtroom. With those cases, the judge will ask them, the two persons, the two disputants in a case, if they're willing to come up to the CRC courtroom and try to resolve their issue through mediation. If they agree to do so and it is successfully resolved, then all of the criminals allegations against the person or the criminal matters that they may be dealing with are actually dismissed as a result of the successful mediation with the Community Relations Committee. And this program actually ends up saving the court thousands of hours of their time, and it also saves them money as well as saving the disputants money because they don't have to hire a lawyer. They get an opportunity to resolve their issues themselves.
Now, is this the community resource, the community relations committee, or is this staff?
This is staff and committee members. So the staff plans and coordinates and runs the courthouse. However, you need volunteer mediators to actually do the mediation, and this is where our committee members come into play. Mm-hmm. And then fair housing. Most of you are aware that the fair housing ordinance of the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County are both administered by the staff of the Community Relations Committee. We also administer the City of Charlotte's initial public accommodations ordinance, which was approved back in 1968. We also administer the city's non-discrimination ordinance, which includes a new set of protected classes under public accommodations. And then last year, the city council actually approved a source of income policy, and we administer that policy. So again, this is the bulk of the work of the staff of the Community Relations Committee. And this is a list of our internal partners, and I would just quickly mention just the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department because that partnership has been in existence since 1969. And we actually have, by way of a memorandum of understanding, we have staff of the Community Relations Committee who sits in on the internal affairs hearings against police officers as a voting member in that process. And we're constantly seeking ways to improve police community relations. And perhaps one of the better programs that we do where we do that is through the annual Police Community Relations Awards program. We had our 42nd annual program this past May. And during this 40-year period, we've raised close to $900,000 from the private sector to pay for costs associated with this program and recognizing officers and citizens who are pushing for good police community relations here in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. And you can see the other internal partners, including aviation, Charlotte Water and Human Resources, code enforcement, as well as a lot of work with members of City Council. Next slide. And so our job is about connecting the community when it comes to issue of civil rights and race and community harmony. And we seek to build community by promoting harmony, facilitating resolution, and celebrating diversity. And with that, I will answer any questions that you all might have.
Question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Rashford, for this presentation, and Terry for being here with us today. I have a couple of questions, because on our end, I'm noticing, honestly, a high turnover within the Community Relations Committee with our appointments. A follow-up will be fine unless you want to respond now for us to try to figure out the potential disconnect for why we're having individuals that may be eligible but are not seeking to be reappointed as we continue to grow. Now, full disclosure, Willie note, Community Relations got a good 20 years out of me, 10 years as an active member of the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Community Relations, and then an additional 10 years just for the MLK Parade and Memorial Weekend celebration. So I am more intimately aware when we used to actually go through the human relations trainings up in Raleigh, and our work was a little different than what we have right now with creating impact locally based on the foundation. But that is a concern, the high turnover with, and I don't think I captured all 4 of them when you said it, even though I was trying to write it down, for the proposed new committees: community affairs, fair housing, dispute settlement, and ADA. Okay, because ADA always needs to be there where we have some challenges. Under CRC accomplishments, I'm thinking under special events, if that really should fall under staff, because the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Community Relations Awards, historically, Donna Morrell was the major champion that raised a lot of the funding, and that was through staff. Does CRC members now, have they been actively engaged with helping with fundraising?
They have always been actively engaged in helping with fundraising. You have a staff person, and we have a subcommittee which consists of Community Relations Committee members, which were the Police Community Relations Committee subcommittee, and they, working along with Donna Morrell, work together to raise the money and plan the program for the annual Police Community Relations Awards.
Okay, so that's also somewhat of a change, because I know previously, again, many moons ago, the committee members were more so engaged with the programming and identifying volunteers, and unless we had committee members who were part of those corporate partners. So I know that there is at least one corporate partner that has been interested, but for whatever reason, that interest hasn't transitioned to them being on the committee. So hopefully, in this new alignment, that could be addressed.
Absolutely. Quite a few of the corporate organizations that donated money to the community relations for this particular program were actually referred to us by committee members who are on that subcommittee.
That helps. For this CRC Pride piece, with the planned participation in Pride Festival, quarterly participation, how is that identified? Because we do have events throughout. Charlotte Pride is one of many events. You also have, well, really, there's only 2. There's Charlotte Pride and there's Charlotte Black Pride. So how, of which that's something also that can be submitted later. I'm just trying to figure out how are their quarterly participation in major, one, what is identified as a major LGBTQIA plus event, and how is that identified for quarterly participation when the 2 major events outside of the Carolinas Chamber that has monthly business meetings, helping to understand that breakdown?
So, yes, so the Charlotte Pride Festival, which happened a couple of weeks, is perhaps the largest major event here in Charlotte, and we were involved in that. We have staff members who worked with them to help plan that festival, and we had committee members and staff members who were present all day at the actual event.
So again, what we have in this box is that planned annual participation for the Pride Festival, but quarterly participation in major LGBTQIA plus events. So what that could look like down the road, because there aren't quarterly LGBTQIA plus events that's happening.
There aren't events, but there are people from that community who meet on a regular basis to plan work and to plan how they're going to live their lives here in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, and our staff are involved with those people.
Interesting. So that's a wordplay that we can work with, because a major event and just meeting is something a little different. But the Community Relations Department and to the staff role, congratulations on the amazing work that you all are doing with dispute settlement and having space within the courthouse and with training volunteers for the mediation. It'll be exciting to hear what the committee proposes in support of this recommendation of trying to streamline the committees, as long as we don't lose our target and the history behind the why of community relations. Yes, Charlotte is growing. I'm excited about the growth that we're having within our refugee community, as well as the diversity of our Caribbean community. But we also cannot forget the realities that we know legislative policy was created specifically so Black people cannot have access. We are still dealing with legislative policy today and new legislative policy that is attempting to remove using ethnicity, race, which is a construct because we all human race, but whatever, from the target of why you get access. So we cannot forget the foundation to try to be so encompassing for everyone that we're just this rainbow of other. We cannot lose the focus of why the Community Relations Committee was created.
Absolutely.
And it was created specifically because legislative policy was created specifically so Black people, African Americans, Black Americans could not get access to loans, to housing, to jobs, to a myriad of things.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, if you don't mind, the first question that Councilwoman Mayfield asked was regarding all of the members of the committee who are no longer on there. The Community Relations Committee is a committee of 45 members. During the past 2 years, 34 members have left the Community Relations Committee for various reasons, including 16 members who were actually removed from the committee by either the city clerk or the county clerk because they did not meet the attendance requirement. Then we have quite a few resignation letters where folk have indicated that their jobs or prevented them from not being able to participate. And during COVID-19, we were meeting virtually, and once we started meeting in person again, we had some folk who did not want to come back to meet in person, so they didn't. But to your point, there were some folk who were not happy with the way that things were going, and they quit for that reason. Interestingly enough, since we've gotten a new chairman, some of them have indicated that they would like to come back and have actually put in applications to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I got just a couple of things. I think there's a lot of good work in this presentation. I'm not sure that I could articulate to someone the difference between staff's good work and committee good work, and that's where I'm struggling with this, to be honest. Because my question is for 45 members, and especially for there to be high vacancy, what's immediately apparent to me is that there's an opportunity to optimize membership, right? And I feel like in order to do that, we've got to understand what is it that we're really trying to deliver here. I think that Ms. Mayfield just mentioned a couple of things that they used to do in terms of lobbying or whatever else, like substantive work that I don't yet see here. I'd like to understand, can you just kind of give me these were some of the issues. You mentioned a few just now in terms of why people weren't involved in some things, and this is what we've done about it. Because that's the part that, like, if somebody asks me, so what do you think? Is CRC something we need to continue and we need to invest in a particular way? I can't articulate the whys. For staff, for sure. For the committee, different matter.
Okay, I believe that belief is out there because many folk don't understand that there's a lot of co-mingling of the work of the Community Relations Committee and the staff and the members. So for instance, with fair housing, staff actually administer the fair housing ordinance, and we investigate discrimination complaints. We may have a complaint in which we determine that discrimination has occurred. We are then required by law to conciliate that matter. If we don't successfully conciliate it, then we have to actually have a public hearing, and the members of the Community Relations Committee serve as the chairperson and the hearing officers in that process, and they will sit down and they will listen to the defenses of the defendant in this case, as well as those of the complainant, and they will either uphold the finding of the Community Relations Committee or reverse the findings of the Community Relations Committee. If they uphold it, then
Is the Community Relations Committee upholding their own findings?
No, they're upholding the finding, that the determination that's made by staff and the director of a case of discrimination. The complainant, the respondent, in essence, is appealing the decision that we've made, and the members of the Community Relations Committee, through their appointment to the hearing board by the chair, have to determine if we made the right decision or if we were wrong. If they decided that we make the right decision, then we will continue conciliation with the respondent. And if that's not successful, then we will go to the city attorney's office, and the city attorney's office will file a lawsuit against the respondent.
So it sounds like there are a number of specific activities that, I don't know if that's just somewhere, like you said, required by law, that this is in existence, or et cetera, et cetera. It would be very helpful to see those and to see how many people do you actually need to sit on a hearing committee?
Sure.
How many people are focused on, like, I know that you've lined out new, or the chair has lined out new subcommittees. How many people really need to be involved in X, Y, Z? Because that's the piece for me. I'd like to be able to connect the dots between, these are the things that legally we need to have a body in place for, and based on the activities, this is how many folks we need. These are the things that have historically been the activities of this group, and this is how we need to be able to support them in this way. Are we still sending people to Raleigh to have conversation? Are we still, whatever it is, that part to me would be very helpful to ascertain what are the resources we need to be putting behind this, because I see staff and I see the committee, but I can't right now delineate what is truly required of a committee. Make sense?
Absolutely. And if I might, one additional bit of work with the committee members that's tied into the fair housing work, and actually this ties into the non-discrimination ordinance work as well as the source of income policy work. These days, racism and discrimination, especially as it relates to housing, is very subtle, it's very sophisticated. And people engage in what we call have a nice day racism, or racism with a smile on the pat on the back, very sophisticated. And we don't know whether it's going on or not, but what we can do is test it. And so members of the Community Relations Committee also serve as testers. We train them to go out to test an apartment complex pretending to be a person that's seeking housing. We do what we call a reverse Oreo test, where we send out a black tester to see what and determine what their treatment is. You then send out a white tester to determine what their treatment is. Then you send out another black tester, because you want to make sure that they're consistent in the way people are treated based on race. And to the extent that we're able to determine that there are differences in treatment that may be related to race, we will receive a complaint and actually investigate that. And we've had some pretty good results in those types of cases. But again, the members of the Community Relations Committee are involved in that work. But I hear you want to see those connections, and that should be easy to do. We'll do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I forgot, I'm going to put my plug in. We're going to need the MLK parade back. Because not having that this year.
Is she late?
The first time in how many years that this would have been 45th? 45th MLK parade. So not having it was a shock to the community, even with, I know I had people reaching out to me, asking me what the information is. So that is a staple in our community. So tying in with Madam Chair's comment, if it is a resource conversation, then let us know what that is. Because we can do all these other things, but we are known also for upholding and reminding people of the history of our city.
And to your point, we have one of the largest MLK parades in the southeastern United States. And with regards to whether it's going to happen next year, it's fair to say that we're on the same page, in the same book.
Is that the formal name of that thing, the reverse Oreo?
Reverse Oreo.
Is that the formal
Yes,
program?
that's what they call it.
It's not just the regular Oreo.
Yeah, that's what I was
Is the white dude in the middle?
The cream.
That's a regular Oreo.
Yeah, but the reverse is when you send a black person in and then a white person, then a black person.
No, that's just a regular Oreo. I think Mr. Winston is correct.
Yeah, that's, yeah, reverse is when,
Reverse is the white dude starts and then another, it doesn't have to be a dude, right?
It doesn't, it doesn't.
It is. Thank you very much.
Just responding to what I'm hearing.
For item number 2, we've got 9 minutes left of this council meeting. We don't have an action at this point. I have asked for the follow-up, the very, very clear, these are the tasks of the committee, these are the resources that we truly need for that, so we can take a look at that. And then we've got one more item that we've got 9 minutes to cover, but I think we can do it.
We can do it.
Yeah.
Yep, we can do it. Okay, thank you very much.
Good job, Willie.
Yeah, so if we can pull up the Three Sisters Market presentation, I can go over this in about 4 minutes. Next slide, please. It's been about 18 months since council discussed Three Sisters Market, it was February of 2022. So today is just a 3-minute update as an intermediate step before this goes on to an RCA on September 11th, assuming the committee's comfortable with that. So I'll quickly get you up to speed on what's been happening over the last 18 months, and then we'll finish with the staff funding recommendation. Next slide, please. Back on February 7th, 2022, there were a number of ARPA recommendations that were discussed that night across a number of different investment category areas. One investment category focused on food insecurity, and there were 2 projects that were discussed that evening. One is the Carolina Farm Trust's Local Foods Production and Distribution Center on Hoskins Road. That project was discussed that night and then voted on and approved by council on February 14th. And just coincidentally, they had their groundbreaking just a couple weeks ago, so they're off and running. As it relates to Three Sisters Market, and if you take a quick look at the aerial photograph there, you can see the open field with a big tree in the middle. Just to the right of that, in that wooded area where there's at the intersection of West and Clanton, that's the site that's envisioned for the Three Sisters Market full-service grocery store. When this was discussed in February 2022, there was excitement about the concept, but we weren't far enough along with the work with the development team at West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition to be in a position to provide a funding recommendation. So council said, just put an earmark of $1.5 million, i.e. make sure you don't spend all of the ARPA, and then come back, staff, when you've had enough time to work with the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition and they've made enough progress that you're ready for a formal funding recommendation. So that time is now. Next slide, please. Over the last 25 years, there have been a handful of studies that have been done, and they've all had the same conclusion. The west side of town needs more access to healthy, fresh, affordable food. It was in our playbook for the West Corridor, West Boulevard Corridor, and a lot of other studies that the city's been involved in over the last 25 years. So this is a well-established need. Next slide, please. The Three Sisters Market vision, this concept has really been in play for a few years. And West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition has been actively working to line up support for the vision. And they're in a position now today where they've got a critical mass of support. The idea would be for a full-service cooperative grocery store, about 12,500 square feet. That's about 4 or 5 times the size of a typical convenience store. So this would be more in line with like a Trader Joe's, for example, in terms of the footprint. Once the store is established, operational oversight and governance will be transferred from the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition to the Cooperative Food Market Board of Directors. And that Board of Directors has already been established. So that's the best practice, get the Board of Directors in place before the site is operational. So 11-person board, 6 members of the board are from the West Charlotte community, including Ricky Hall. 5 members of the board are other community leaders, including former bank executive Mac Everett, just for example. Total cost estimated at about $10 million, with the vast majority of that associated with hard construction costs. Next slide, please. The reason that it's taken us 18 months to get here is because in working with the Neighborhood Coalition, we identified a handful of specific milestones that we expected to be met in order for us to be comfortable bringing a staff recommendation forward. All of those milestones have been addressed, which is why we're here today. So they have a board of directors in place. They have site control through a land lease with Enlivian for 99 years at a discounted lease rate. They've received a significant funding commitment from Mecklenburg County to the tune of $3 million. They have a very experienced development team that's been assembled. Freedom Communities, Neighboring Concepts and Land Design, and Crossland Southeast will help activate the vision and make this into reality. They've identified a candidate of qualified general managers that they'll go through a process to pick the best one. And they're poised to start their capital campaign in October, leveraging the commitment by the county and at council's discretion, the commitment by the city to get this thing going. Last slide, please. So as I mentioned before, the idea here would be to have this go straight to an RCA on September 11th, since it's really just a continuation of a conversation that was initiated with council last year, and staff is very comfortable that the development team has put in place all of the ingredients in order for us to say it's time to make a commitment. So that's where we're at.
That is so exciting. So exciting to hear.
I didn't know we were having to vote on this right now. So,
Well, wait a moment. Are we voting on this? Wow.
I mean, I'm prepared to have a
Gotcha.
position.
Okay, well, before we do that, then.
Do we have to do that?
Well, hold on. Gotcha. So then, firstly, I'll entertain a motion. If there's a motion that is seconded, then there's a discussion to be had. If not, then that's a horse of a different color.
So I motion for staff's recommendation for the approval of 1.5 million of ARPA in support of the Three Sisters Market to be included on our September 11th, 2023 business agenda.
Second. It's been moved and properly second. Any discussion? Mr. Picard?
I'm not predisposed to be against this, but to me, jeez, dude, it's rough. But I like to make sure we do the right deals when we put money into stuff like this. So clearly we know that the reason why in these food desert kind of scenarios doesn't work is actual grocers have looked at it and it doesn't meet their model needs. So after we decided, I mean, I don't know anything about this stack of people coming in. It looks decent. I mean, when you look at the names, is there anyone on that board or group that actually runs grocery stores?
So they've had a consultant working with them for the last year and a half, and at the direction of the county, someone that's based out of Chicago, I believe, who has experience with the cooperative grocery store model, with the assumption that it's the model that's really transferable here. And you're right, there's a reason that other kind of household name grocers aren't there.
But have we explored changes others models to basically say, yeah, we would come in and we've RFP'd that or anything?
Let me try to answer, and if I don't answer it, I know you tell me. But so, I mean, working with the county, this was identified as two what we thought were food security related initiatives with merit, that where there's been a tremendous amount of analysis and due diligence put into the effort. There are no guarantees with this sort of thing. Right?
To save us time, I will join, which I'm assuming are enough votes anyway to get this out. But that's not a pre-assumption that I will vote for this then. Offline, I want somebody to walk me through this like it was any deal that we were investing money into a for-profit capital stack.
Well, let me restate. The investment itself will be made in West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition, the nonprofit. They're serving as essentially the master developer. And, you know,
but where is that money going specifically?
It'll support the construction of
So it
the
is
facility.
construction, like the vertical
It is,
construction?
yes, it is. It's the hard construction costs. And for-profit in a way, yes, it's accurate, but it's a bit of a misnomer. I mean, this is a cooperative store. The notion of, it'll be membership-based, right? So members will pay a nominal fee, like let's say $100 as an entry fee. If the store gets to a position in the future where it's self-sustaining, then members have an opportunity to benefit from that through some sort of like dividend, essentially.
Who owns the store, the physical store?
The physical store will be owned by an entity separate from the West Boulevard Neighborhood Coalition.
What entity is that? Like who?
I don't know that.
So that's what so I'm viewing this as we're investing into co-op or whatever for-profit stack. That money's going into a building that someone's going to own. Is there a scenario where we can be part of that ownership stack?
And that's not the way any of this has been contemplated.
Well,
now.
I'm assuming not, but now we're actually looking at it like a deal. So
yeah,
we can do that offline.
Fair
Again, I understand why this is needed. I understand that that's a credible group doing it, but like, let's make sure we're, if it was, when it says for-profit, point taken on co-op, but kind of irrelevant, somebody owns that building. Someone can sell that building for money.
Right.
Okay. Whoever that is, which no one that's doing the deal knows right now.
All right. Vice Chair?
Councilman Bakari, just to help
Not taking
with-
questions.
I'm not giving you a question, I'm giving you a statement.
Thank you.
Just a little bit of background, because this started back in 2017. So the original group that came together for the Three Sisters Market started the model off of a co-op in Raleigh, and they had a number of trips up to Raleigh as well as other areas to look at the model. Back in 2018 is when they kicked off their initial ownership drive that kicked off actually on October the 10th of 2018, where you started having the community buy-in, and that was anywhere from $100 up. But the co-op model is not a new model. You've seen it in Oakland and other places. But I definitely understand your question as far as who's going to own it. Yet, when we approved the initial 1.5 to be set aside to get to this point, it was based off a conversation that's now about 5 years old, with a lot of not only conversations within the community, also led by our former staff. So we had Anna, who was the program director, because then I could never pronounce her last name correctly, but it's Zuebskaya, who was the West Boulevard Coalition program director back then. But we've had many years of conversations regarding the impact and how it could work. So, and I know Sean will be able to help get you that additional information, not just for you, but for all of council. But I did want to share that this is a conversation that's been happening for quite a few years. And you're absolutely right, because as the district rep, I had a lot of conversations with the larger big box grocery stores. And when you look at the households, and they want to say how much expendable income is in the rooftops, that was always a challenge in the area, but we've also seen a lot of displacement and growth in the area, just like we've seen along West Boulevard, we've seen along Freedom and Wilkinson. But this co-op model is a model where they've taken the best of all the conversations in order to get us where we are today. Just wanted to give a little background on that.
Helpful, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
No problem. All righty. If there's no more discussion, I will go ahead and ask all those in favor to indicate so, raising your hand.
Aye.
Any opposed? All righty. That carries. Thank you so much. We will see y'all at the next meeting.
Move to adjourn.
Approved.